As science consistently improves our understanding of the world, scientific method is constantly being improved also. Scientific method is a process in which science is carried out where it builds on previous information with newer, improved scientific information, thus gradually becoming more effective at generating new knowledge. 1,000 years ago, Alhazen demonstrated the importance of forming questions and then testing them. This approach was also adopted by Galileo in 1638 with the publication of two new sciences. The following method is based on a hypothetico-deductive model which was formulated in the 20th century but has gone through drastic changes since first proposed until now. Falsification was first introduced in 1934 to reduce confirmation bias by formulating an attempt to disprove a hypothesis rather than prove it. The process involves making conjectures, predicting from them logical consequences, then carrying out experiments to determine if the original conjecture was correct. A conjecture, of course, is another word for hypothesis. It is difficult to make a statement of method composed of formula. Scientific methods are generally set up on fixed sequences of steps, but they are also considered general principles, and not all steps take place in every scientific inquiry or at the same degree. They are not always in the same order either, and invention, soundness of judgment, and a natural, exceptional capacity of intelligence is needed at every step of the process. The question can pertain an explanation of the specific observation. For example, why is the sky blue? Or open-ended like, how can I invent a cure for a certain disease? Looking up previous experiments and evaluating evidence, observations, assertions, and previous work from other scientists is also a part of this stage. If this question is already answered, another question that builds on the previous evidence can be presented. When applying scientific method to scientific research, finding a good question can be difficult, but affects the outcome of the investigation. A hypothesis is a conjecture based on knowledge obtained by forming the question that may explain the observed behavior of a part of our universe. It may be specific or it may be broad. A statistical hypothesis is a conjecture about population with terms associated to it referred to as null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. A null hypothesis is that the conjecture of the statistical hypothesis is false, or also meaning that nothing is presented and the effects are by chance. Researchers want to show that the null hypothesis is false because the alternative hypothesis is the desired outcome. A scientific hypothesis must also be falsifiable too. meaning that a possible outcome from an experiment that conflicts with the hypothesis prediction can be identified, making it not possible to be meaningfully tested. This step requires determining the logical consequences of the hypothesis, and one or more predictions are selected for further testing. The more unlikely the prediction would be correct simply by coincidence, the more likely it would be convincing if the prediction is fully developed. Evidence to the prediction is also stronger if the answer isn't already known, due to the effects of hindsight bias. Ideally, the prediction should distinguish the hypothesis from likely alternate. If two hypotheses make the same prediction, observing the prediction to be correct is not evidence for one or the other. The statements about relative strength of evidence can be derived using Bayes' theorem mathematically. Testing is an investigation on whether the real world behaves according to the predictions of hypotheses, determined through experiment to see if the observation of the real world agrees or disagrees with the predictions of the hypothesis. If they agree, confidence in the hypothesis increases, and if they don't, it decreases. Agreement also does not mean that the hypothesis is true, because future experiments may reveal problems, and that is why falsifying hypothesis is suggested. To search for and test experiments that would seem most doubtful, because the large number of successful confirmations are not convincing if the experiment avoids risks. Experiments should minimize errors through the use of appropriate scientific controls, such as double-blind tests. Test personnel are also kept ignorant of what is being handled to prevent biased response from test subjects. Failure of an experiment doesn't necessarily mean that the hypothesis is false, because experiments generally require multiple hypotheses. That the test equipment is working properly, and a failure may be a failure from one of the extra hypotheses. Experiments can be done virtually anywhere, from the kitchens to the bottom of the sea and into space or on other planets. Most individual experiments involved highly specific topics for reasons of practicality. As a result, most evidence of topics that are broader are usually more generally accumulated. Analysis involves deciding what the result of the experiment shows and what the next actions to take are. The predictions of the hypothesis are compared to the null hypothesis in order to decide which is better for explaining the data. In cases where a lot of experiments were performed many times, statistic analysis such as chi-squared may be required. If the evidence falsified the hypothesis, another hypothesis must be required. If the experiment supports the hypothesis but the evidence is not strong enough for high confidence, other predictions from the hypothesis must be tested. Once a hypothesis is supported by strong evidence, more questions can be added for further insight into the same topic. Evidence and experience from other scientists are frequently added during any of the stages of the process, depending on the complexity of the experiment. Repetition may be required to gather sufficient evidence strong enough to answer a question with confidence. Also, to build up many answers to highly specific questions in order to answer a single broader question. This model underlines the modern scientific revolution. After reviewing a lot of video and reading quite a few blogs and articles, I've decided to give my take on the subject that concerns unexplained sightings and the people involved with them. At first, I will not go into details. I will start out only with the basics, speaking about what I'm seeing. Later, I can get into more detail about subjects that interest me the most. So this will not deal with any details about certain events. I'll mention a few things, but I won't be talking about everything that is involved with these topics. If you wish to find out more about them, research yourself or wait until later when I post more about it. Those will be more detailed, and I'll try my best to be as neutral about these topics as I can. And if you wish to comment, feel free to. I encourage conversation in everything I post. With that said, I'll start. From what I see so far, believers are broken down into about 3 categories. One category believes in doing investigations according to scientific research, deductive reasoning, and analysis as well. Most of these individuals are not regular people on the street either. They're scientists, politicians, retired military officers, and more. These people have set up their own organizations that go out and investigate not only the sightings, but are mostly interested in the cases involving landings as well. With clipboards in hand, they investigate the place check marks next to they investigate and place check marks next to what needs to be checked. Some of the people who are involved in this camp are also ex-members of Operation Blue Book. No, this operation is not a fairyland make-believe operation created by alien kooks and nuts. It actually existed, and it was sponsored by the government. The operation's true intentions, though, is under suspicion. Mean time to reach peak concentration, T max, was determined to be 10 to 15 minutes in whole blood after IM injection, and 2 minutes in plasma after IV administration. When taken orally mixed in an ayahuasca decoction and in freeze-dried ayahuasca gel caps, DMT, Tmax is considerably delayed. 107.59 plus, underline plus, 32.5 minutes and 90 to 120 minutes, respectively. The pharmacokinetics for vaporizing DMT have not been studied or reported. DMT binds non-selectively. Pharmacodynamics. DMT binds non-selectively with affinities 0.6 upside down HM to the following serotonin receptacles: 5-HT1A, 5-HT1B, 5-HT1D, 5-HT2A, 5-HT2B, 5-HT2C, 5-HT6, and 5-HT7. An agonist action has been determined at 5-HT1A, 5-HT2A, and 5-HT2C. Its efficacies at other serotonin receptors remain to be determined. Of special interest will be the determination of its efficacies at human 5-HT2B receptor, as two in vitro assays evidenced. DMT high affinity for this receptor, 0.108 upside down HM and 0.184 upside down HM. This may be of importance because chronic and frequent uses of serotonergic drugs showing preferential high affinity and clear agonism at 5-HT2B receptor has been causally linked to valvular heart disease. It has been shown to possess affinity for the dopamine D1, funny looking A1, adrenergic, funny looking A2 dash adrenergic, imazoline dash 1, sigma dash 1, and trace amine associated receptors. Agonism was demonstrated at 1 upside down HM at the rat trace amine associated receptor 1, TAAR1, and converging lines of evidence establish activation of the sideways A1 receptor at concentrations of 50 through 100 upside down HM. I'm having to describe these scientific symbols, and that's the best way I can do it, is sideways A or upside down. Like I said, I put the screen up so you can see it, and there's one of the symbols, and here's another one of the symbols. There's a few of them in there. Its efficacies at other receptor binding sites are unclear. It has also been shown in vitro to be a substrate for the cell surface serotonin transporter, SERT, S-E-R-T, and the intracellular vesicular monoamine transporter 2, VMAT2, inhibiting SERT-mediated serotonin uptake in human platelets at an average concentration of 4.00 underlined plus 0.70 upside down HM and VMAT2 / mediated serotonin uptake in vesicles of armyworm SF9 cells, expressing rat VMA2-2 at an average concentration of 93 underlined plus 6.8 upside down HM. As with other so-called classical hallucinogens, a part of DMT, psychedelic effects can be attributed to a functionally selective activation of the 5-HT2A receptor. DMT concentrations eliciting 50% of its maximum effect, half maximal effective concentration equals EC50 or KACT at the human 5-HT2A receptor in vitro are in the 0.18 through 0.983 upside down HM range. This range of values coincides well with the range of concentrations measured in blood and plasma after administration of a fully human serotonin 2C receptor than a 2A receptor. 5-HT2C highly likely also is implicated in DMT's overall effects. Other receptors, such as 5-HT1A, sideways A1, and TAAR1, may also play a role. In 2009, it was hypothesized that DMT may be an endogenous ligand for sideways A1 receptor, for the sideways A1 receptor. The concentration of DMT needed for the sideways A1 activation in vitro, 50 through 100 upside down HM, is similar to the behaviorally active concentration measured in mouse brain of approximately 106 upside down HM. This is minimally 4 orders of magnitude, 4/10, higher than the average concentration measured in rat brain tissue or human plasma under basal conditions. So, sideways A1 receptors are likely to be activated only under conditions of high local DMT concentrations. If DMT is restored in synaptic vesicles, such concentrations might occur during vesicular release. To illustrate, while the average concentration of serotonin in brain tissues is in the 1.5 through 4 upside down HM range, the concentration of serotonin in synaptic vesicles was measured at 270 mm. Following the vesicular release, the resulting concentration of serotonin in the synaptic cleft to which serotonin receptors are exposed is estimated to be about 300 upside down HM. Thus, while in vitro receptor binding affinities, efficacies, and average concentrations in tissues or plasma are useful, they are not likely to predict DMT concentrations in the vesicles or at synaptic or intracellular receptors. Under these conditions, notions of receptor selectivity are moot, and it seems probable that most of the receptors identified as targets for DMT participate in producing its psychedelic effects. Psychedelic properties. So I did it, and there was a something like a flower, like a chrysanthemum, or in orange and yellow, that was sort of spinning, and then it was like I was pushed from behind, and I fell through the chrysanthemum into another place that didn't seem like a state of mind. It seemed like another place, and what was going on in this place, aside from the tastefully suffited indirect lighting and the crawling geometric hallucinations along the domed walls. What was happening was that there were a lot of beings in there, what I call self-transforming machine elves, sort of like jeweled basketballs, all dribbling their way towards me. And if they'd had faces, they would have been grinning, but they didn't have faces. And they assured me that they loved me, and they told me not to be amazed, not to give way to astonishment. Terence McKenna, in his first experiment with DMT, okay. DMT is produced naturally in many species of plants, often in conjunction with its close chemical relatives 5-MeO-DMT and bufotenin 5-OH-DMT. DMT containing plants are commonly used in South America shamanic practices.
Between the late 17th century and the middle of the 19th century, political power in Britain was primarily contested between two factions, the Whigs and the Tories. These two political camps represented opposing visions of governance, society, and economy. The Whigs often aligned themselves with constitutional monarchy, religious tolerance for Protestant dissenters, and, gradually, the expansion of parliamentary power. In contrast, the Tories were staunch defenders of the monarchy, the Anglican Church, and traditional hierarchies. While these alignments were not always perfectly consistent, they represented broad ideological camps that shaped British politics for generations. By the middle of the 19th century, the Whig political identity began to evolve due to internal and external pressures. New political ideas and challenges brought by industrialization, rising literacy, and social agitation led to the reconfiguration of political alliances. The Whigs, faced with the need to modernize their platform and appeal to a broader segment of society, eventually merged with two other factions, the Peelites and the Radicals. This political convergence marked the birth of the Liberal Party around the year 1859. The Peelites were a group that had broken away from the Conservative Party due to significant disagreements over economic policy, particularly concerning trade. Named after their leader, a former Prime Minister, the Peelites championed the principle of free trade, which they believed would promote prosperity, reduce prices, and integrate the British economy more effectively with the world. This position put them at odds with the dominant wing of the Conservative Party, which favoured protectionist policies. The Peelites supported repealing the Corn Laws, which were seen as benefiting landowners at the expense of urban workers and consumers. Their defection ultimately fragmented the Conservative Party for a time, with the Peelites playing a decisive role in forming the new Liberal Party. Protectionism, which the Peelites opposed, was an economic policy aimed at shielding domestic industries from foreign competition. This was typically done by imposing tariffs on imported goods, setting quotas, and enforcing regulatory barriers that discouraged the flow of imports. Supporters of protectionism believed it protected local industries, preserved jobs, and helped maintain national economic stability. They also argued that it allowed emerging industries to develop without being overwhelmed by more advanced foreign competitors. Critics of protectionism, however, viewed these policies as harmful in the long run. They argued that such barriers distorted market efficiency, inflated consumer prices, and hindered innovation. The ideological tension between protectionism and free trade remained a central feature of political debate well into the modern era. The Radicals, who also joined with the Whigs and Peelites to form the Liberal Party, were a diverse group united by a common desire for parliamentary reform and democratic expansion. Emerging in the late 18th century, the radical movement built upon earlier reformist currents and called for substantial changes to the British political system. The movement attracted individuals from different social backgrounds, including the working and middle classes. Among their goals were electoral reform, expanded suffrage, greater accountability of government officials, the reduction of taxation burdens on the poor, and the abolition of sinecures, which were well-paid positions requiring little or no actual work. Radical agitation intensified after the end of the Napoleonic Wars. As soldiers returned home to a stagnant economy and widespread poverty, popular discontent surged. The term radical, as opposed to earlier labels like reformer, came into common usage during the post-war period, particularly after the protests of 1819. One of the most notable events of this period was the gathering in Manchester that became known as the Peterloo Massacre, where a peaceful protest demanding reform was violently dispersed by local militia, resulting in multiple deaths and hundreds of injuries. A leading figure at this protest was Henry Hunt, a well-known orator who became a symbol of working-class radicalism. Hunt was elected to Parliament during the brief reform era of the early 1830s, where he advocated for electoral and economic reforms on behalf of his constituents. Radicals were not a monolithic group. They ranged from populist leaders advocating for working-class rights to philosophically inclined reformers who stressed legal and constitutional change. These differences sometimes created internal tension within the movement, but they also allowed the radicals to exert influence across a broad spectrum of society. Over time, their efforts contributed significantly to the erosion of aristocratic privilege and the expansion of democratic principles within British governance. As the Liberal Party was taking shape in Britain, Canada was experiencing its own evolution in political and legal frameworks. One of the most significant developments in Canadian constitutional history was the adoption of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This charter, a key component of the Constitution Act enacted in the early 1980s, entrenched a wide array of political and civil rights for all people in Canada. These rights applied at every level of government and were designed to ensure fairness, equality, and freedom for all citizens. The Charter was not Canada's first attempt to enshrine legal protections for its citizens. An earlier document, the Canadian Bill of Rights, was enacted in the middle of the 20th century. However, this earlier bill had limited impact, as it was not a constitutional document and applied only to federal law. Courts often interpreted it narrowly, and it had little influence on provincial legislation. Moreover, the Bill of Rights could be amended or repealed through ordinary legislative procedures, undermining its effectiveness as a tool for protecting civil liberties. In contrast, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms was embedded in the Constitution and therefore had superior legal authority. It could not be changed without a formal constitutional amendment, a process requiring broad consensus across federal and provincial governments. This provided a stronger foundation for the protection of individual rights. The Charter addressed a wide array of legal protections, including freedom of expression, equality under the law, and the right to a fair trial. It also expanded the role of Canadian courts, giving them the power to strike down legislation that violated constitutional rights and to impose remedies when rights were infringed. One of the architects of the Charter was the Canadian Prime Minister during the early 1980s, who sought to modernize Canada's legal framework and align it with international human rights standards. The adoption of the Charter was part of a broader movement that began in the aftermath of the Second World War. The global horror at the atrocities committed during that conflict had sparked renewed interest in formalizing protections for individual rights. The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights had laid the groundwork for a wave of legal reforms across many countries, including Canada. The Charter's emphasis on legal protections for all citizens reflected a shift away from older systems of governance where parliamentary supremacy reigned supreme. While Canada retained many features of its parliamentary tradition, the Charter introduced an element of judicial oversight that had not existed before. Judges could now evaluate laws not just on procedural grounds but also on substantive fairness. This significantly altered the balance of power between the legislative and judicial branches and introduced new mechanisms for the enforcement of rights. Though widely supported, the Charter was not without its critics. Some feared that giving judges the power to overturn legislation would erode democratic accountability. Others worried that the Charter's broad language could be interpreted in ways that were inconsistent with public values or traditional legal norms. Nonetheless, the Charter has become a cornerstone of Canadian identity and governance, celebrated as a symbol of national unity and justice. The transformation of the British Whigs into the Liberal Party was a pivotal moment in the history of political thought, marked by alliances with groups like the Peelites and the Radicals. These alliances brought together diverse views on trade, governance, and social reform, and they helped shape modern liberalism in Britain. At the same time, similar themes of legal reform and individual rights were emerging in other parts of the world. In Canada, the creation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms represented a major step toward the formalization and enforcement of civil liberties. While arising in different contexts and time periods, these developments reflect a broader historical trend, the gradual evolution of political systems from hierarchical and exclusive institutions toward more inclusive and rights-based frameworks. These transitions were not without conflict or controversy, but they marked a significant step forward in the pursuit of justice, equality, and democratic governance.
I'm telling you. got well, at least I've got a lot of audio to make sure that freaking the stream's running.
Cool.
Got you yawning and shit. Came through like a freaking a bell, as clear as a bell
Okay.
on YouTube.
Cool.
I'm finally getting frustrated with D-Line, but I think if it continues to mess up, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of give up on that one.
How much interaction do you get on D-Live? A bit, that's right.
Not actually. I mean, interaction maybe on some of them, but like views aren't shit. We did that whole 6-hour stream yesterday.
Yeah.
It didn't do shit at all. Like no
But
views.
I mean, on our own personal ones.
Yeah, it's even on that one, we got like 3 views from when we did the thing with Tan,
Okay.
and I mean nothing. We got 3 views there, 1 view on one that I did for Esoteric Agenda a week ago, and then I got views on the Red Pill, and that was it. So, I mean, it's not really worth having, to be honest.
And if it's only D-Live, that's the one that only provides the that's the only one with the time limit, isn't it? The month.
I don't even know. I mean, it did do the whole 6-hour stream. Wait, you're talking about within where it deletes it? Yeah.
Mm.
There's no permanent memory. After 7 days, it deletes it. So.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I don't see a purpose really for it. I've said it before, and everybody's like, yeah, you need to keep it around, give it a try. And like, it's just not really worth the effort. I sat yesterday for 15 minutes trying to get that thing set up and working, and it just did not work. So.
What does D-Live claim as the use case for their platform?
I don't know, to be honest with you. We've actually had this conversation before. I mean, I think Tan said something about it one time. It was a gaming platform, and he found it out somehow. But like, this whole okay, there we go. Rumble's up and going. So we have Rumble up. We've got, and it sounds good. We have YouTube up, and it sounds good. Kick sounds good. It's up and going. And Twitch is another one that I'm going to probably not start using.
Fuck.
The hell was that?
D-Live.
Oh
I'm just trying to look at the terms of service, but they don't even provide any reference to it. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Help and resources. About legal.
So, it looks like everything except for D-Live is up and running. And I hate D-Live too. It did that shit to me. It drives me nuts. Like, I mean, they can at least mute the freaking songs and the audio for people when they come onto the platform, but the moment you get on there, all of a sudden,
it's that automatic playing, which I do not like. I am on Elements. I hate any form of autoplaying on Element. Toggled all these sort of autoplay, including the animated GIFs, off, turned off.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and get it started. I guess we're good to go. It's at 5 minutes. So, hello everybody. Oh, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. I am Roger Hanson here with Mark Edworthy, and we are ready to get down and dirty when it comes to political history. That sounded geeky as hell, but it works. You want to say hello, Mark Edworthy?
Hello, Mark Edworthy.
That is so cheesy. So, okay, so I'm gonna drop all of this cool stuff that we have sitting up on the thing, and I'm gonna put you on the main screen so that we can have it the way it usually is. I know you hate the streamers, so I will get rid of those too if I can figure out where they're at. So last week we actually had a good episode go on. We were able to discuss Rousseau and Voltaire and how Voltaire's opinion of Rousseau was. We was also able to end this whole thing concerning the constitutional government, monarchism, and classical liberalism. Now, after that, what I wanted to do is go further into the age of Romanticism and what realism is, because believe it or not, this is something that most people don't even discuss anymore, or they when they do discuss it, they want to get all artsy fartsy about it. You know what I mean? The beautiful books or the beautiful paintings, and I think that honestly things have been engineered that way because people don't want this kind of conversation taking place when it comes to the political ramifications. I don't know. What do you think, Mark?
I would really like to hear your argument on that one.
Okay, so before we get on with that, tell me what your views on Romanticism and realism is first. So that would.
Like I said, I've just woken up, so my brain's a bit stalled at the moment.
That means we caught you at a good time. We caught you off guard, unprepared.
Yeah, I haven't even had the coffee yet, so first sip of the coffee.
So, I mean, just nothing elaborate. You don't have to get all descriptive and have notes and stuff like I know you're wanting to do, but just off the top of your head, what's your feelings when it comes to Romanticism, first of all?
Well, as a general concept or as a political will?
Well, just that there was a movement. It was called the Age of Romanticism. Have you ever heard of it?
Isn't that really related to sort of early 19th century?
Yes.
So we're talking about Napoleon, we're talking about guillotine, we're talking about a very bloody sort of period of history.
Exactly. Now you now you hit something good on the nose, the bloody part. Okay, because we did talk about the French Revolution and the evils of what took place there. Now we're going to be talking about after that and what took place with Romanticism. and with realism. Now, first of all, let me say something about Romanticism. There is a lot when it comes to literature and art and things of that nature, but like I said, I think that things were kind of engineered to where that's the way people wanted us to discuss that kind of stuff when we talked about Romanticism, because there was a lot more that was going on in that movement versus the realist, and that isn't really discussed. So rather than going into long tangents about the Headless Horseman or Moby Dick or all of these cool books that were written because of the romanticists,
Mm.
we can talk about it a little bit, but I want to stay more on the political history part of it. You know what I mean? So, but if it pops up, we can do it. And
Yeah, hence why I asked, are we just talking about politics, or are we talking about things like authors, writers, and art?
and trust me, yes, you are right. It is a part of it, but it's not the broader picture. You know what I
Mm.
mean? It's the implications that came with that is important. So now that we've covered romanticism, what about your thoughts on realism and being a realist? What do you think about that?
Something that I think we've all, that's in, for lots of people, they've lost.
Not really. I didn't expect that. So what's in your mind? What's your interpretation of being a realist?
Being observant about your surroundings, being observant about the greater pictures.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Now with this, we're gonna kind of get into that. We're gonna start talking about what uh, the difference between romanticism is and what realism is. Now, there was a conflict between romanticism and realism during the late 18th and 19th centuries. And this wasn't merely like a matter of artistic or literature preferences, okay? It was a deeper struggle. These were two opposing worldviews, okay? Um, and what it was is this had to do with changing attitudes towards like nature, emotion, reason, and society. And the thing of it is it goes into like truth as well. What is truth? You know what I mean? Um, Now, like we were talking about with Napoleon and everything like that, a lot of this stuff emerged during freaking periods of like intense political and social upheavals in Europe. Um, that included revolutions. Besides the revolutions, you also have to look at the Industrial Revolution, which was basically the industrial. It was industrial capitalism, you know. And with that came the erosion of like traditional religious and uh, aristocratic authority. Like you had the monarchy, you had religious beliefs that were dying out during that time. You know what I mean? And because of that, these movements, which that's what Romanticism and the realists were. They were movements. They responded to these changes in different ways. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Okay. Now, do you know for sure what these changes were, or what these different ways were?
When it comes to realism, we're talking about the end of the Napoleonic Wars, and therefore the creation of the Revolution, the move from and who are largely rural, sort of agricultural sort of situation to a more industrial in a city situation.
Right. And with Romanticism, it emerged like during the late 18th century, and that was because of it was basically a reaction to the Enlightenment. Okay, and also the rationalist ideas. And you got to understand that during this time period, the rationalist idea was what dominated, and it still dominates to this day. So that's where the romantic.
The slow erosion of religion, the slow death of God in at least the Western society.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing that a lot of people don't understand about the romantic thinkers is that they believe that the Enlightenment had basically flattened the soul. You know what I mean? The best way, or it also reduced like the complexity of human experience. And they also felt that it had turned the world into like this cold mechanical system, which was devoid of like wonder or spiritual depth, however you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? And this is basically how they felt about it. They felt that's what um, the Enlightenment had done to them. You know what I mean? And that was where this reaction came from. It was from this feeling that that's what the Age of Enlightenment had done. So that's where you start getting. Like I said, I'm not going to talk too much about the literature and everything, but I will kind of hint on it. But like, that's where Romanticism kind of gravitated towards themes like the supernatural. They love the medieval past. They like folklore. And the big thing here, this is what we're going to get into. This is something that you like, and it's national identity. That's another thing they were big on. And I was looking at a good way of bringing this into more of the modern thought. You know what I mean? Get into things because we're covering Europe right now, and like I said, it's a huge topic with a lot of different things. You know what I mean? So this is basically the best route to take so that people get a general idea of what's taking place here. You know what I mean? Um, and I believe that this is really the best way of getting into it. Now, with Romanticism, you had the writers who wrote the Headless Horseman here in the United States. You had Moby Dick. You had Charles Dickinson, who was not a romanticist. He was actually a realist. But we'll get to that here in a minute.
I love the idea that you said the headless horseman of the United States. I live in the southwest of England. These sort of legends are all over the place down there.
Yeah, you see, that's probably where we got it. To be honest with you, it probably migrated its way across the pond. You know, could have been. It really could have been.
Yeah.
But this is what the romanticists gravitated towards, was these supernatural stories. They really loved the medieval past and folklore and things of that nature. Now, when it comes to the Enlightenment, it emphasized on logic, scientific reason, and universal laws. It championed the power of the human mind to discover truth and improve society. So Romanticism, what it did is it reasserted the importance of individual feeling, imagination, and intuition, and it also gave us a deep reverence for nature. You know what I mean? It celebrated mystery, sublime, and irrational, and the personal, individual experience. You know what I mean? So that's the two things that you had that going on there. You had the romanticists who believed in the individual personal experience, where had mystery, um, and things of that nature, and it involved nature. It was about the imagination and the intuition. And then you had the realists who didn't uh, believe in all that. They believed in straight logic, scientific reason, and universal laws. So, does that sound pretty legit for you?
That sounds like a good argument.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now realism, it emerged in the mid 19th century, um, and that was as a response to romanticism. Um, and they perceived romanticism um, as excesses and emotional indulgence, basically. Um, Realist thinkers and artists who were realists, they usually wanted to depict the world as it actually was, not as what it ought to be. You know what I mean? Um,
Mm.
they
Or at least one interpretation of,
right.
or a interpretation of, multiple interpretations of.
Well, they didn't believe in that. They believed that it as the way it is, as the way it actually is, not as what.
Yeah, hence my comments earlier when you asked me the sort of observance of
Right.
environments. Yeah,
So they emphasized observation, detail, and like everyday experiences from like ordinary people. You know what I mean? They um, they weren't concerned with like beauty or transcendence or anything of that nature. They were only interested in truth, no matter how unpleasant or mundane it was. You know what I mean?
utilitarian, which created utilitarianism, which created the more extreme sort of socialist concepts. Well, aided in the creation of the more extreme socialist concepts.
Well, see, I kind of had a misinterpretation of all of this when I first started because I was trying. In the beginning, I was trying to make the romanticists out to be the good guys and the realists to be these horrible people, which I've actually said to you, and I still believe realists are just horrible freaking people. Okay. But the more I started doing the research on this stuff, the more I realized that they're both a part of the problem. You know what I mean? Which is really interesting because that was real profound to me. They both contributed to the way things ended up in a very, very negative way. You know what I mean? It's
Mm,
it's, it's really interesting. Is all I got to say. But what's your take on that? Do you agree or disagree, or you just waiting? You're suspenseful and like, what do you got next, Roger?
Well, well, can sort of see your point, but yeah, I think you need to elaborate on your arguments a bit further.
I got your attention. Is what happened. You, I got your attention. Oh man, what are you talking about, man? So, like I said, the realists, they emphasize on observation, detail, and everyday experiences. And I agree with you, by the way, with what you said. How eventually it developed into those things. Um,
Mm.
and they weren't interested in beauty or transcendence. I can't ever say that thing. It was just the truth. Now, what realism rejected was idolized visions of romantic art Instead, they'd focus on social conditions or political realities and psychological complexities that were supposed to be from real life. You know what I mean? So it got to the point where philosophically realism aligned with like empiricism. Um, and I don't know if you know what that is all about. I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. That's your concept. Yeah.
Because like during that time period, there was a growing belief in like social science and historical materialism. Um, Now, social science is one issue that I think a lot of people overlook. Like they don't understand. Like now we send our kids to school, and instead of learning history, they learn social science or social studies. You know what I mean? And there's a good chance that everything that has social on the end of it, like social science and social studies and social this, social that, that has to do with realism. Okay, and
Mm.
that would have to do with what we're discussing right now. So I just wanted to put that out there. Now, it was influenced by the rapid growth of cities, the spread of newspapers and photography, and the development of industrial capitalism. Now, the conflict between romanticism and realism, um, it was more than just all that. It was more than just being aesthetic. You know what I mean? Um, these were like broader philosophical debates about how humans should understand the world as well as themselves. Romanticism held that the truth was internal, it was also subjective, emotional, and then you had realism, and realism believed that truth was external, observable, and objective. Okay, so what's your thoughts about this subjective thing?
I was just thinking of the to name a name. I was just thinking of the concept of the current UK Prime Minister. It is believed that the UK Prime Minister, Starmer, has stated in the past that he does not have a favourite book. He does not dream. He's a he only bases his views on what he considers as being practical, legal realism.
Mm-hmm. So,
Um, he
yeah.
lacks any sort of imagination. He lacks any sort of, dare I say it, soul.
Oh wow, we're gonna we're gonna go that direction, aren't we? Let's just
Mm.
say he's objective, is what he is,
Well,
and and
it's a form of objectivism.
well,
To say
the
that.
see the thing of it is about this. It really gets me, and a lot of people don't catch up on or catch it this, but they have actually done research on external thinking. External thinking is something that realists really don't catch on to. Like when you get caught up in external thinking, that's more of an animal instinct. Like when you look at an animal is that they think they're external thinkers. Okay, they worry about the what's going on with them. You know what I mean? Everyday things. When they're hungry, they need to find food. You know, when they freaking have to poop, they don't care where they go and poop. You know what I mean? And that's just the way that external thinkers are. Now, when you think internally, that's when you look at the spiritual side of things, or you look at the emotional side of things. You look at the morality of things. You know what I mean? So when I look at this stuff, man, that's the kind of thing that really sticks out to me. The whole difference between the internal and the external. You know what I mean? When it comes to those things. Um, Now, being subjective and objective and all that stuff, yeah, that's something I think people can do, but if you take it too far, that's a bad thing. What I find uh, most alarming about rationalists is the emotional part. Like they don't get into the idea of the emotions of things. They don't look at beauty. They don't think art is important. They don't think that a beautiful poem is important. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I took from it. But that was something that really stuck out to me. Even though we're not going to get into all that stuff, I did want to point that out. But what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair
Okay, I just wanted.
uh, connotation.
Mhm. But those are the things that um, really stuck out to me whenever I came across this stuff. Like, and the romantics. Okay, um, for them, the world was like a place of spiritual significance, and that was uh, for everything. And that was for like every tree or the sunset. You know what I mean? It all held a meaning. Um, Now, after bringing all that up, you come to a couple of realists that I wanted to mention. I want to see if you knew anything about these people. Have you ever heard of a guy by the name of Victor Hugo?
Yes.
Would you?
I can't think at this present moment. um, like I said, I just sort of woken up just within the last hour and a half, so my brain's a bit. Nah. Yeah, I can't think at the present moment, but yeah, I'm aware of the name.
Okay, so Hugo was a realist, and he believed that the world was governed by social forces, economics, and historical change. That was what his big philosophy was when it came to being a realist, and that's what most of these realists during that time period believed in. Like they believed in the social uh, aspects of things, social economy, and they also believed in historical changes. You know what I mean? They didn't focus on folklore or anything of that nature. You know what I mean? It was all about being realistic about it and looking at like the historical changes that took place and things like that. So after that, I also wanted to mention another guy. Uh, I have a hard time with his last name, so if I get it messed up, I'm sorry, but it's Ivan Turgenev. Have you ever heard of him?
Uh, Not off the top of my
Yeah.
head.
Hold up, you're breaking up. What'd you say? Your
Yeah,
audio's
not off the top of my head.
okay. So
Oh, yeah, no.
maybe you'll recognize him if I mention this. He wrote a novel. It's called Fathers and Sons. Have you ever heard of a book called Fathers and Sons?
Again, you're just firing names at me at this present moment.
No, Turgenev was a Russian. Just so you know, I know how you are about those Ruskies. But the the story Fathers and Sons depicted like a generation divide between older Russians who like clung to tradition, and then younger intellectuals who like embraced nihilism and rejected all inherited beliefs. So basically, they became atheists or nihilists who just doesn't believe in nothing. Um, does any of that sound familiar to you?
Well, believe in the here and now rather than nothing.
Right. Now, now when Turgenev, he was in particular Turgenev, he was criticized by pan-Slavic thinkers because of his Western learnings or leanings, and he also refused to like embrace the mystical dimensions of the Slavic culture. He rejected it. You know what I mean? He rejected all of that, and that's where he ended up getting a lot of crap from, because he rejected it all, and he was a realist and stuff like that. So um, pan-Slavic thinkers is something that we'll eventually be getting into. I don't know if you know much about pan-Slavic ideology.
Yeah. Again, carry on.
Okay. Well, just to let you know, that's really where we start getting into the 20th century, when we start talking about pan-Slavic thinkers and how that evolved during time. Now, like I said, Turgenev was critical of pan-Slavic thinkers, but then we come to another guy, and I know you're going to know about this guy. Have you ever heard of Leo Tolstoy?
Yeah.
So tell me what you think of Leo Tolstoy.
Somebody that aided in the Russian Revolution, that once the Bolsheviks came to power, he was sort of, for the first, first 10, 15 years, it was a a sort of controlling force in the Soviets, and then there was a big split, a philosophical split between him and Stalin.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So the I'm glad that you mentioned that, because this kind of goes into what happened there. Okay. Now Tolstoy, just so people know, he was deeply spiritual. Okay. That's something that a lot of people aren't aware of. Tolstoy was deeply spiritual, but he became critical of like institutional religion. And
Sorry, I was thinking Trotsky rather than Tolstoy.
okay,
Yeah, I was thinking of a different person altogether.
okay. So, do you know anything about Tolstoy?
Yes, I do, but again,
Well, let's go over that, because we don't need to hear that stuff about Trotsky. I can't believe you did that.
Yeah. Again, like I said,
In your head,
my brain's a bit,
if we keep
my
this
brain's a bit flat at the moment.
if we keep this up and you're holding your head like that, my dream will come true. Your head will explode. I've been trying for like 5 months now to get your head to explode, and it just has not worked.
You are naming all these people.
I cannot believe Tolstoy is what eventually brought you to the closest
no, you name all these people, and they all have significant meaning for me. But again,
You haven't read about
uh,
it in a long time.
yeah, but
Now,
again, you're just throwing names at me at the moment.
I enjoy it so much. This is actually cool. Now, Tolstoy, let me say that again. He was deeply spiritual, but he was critical of institutional religions, and he often portrayed like priests and aristocrats as like morally bankrupt. So there was a lot of that going on during that time period where people were split. You know what I mean? Even though he is portrayed as being a realist, he actually was pretty spiritual in that aspect. It's just he felt that the church itself was corrupt, and that um, and that's something that I even try to talk about whenever I'm talking to people who are really religious, and they have a hard time understanding that there's a difference between the church and spirituality. You know what I mean? And I do know that is still an issue that keeps going on because there's a lot of people who are religious who really believe that their church has something to do with their spiritual beliefs. And without the church, freaking, that there is no God. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of split on that whole way of thinking there, you know.
Um, I would argue that people's views are influenced by by external forces. In the case of religion, the church or the place of worship is the major influence for a lot of people.
Well, there's a lot of people who need church. You know what I mean? I believe in that. Like there's a lot of people out there who I would hate to see this world if about 70% of the people who go to church didn't have a church to go to, because I honestly think this world would go to shit. You know what I mean? Like when you sit and you listen to what a lot of these people are saying, and you you realize, man, that these people go to church. Um, there's a good reason for why they need to go to church. You know what I mean? Because even though they're saying that they believe in God, they're saying a lot of hateful things, and they need to go into church and have that preacher preaching to them, telling them, "Look, this is bad. You can't be doing this." You know what I mean?
There's an argument in the US, especially in the Midwest, church and religious orthodoxy is a major thing. But in Britain, and I'm thinking of an argument that people like Jeff Taylor make all the time, that Britain is a sort of cultural Christian based society, and over the last, I don't know, 100 years or last 50 odd years, we've seen the church or religion, church going to has been reduced significantly, and
It's gone to pot based.
yeah, which raises the idea, which creates a sort of concept of people just being more utilitaristic.
Yeah.
Mm.
Now, Dostoevsky. Okay. Now, the thing about him is that Fyodor Dostoevsky. Have you ever heard of him?
I can't hear just swearing names at the moment.
Okay, so
I probably have, but can't
Dostoevsky.
think.
He was more complex. Okay, now while he did explore the dangers of like modern belief, he also showed how people who clung blindly to old values could become self-righteous or hypocritical. You know what I mean? Um, he was more sympathetic to Orthodox and Russian Messianism, I guess you could call it. But he also became a part of the debate. You know what I mean? Because he did embrace certain mystical and national ideas, but he still, he still portrayed the Russian soul as deeply fractured and tormented. You know what I mean? So, like, this comes back to a lot of his novels. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, I didn't want to get into too much of this, but what I can say is, like, his novel, or all of his novels, basically, it dealt with, like, inner conflict, you know what I mean, and moral ambiguity. Does that make, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he also brought up, like, the dangers of blind ideological beliefs. You know what I mean? And he didn't discriminate between the Western ideology or the pan-Slavic. You know what I mean? It was all the same. He didn't want people to. Well, he wanted to make sure people understood what the dangers of these being blind to, like, ideological beliefs were. So now he kind of straddled the line between realists and like spiritual. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And the weird thing about it, though, he was revered as a nationalist. You know what I mean? So, but even though he was a nationalist, he also challenged like their more simplistic narratives and stuff, which the more simplistic narratives would have been more of what the Pan-Slavics believed in, So now, after him, we have to go back a little bit to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Um, now, Romanticism was influenced by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. And the reason why they wanted to, or they were influenced, because, like I said, Rousseau wrote a lot of beautiful stuff, even though I don't really agree with who he was as a person. You know what I mean? And they held, like, a hopeful view of humanity's, like, innate goodness and our capacity for, like, moral transformation, stuff like that, all that goody religious stuff that makes me want to puke. You know what I mean? So that was what a lot of romanticism or romanticists uh, was inspired by Rousseau over. You know what I mean? Um, but I would honestly say that they really had no clue, like, in real life, what he was really about. You know what I mean? Um, but uh, I think the one thing that they were inspired by was, like, the revolutionary ideologies, and also Rousseau also introduced, like, the nationalist movements. And if you really get into what Rousseau was about, he emphasized cultural identity and then emotional unity and stuff of that nature. So that would most likely be the reason why they really were inspired by Rousseau. Um, and plus, you also got to think too, like, back then he also influenced religion as well as spirituality. You know, and there's a little bit of mysticism
Hmm.
going on there. And Rousseau, if you ever find out, or if you ever get to where you read about him, you'll understand that he was full of piety. You know, so well, you probably already have. Have you read much after we talked about him?
Well, not recently.
What have you read about him? Has that coffee kicked in yet? Are you able to calm down? You caused your microphone to mess up. Okay.
Yeah, I think I need enough coffee.
Yeah.
Again, I've not read anything recently.
So
Within
what what have you read in the past that you can remember?
you ask me,
Okay, from my point of view,
yeah.
what I think they really drew most off of from Rousseau was things like faith, spiritual longing, the divine found in nature, stuff of that net. Because you'll hear a lot uh, of that going on. You know what I mean? Um, so, like romanticism, that's really big on what they influenced. You know what I mean? That's how they did it basically. Romanticism. When you look at romanticism and what they influence religion and spirituality with, it's usually about faith, spiritual longing, and how the divine is found in nature. Um, Now, realism, on the other hand, they influence like the rise of pragmatic and pessimistic political theories, things of that nature. You know what I mean? Um, they, uh, they viewed history as shaped, not by ideas uh, or by power, or um, you know what I mean? Well, actually, no, it was the opposite. They actually freaking believed the opposite. They believe,
Yeah.
yeah, they believed that it was shaped by ideas, or not by ideas, but by power. You know what I mean? Um, Also through class struggles and institutional structures. So, right there, that's kind of where I blend in there too, because I do believe that like the institutional structures, like the educational system, is what actually is a big part um, of what shaped history was through the educational system. Class struggle. I see class struggle as happening all along all along human civilization. As long as we've been able to have what we would call a civilization, there's always been class struggle. So I don't even I don't even listen to that shit. You know what I mean? So, but like I can say though, like the educational system is something that does definitely influence um,
Hmm.
history. You know, I hear everybody always saying it's always the victors that make history, but I would go even further to say that that's not really the case. It's the intellectuals who freaking create the narrative.
It's those people that can shout the loudest.
Mm-hmm. Well, the narrative.
Um, this goes back to the so-called long march through the institutions that I keep on referring to, where you've got a certain subset of belief viewpoint being pushed by academics of a certain have a certain philosophy, and which then is taught to students, maybe schools, kids, or people higher education, and then that narrative, those specific narratives, are moved into the further world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you also got to take into this whole thing when it comes to realism and being a realist. Just so people know, when you're calling yourself a realist, um, you got to understand what realism is aligned with. They believe more in secularism, secular,
Again, yeah, like I said, utilitarianism.
and,
But
and
yeah,
and like they portrayed religious institutions real critically, and they emphasized moral complexity over spiritual purity. Spiritual purity is something that I haven't really freaking heard much of anymore. You know what I mean? It's like people don't even want to talk about that. The only time you hear people talk about that is when they talk about Catholic schools. You know what I mean? When the nun smacks your hand with the ruler.
depends on the religion.
You know.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
depends on the religion.
when was the last time you've ever heard anybody talk about spiritual purity?
In relation to the, I'm going to be very careful what I say here. In relation to a specific religion, let's say,
Okay.
I'm going to be very careful what I say there, because again, I could get into, at least theoretically, I could get into a lot of trouble in the
Okay.
UK.
We will make sure that you are not in trouble there in the UK. Okay.
Mm.
Now, another thing though, when it comes to that though, is you got to realize it mirrored the growing interest in psychology and the inner workings of the human mind as something that was shaped by the environment and each person's experiment or experience. You know what I mean? That's what they were real big on, and they were big on pointing that out rather than saying that it was shaped by divine inspiration or inner feeling. You know what I mean? So you have that nurture versus nature kind of shit going on, in my opinion. At least that's what I'm taking from it. This would be the point in history where we started having to put up with the bullshit of nature versus nurture crap.
In essence, yeah, you're correct. Yeah, in essence.
And then last week I had the conversation with you about Jean Jacques Rousseau writing about how you should rear your children, and in Voltaire, with his criticisms on that, which I don't know if that's true or not, if Rousseau actually abandoned his children to the orphanage. That sounds like something Voltaire would say to anybody he despised,
I did
I would.
do a bit of research on this, just very small amount of research, and I believe that it was actually occurred.
So it did occur?
I believe so. So from what I've seen,
And
from
you know,
my
I mean,
understanding.
to be honest, dude, I've invested so many times at not, or so much time on not liking this guy. Even if Voltaire did lie, I would probably just go ahead and continue the narrative that he was a bastard who abandoned his children to orphanages. Orphanages, you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
because I mean, I know Voltaire was a big mouth, and I say that all the time. But he also, I mean, look at what he promoted. I mean, freedom of speech. You know,
Mm.
so of course somebody who, you know, believed in freedom of speech would have a big mouth and say a lot of wordy stuff. You know, so I mean, I can understand that. You know, and there, don't get me wrong, there is a good chance that Voltaire did just make it up out of anger for the stuff that Rousseau was saying, but I doubt it. To be honest with you, I would almost bet Rousseau was that kind of a guy, talk all this elaborate, beautiful stuff, and then abandon his children to an orphanage because he didn't want to take care of them. You know what I mean? Um, and that was a part of his narrative that eventually grew into this stuff right here, where it became a part of nature versus nurture.
Mm.
I and I personally think that Rousseau was probably the inspiration for the realist movement, to be honest with you, because of a lot of the crap that has been pushed out. Because that's what realists believe in. You know that, right?
Mm.
I mean, if you're calling yourself a realist, then you should be believing in this stuff. Do you believe that?
Well, my personal beliefs are a bit more complicated than that, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah. Now, this tension between the romanticist and the realist, um, it would be expressed most clearly in the contrast between utopian socialists inspired by romantic ideas and materialist thinkers like Karl Marx, who sought a scientific understanding of society. Right now, by the end of the 19th century, the line between romanticism and realism, it began to blur. Some thinkers and artists combined the emotional intensity of romanticism with the observational rigor of realism, and that created new forms of expression. So that is something that I've actually been finding out, which does make sense. So in reality, what happened was, and if you can check on the history too, like the age of romanticism died off, but it didn't disappear. You know what I'm saying? What happened was these realists, they were fascinated with the way these romanticists thought. They didn't agree with like the ideological stuff that was being portrayed about heroes and stuff of that nature. But they wanted to understand their way of thinking, so they started blending it into their thought process. You know what I'm saying? Where they were actually incorporating some of this stuff just on an analytical kind of level. You know what I mean? And a good example would be the Brothers Grimm. The
Mm.
brother, a lot of people don't know the history of the Brothers Grimm themselves because they hear the stories, but they don't understand that the Brothers Grimm were actually the ones who um, started linguistics, like the whole thing about linguistics and the way or and where words or originate. You know what I mean?
Mm.
That was from them. So I found that pretty interesting. So
Or they didn't create the concept of etymology.
well, I mean, it's an interesting story how all of that played out. You know what I mean? Because like you can clearly tell that the Brothers Grimm were romanticists. Because I mean,
Mm.
Hansel and Gretel. You know what I mean? But Hansel and Gretel was also a realist concept where, because during that time, German families were starving to death, so the mother and the fathers were known to take their children out in the woods and abandon them. You see,
But they are only basing their stories upon it's just another iteration of previous stories. A lot of this goes back to sort of medieval sort of arguments, and they've just put in a much more, I wouldn't say modern spin, but a much more modern understanding.
right? A realist point of view, because they wanted to point out the downtrodden and the starving people of Germany and how they had to abandon their children in the forest.
Mm.
See, I mean, that's a realist approach to folklore during that time period. You know what I mean? And that's what realists wanted to focus on. So we have actually came to our first hour, and I think it's time for us to take a quick break so that you can get some more coffee. And I'm going to go use the bathroom, take a quick break, and get me some coffee too. And we'll come back here because after we're done with this break, I want to get into a very, very interesting conversation. I think you'll like it too. This is about Nietzsche. So let's find out.
The bloke with the amazing stars.
So let's find out.
The bloke with the amazing stars.
Yeah. Well, we both know Nietzsche, and we got to find out what Nietzsche thought about this crazy shit. You know what I mean? What was Friedrich Nietzsche's philosophy when it came? Because I also found out some dirt about Nietzsche and his thoughts on Rousseau. Just so you know, don't want to give away the goodies until we get back, but we're going to find out what Nietzsche's thoughts about Jean Jacques Rousseau were. All right.
Okay.
So let me mute out. You go ahead and mute out so that you don't have to listen to this shit. And we will put Mr. Robots, aka Illuminati, on Rumble Radio's music on. You can find him at Hacker Radio and listen to this if you like it. Go and check him out. Give him likes, subscribes, whatever. Tell him how cool he is. And we'll be right back.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. The mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying out to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of Tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Baalbic stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no grain could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god face.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, the coalition all has above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Skies split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbec's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they aligned the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Bringing free misses, whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat Spire, know Atlantis 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's crates can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen? Nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in symbol living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens hat, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math, and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The emerald taintless truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hall a hymn, rising cold the divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity script. Written in a language of symbolism, we're gods we've been missing.
Okay, we are back. That was probably not the best selection of music for this genre of, or this topic, I should say. What do you think, Mark?
Maybe.
I was sitting there listening to it and thinking, we're talking about political history and stuff, and I'm talking about Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca lines and secret encoded messages and the. Okay, so if you guys enjoyed that, go over and check out Illuminati on Rumble. His channel is Hacker Radio. Give him a like, subscribe, share, make some comments for him, tell him how much you like it, and stuff like that. So, you ready?
Or otherwise.
Yes, or otherwise.
Sorry, I could or otherwise.
So, are you ready to get into the next part of the conversation, Mark?
Carry on.
Okay, so what do you know about Friedrich Nietzsche before we get started?
A lot.
What do you know?
You didn't do this. Just fly off and name and then what do we know? Um, in what sort of aspect? Because there's quite a large amount of history. There's quite a large amount of things.
What was his ideological beliefs, in your opinion?
Uh, um,
You can conjecture all you want. This is my channel, my stream, so you don't have to worry about that. Just conjecture away. You don't need notes. Just tell me what your thoughts are and what he believed in and things of that nature.
You're asking me for a very large subject, really, aren't you? Okay, somebody that was born during
Your
was
mic's,
brought up during the creation of modern.
your mic's kind of screwing up.
I can't do anything about
Okay.
that. But carry on, yeah. Anyway, well then,
You want me to go ahead and
yeah.
just
Well then,
okay? So
carry on. Continue.
now the weird thing that I found out about Friedrich Nietzsche when it comes to the Romantics, okay, is like he absorbed some of the romantic passions and the aesthetics that go with it, but he also fiercely criticized like the sentiment and stuff like that. He promoted like a hard, lucid, confrontational kind of reality of existence. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's really weird how that worked out with him. Now, your mic seems to be really.
Yeah.
Your mic seems to really be screwing up bad, dude. Like you'll start talking and it'll just start freaking out. Okay, try it again. Okay.
Again, I can't do anything about that.
You sound good so far. You said something about contradictory.
Yeah, he's a bit of a person of sort of. Yeah, he's got a bit of a contradictory sort of.
Huh?
Sort.
Now, for me,
my mind was.
well, for me personally, you know, his views were really ambivalent, basically, and they were contradictory at times. You know what I'm saying? This is something that was really weird when it came to Jean-Jacques Rousseau because he did comment on him, and it was weird because I've never heard Nietzsche ever freaking say that he admired somebody and then criticize him like he did Rousseau. You know what I mean? But he did both. He admired and criticized Rousseau. He saw him like as a pivotal figure when it came to the development of modern European thought. You know, and that right there kind of shows me how Rousseau even seduced Nietzsche. You know what I mean? And that's basically what it was, because if you really read into what Rousseau was about, he jumped on board the whole idea behind classic liberalism, but then he started taking a turn when it came to stuff like child rearing and then private property. You know, he didn't feel.
I was just going to say, you can admire somebody and still criticize them. The two things are not mutually exclusive.
Well, I think it is when it comes to Rousseau. I think I think you either have to admire him or you have to hate his guts. There's no.
Criticism and hating somebody's guts are two different, not necessarily the same thing.
Well, I mean, that's. I don't know.
I
That
mean,
could
like,
be.
there are a lot of people I admire, but I'm still critical of them.
That's pretty European of you.
So if you admire somebody, you worship the brand that they want, they walk on.
Well, in today's world, yes, that's exactly.
Very sort of black and white, very sort of.
Yes, that's a more realist kind of point of view, I guess you'd say. So yeah, I mean, in modern times in today's world, yes, that's exactly what you should do. Like if you admire somebody, you should worship them.
So if you admire somebody, you've got no criticism of them at all. Everything they do is wonderful.
Well, you have to go back to the last episode we were talking about when we were talking about the revolution in France. Okay, there's no tolerate. You cannot tolerate dissent. Okay.
Okay.
You see, so with that in mind, and Rousseau, you have to understand that, like, yes, there can be no dissent. You know what I mean? And that could be another reason why Nietzsche actually admired Rousseau too. But I haven't found him actually making a comment on anything about dissent. I seen that on what's his name, the dude, I forgot his name again, Robin something, the guy that was
okay. Joe Rogan talking about Nietzsche?
No, what's his name, the guy that was involved in the French Revolution. We were talking about him yesterday.
Oh,
Robespierre or some Robespierre.
Yeah.
Robespierre. Now, he was the one who really, I would almost bet that Nietzsche actually admired him because of the way he spoke of revolution and the way Nietzsche was, you know what I mean? Because he was really, really, he was pretty hardcore when it came to a lot of his beliefs. And Robespierre was known to quote Jean Rousseau too. I don't even know how to properly say his name.
Robespierre. Yeah, but yeah, we know what you mean.
Like John, however you say Rousseau's first name. It's supposed to have like two N's and an E, so I don't even know how to properly pronounce that. Jonet or Jane Jacques Rousseau. So, and
yeah. No, that's John. Yeah.
John.
Yeah.
Now, like I was saying, Nietzsche both admired and criticized Rousseau. He saw him as a pivotal figure in the development of modern European thought. Now, this was especially so when it came to concerns about morality, individuality, and the origins of society. You know, now where their philosophies did diverge, they diverged in key ways. But even though they did diverge, Nietzsche did acknowledge Rousseau's profound influence on European intellectuals and their intellectual life. You know what I mean? He viewed Rousseau as a powerful force behind the rise of how do you say that word? Egalitarianism? Egalitarianism is what it was, I believe. You mentioned it earlier, and and like also he was real big on like the idolization of the common man. You know what I mean? And you'll see um, a lot of that when it comes to that period where it was about the common man. You know, and that was pretty much the rise of socialism, where they wanted to focus on the common man rather than you know what we've been discussing about like freaking pan-Slavic beliefs in like supernatural or romanticism, even like supernatural deities, gods, and church and religion and stuff like that. Does that make any sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Again, the utilitarianistic viewpoint.
Yeah. You seem to have problems with it too, but you said it a lot better than I did, man. It just
Utilitarianism. As in, yeah.
for me it's just a really really hard word to freaking say. You know what I mean? It's like, and
Utilitarianism. You want?
now, like I said, he did picture him as a powerful force, but he often connected Rousseau with like cultural and philosophical movements that exalted sentiment and democratic morality over aristocratic or heroic values. That's something else that aristocratic and heroic values is something that we're going to be getting into. Like that's something that whenever you get into like having a monarchy, that's kind of like what believing in the monarchy is about, is that aristocratic kind of value. You know what I mean? They also believed that the king was had divine privilege because he was a direct connection to God. And that kind of goes all the way back to the beginning. Even during ancient history, they believed that. You know what I mean?
Mm.
That
goes back to the point I made last week about the monarch being the sort of spokesperson for the God's representative on earth.
Mm-hmm.
And much like the Catholic sort of belief where the Pope is the representative of God in the Catholic Church.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like a kingship kind of, or a hierarchical kind of setup, where you have to go through this or this or this different stages or some shit. You know what I mean? Aristocratic. When it comes to that, they're talking about kings, and like the Catholic Church, it would be the Pope, things of that nature.
Even though that King Charles III has stated that he's the defender of all faiths, which is a bit bizarre, but in my opinion, but from a historical point of view, he's the defender of the Church of England, and therefore the Church of England represents of the Anglican Church concept of God's representative on earth.
I would actually believe that too, especially with the first season where we were talking about Ireland and those foster kids. Did you realize like every one of those, I guess, institutions had the Queen as their their freaking patron. deity, kind of like, you know what I mean? The patron saint, queen, so and so. You know what I mean? I don't know if you remember that or not, but
Saint. I wouldn't go the monarch a saint. Don't think any monarch
well, I mean,
I've
it
been
was.
researching this, but I don't think there hasn't been any sort of. In fact, is saints are not are not in the Anglican Church.
Well, I mean that.
Yeah, saints are Catholic.
Well, we'd have to check that out. It's in the first episode or in the first season when we did it. And I can check it out later because, I mean, I do remember that we were talking about the foster care system during the last part of the series and about that one guy who lost his kids because he didn't have his wife with him and they got sent to the foster care system. And then I went and I checked it out, and it actually went even deeper. Like they started coming up with this crazy stuff about Satan worshiping happening within the freaking foster services and shit. You remember that?
Just barely.
Yeah, it was really weird. I thought it was, at least. But yeah, I'll check that out because that was one thing that really stuck out to me when it comes to that. Now the weird thing about Nietzsche too is Nietzsche also believed that Rousseau helped foster a worldview that made weakness appear virtuous and humility seem more noble than strength. You know what I mean? Now this for Nietzsche was a dangerous reversal of natural order, and natural order was something he was real big into. You know what I mean? The natural order, and he felt that it was one that contributed to what he called the slave morality that dominated modern Europe. He believed that it was a slave morality, and for me, when I first heard that, it kind of rung out to me the word Malcolm X. You know what I mean? Because believe it or not, I actually did do research on Malcolm X, and I gotta tell you something. Malcolm X, actually, you can tell that he studied Nietzsche because of this terminology. You know what I mean? The slave mentality or morality. Malcolm X called it mentality, but Nietzsche called it the morality, slave morality. Yeah. And I really did enjoy actually a lot of the stuff Malcolm X talked about because he did his research. You know what I'm saying? And I think this is kind of where he got the ideas from. I'm almost certain this is where he actually pulled his information on. It's also strange how people viewed him when it came to the civil rights movements and stuff like that. You know what I mean? How he was pretty much shunned because of what he had to say. And that's the same way that happened, or the same thing that happened with Nietzsche too. You know, people didn't accept him. He was probably one of Europe's most hated men, to be honest with you, during that time period. You know, do you agree with me?
I'm not sure. Like I said, Germany was going through a weird, or was going through a transformative sort of situation at the time. Again, we're talking about the creation of modern Germany. We're talking about the Bismarck sort of changes.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me also point out too, though, even though he said that, freaking Nietzsche also did credit Rousseau as a figure with like great passion, authenticity. He had to, he felt that he had a kind of raw psychological honesty. Uh, and the one thing I think that really stuck out to Nietzsche that made him like him so much was Rousseau's willingness to challenge social conventions. You know what I mean? Especially the ones that were artificial, that were created, like government, the way freaking people should be governed, things of that nature. I think that's probably um,
Yeah. Again, we are talking about a time where the modern concept of national governments in a lot of Europe was being molded, were being molded, were being formed.
mhm. Well, I mean, I know Nietzsche was into like deep human emotions and stuff of that nature too. Like he wasn't just about like um, being rebellious and stuff. He was real big on that. And if you pay attention to what Rousseau wrote, first of all, he's French, you know, and these French people, they have a way of writing things all pretty and
Nietzsche?
shit.
Sorry, Nietzsche was German.
German.
What?
And well, I mean, you know, a German listening to a French person write poetry, poetic words. So you know he fell in love with the poetic French style of writing. I could almost bet that, considering he's from Germany and stuff. But I could see that. Also, like the thing about Rousseau is like Rousseau also exposed the hypocrisies of civilization. You know what I'm saying? And he'd also, I mean, it was kind of like he was forcing Europeans to freaking like discuss the tension between nature and society, basically. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things when it comes to society that freaking is just completely bogus. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? When
Sort of.
you know, like, well, for one thing, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you sit, you look at the Constitution here in the United States. You know, if you look at it for face value, you'd think, oh man, the Constitution is just the greatest thing in the world. You know what I mean? But the truth of the matter is there's a lot of things that actually took place that wasn't so cool. You know what I mean? And I've mentioned it before. But if you didn't do the research, you'd never know about it. You know, like the Constitutional Convention was actually done in secrecy so that the rest of the people here in the United States didn't know about it. You know, and there was a reason for that. It was because the majority of people who believed in the United States wouldn't have agreed with some of the stuff that was drawn up on the Constitution, you know, um, and that's the reason why George Mason and the Anti-Federalists walked out of the convention because they wanted the Bill of Rights, you know. There was nothing in there to protect people's private property. There was nothing that protected their right to bear arms, things of that nature. These were all left out of the Constitution, and they left vague mentions of what our rights were, which now everybody talks about. You know, like because it talks. We've discussed it about sovereignty and God-given rights, but people who followed George Mason's camp wanted it in writing, you know, which is also another bad thing. it's just two different sides of the coin, and both of them are pretty bad. And like all I'm trying to say is, if you looked at the Constitution and you didn't research into all that stuff, you'd say, "Oh man, this is great stuff." You know what I mean? But you're not going to learn things like what I just said, or the fact that people who were poor couldn't vote until Andrew Jackson was president. You're not going to hear about that. You know,
Mm.
so even though even though it had its problems, what I always say is, like, the constitutional government is probably the best thing we've got going for us. It's not perfect, but it's better than some of the other alternatives. You know what I mean? I don't know if you'd agree with that or not.
I don't know. It depends on which alternatives you're talking about.
We're talking about socialism, communism. Um, what else we got? Monarchism. We could go back to the empirical rule with fiefdoms. What do you think? You think we should do that?
Could do. Again, socialism in its. Again, it depends on how far you want to push this. Socialism itself is not necessarily a bad idea, but again, if you're going to go into extreme socialism, so Nazism, communism, technocratism, can be a bad thing.
Well, the thing of it is it's, well, okay, like with Nietzsche, okay, when it comes to individualism, what Nietzsche saw Rousseau as was like a precursor to the idea of the individual in revolt, and that was an archetype that Nietzsche admired. Now, when you hear the individual in revolt, that's another code word for freaking um, that's kind of radicalism. You know what I mean? Now, radicalism in Europe wasn't the same as radicalism in the United States when it comes to Andrew Jackson, because he was a radical. But it seems like his form of radicalism was a lot softer than what it was in Europe. You know what I mean? Because here Andrew Jackson, if it wasn't for him, we would never have, as a poor person, we would have never been able to vote. It would have always been the rich man, and they set that up on purpose because they felt that by allowing poor people to vote, it would allow a rich man to influence votes through money. You know what I mean?
Arguably, you've already got that in the US. You still got that in the US.
Well,
In the US, there is no spending caps on electioneering, unlike in majority of European countries. In the UK, yeah, there definitely is a spending cap. Also, isn't it just inevitable that you're going to have poor people that are not free men? They're the sort of richer upper class going to vote sooner or later, because again, you could make the same argument about people of color not being able to vote, or
that's actually
women not being able to vote.
That's actually true. You know what I mean? Because, like, like I said, the Constitution wasn't perfect, and like at first it was only the white United States American who was able to vote, rich white American, and then it became
Actually, technically, it wasn't white. and Americans was just people, landowners. So you could still be can be a landowner.
Rich landowners. Yeah, that's a better
Yeah,
way of saying
yeah.
it. And then I believe black people were actually allowed to vote before the women, but the only thing that held them back was the Jim Crow laws. So, like, if you were a black man in the northern part of the country, you could vote. But if you were in the South, Jim Crow laws prevented you from voting.
Yeah, but in the southern part of the US, how many black people were landowners?
Well, that's the thing, man. They did have.
So it's not necessarily an issue of race or color. It's per se it's a issue of class. This is the issue I always find with the modern concept, especially in the US. It seems like the US seems to ignore the point of class and look at everything from a sort of race or color sort of point of view. Where in reality, I think the argument should really be focused upon classism.
Well, it's really odd when it comes to if black men with properties actually were able to vote in the South or not, because like there were people who did own freaking property. There were actually black men who did have slaves. Okay, I mean, the guy who invented peanut butter, George Washington Carver, I believe his name was. He actually freaking owned slaves, and he was a black man. But did he vote? Don't know. I haven't been able to find out.
Did he have the ability to vote rather than did he vote? See,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a good point. You know, so and the reason why black people in the North were even able to vote in the first place was because of what we had discussed before about the Ivory Coast and England banning or abolishing slavery and making it illegal for anybody to export slaves out of Africa through the Ivory Coast. They were very influential when it came to the northern parts of the states. You know what I mean? So you had that going on, and then that's when the abolishment of slavery here in the United States started taking place. So you had that influence happening right there. Now, this actually has to do with like radicalism. So you know what I mean? That this is a form of radicalism that was taking place here in the United States. But also you need to understand, like, radicalism was actually taking place over in Europe as well. You know what I mean? This was starting to take on a new form because you had Romanticism, and then you had realists, the realist movement and the Romanticist movement, and radicalism, which culminated into these kind of things, these kind of factions, where you had two different worldviews that were colliding with one another. And they're both what would eventually become negative aspects of what we have now, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? So you had one aspect that followed Karl Marx, who was very, very methodical, very, very, like, when you hear Karl Marx, you think Marxism, you think communism, you think socialism. But people don't really understand what that's all about. That's actually about freaking the economy. That's about people freaking wearing the same clothes and doing the same stuff. And, like we were talking about in the last episode, you walked in line and you did what you were told to do. You didn't own your own house. Somebody gave you a house according to the size of your family. You know what I mean? Um, Everything was equally passed out according to the needs of the many and not the needs of the few. That's
was still saying um, to each of the world.
to each their own.
Yeah, I can't remember the full quote.
Now, Nietzsche accused Rousseau of paving the way for what he saw as a democratic and leveling ideology that prized sameness over greatness. Okay, rather than greatness, Nietzsche felt Rousseau believed in sameness. You know what I mean? Like, because if you remember when we were talking about Rousseau felt that if it was egotism, you know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't dress like a beautiful woman in expensive clothes because that was all about the ego. You know what I mean? Everybody should dress like homely little girls on the farm. You know what I mean? They shouldn't put makeup on or wear beautiful dresses because that was just ego talk.
Of course, yeah. So I just remember the quote. Yeah, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs.
Mm-hmm. Right. Now, Nietzsche associated Rousseau's ideas with the French Revolution and with moral language of equality and fraternity. All right. Now, I don't know. When it comes to fraternity, I don't know exactly how Nietzsche felt when it came to fraternity. Like, that's a touchy subject. I don't really know if he agreed with it or if he disagreed with it. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever heard?
This goes back to the concept of the French Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. Now I don't know what his idea when it comes to fraternity is. Now he may now equality. I don't know about that either. Now, when you come to equality, that's a whole different area of freaking debate too. Like, it gets really, really crazy there. But I don't really know what Nietzsche would have thought about this. I I know that I know that what he did feel was that he felt that this French Revolution was was about values, and it celebrated the masses at the expense of the exceptional individuals. You know what I mean? So I know he felt that way. Um, Now, in this light, Rousseau appeared as a spiritual ancestor to like modern ideologies that Nietzsche loathed. You know, um, he felt that those weakened the instinct of power, excellence, and the noble distinction. Basically, like if you read Nietzsche, you'll hear his theories on the hero. You know what I mean? He was about the noble hero, and that is eventually what the Nazis manipulated into their beliefs and created their idea of like the perfect Aryan. You know what I mean? That was something he did believe in, this noble distinction, basically. You know what I mean? So,
Mm.
and what Rousseau was um, also saying, Nietzsche loathed. So he had that conflict going on there. You know, he admitted that he was uh, very, very important to European thought, but at the same time, there were things that he loathed. You know, and Nietzsche never dismissed Rousseau entirely. He actually didn't. He respected Rousseau's uh, capacity to like provoke radical thinking and stuff, and he was real big on human nature and morality too. So at times Nietzsche suggested that Rousseau, despite his role in promoting what Nietzsche saw as democratic illusions, was nonetheless a deeply noble spirit who suffered from the contradictions of modernity. You see, I read that and I felt that was a load of shit. You know what I mean? Like you'd never hear frickin' Nietzsche saying something suffered from the contradictions of more modernity. You know what I mean? I think that's the one thing Nietzsche hated more than anything else is when people played the victim.
Mm.
He hated this whole victim mentality, which would take it back to the slave mentality kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's the one thing when I heard that or read that, I was like, no, that's not Nietzsche. Um, that's not Nietzsche at all. So
Mm.
like now, one thing I do think that frickin' Nietzsche did bring out when it came to Rousseau. Um, I believe that what he saw when he read Rousseau's writings was that they were more or less like confessions of a man who was wrestling with like the collapse of traditional values of that time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Because um, he knew that it was all coming to an end. Because it goes back to what we were talking about with religion and the Enlightenment and stuff of that nature. You know what I mean? Nietzsche was also the one, by the way, who wrote "God is Dead." You know what I mean?
Mm.
Which probably is the book that made him the most hated man in Europe, to be honest with you. And it's probably the most misinterpreted book as well, because he wasn't literally saying God is dead. He was saying that because of technology and science and all of that stuff. And you also have to remember, what was it? Survival of the fittest. What was that called again? I'm having a brain fart.
Darwinism.
Darwinism. Yes, that was probably the nail on the coffin. You know what I mean? And this was going on during the time of Nietzsche, and that was what he was discussing. You know what I mean? It was like a lot of the religious ideologies were just one at a time being just destroyed. You know, um, so whenever you freaking think of that book, you just remember that that was the kind of stuff that Nietzsche was talking about. He wasn't saying that God was literally dead. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, yeah. I change of a change of philosophy. No, not a change of philosophy, but a change of yeah, change of how people viewed their existence. The
now,
change of yeah, change of What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
That's fine. Now, if you really want to know a lot more about Nietzsche, first of all, Nietzsche rarely wrote lengthy, uh, focused criticisms on Rousseau, but throughout his works, especially in Beyond Good and Evil, also the Genealogy of Morals, and another one called Twilight of the Idols, he alluded to Rousseau. And that's in connection with the broader movement of European decline. And he felt that it was through the suppression of the will to power and again the celebration of weakness and virtue. Like he was really against celebrating weakness and virtue. I think that's one thing that Christianity, Christians actually had a problem with Nietzsche about too, because that's like one of their that's one of the things that they believe in the most. Actually, even the Jews, I believe, believed in that, didn't they?
Good point. Yeah.
It was and Nietzsche was against all that stuff. So, but he also, at the same time, he believed that Rousseau emphasized on like the natural goodness of man. But I personally think that contributed to the romanticism aspects. You know what I mean? Of the oppressed and the condemnation of strength and ambition and hierarchy. Like that's what I personally believe. I believe that when it comes to Nietzsche, that's what he saw. You know what I'm saying? Like
You say the natural goodness of man, but come from a Catholic sort of point of view, original sin. There is no such from the Catholic sort of viewpoint. There isn't a natural goodness because we are sinful from the beginning of life.
that's all of Christianity, to be fair. I mean, they believe that all of them do. Like man was born into sin. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not really just Catholics. It's all of Christianity believes that. you know, I remember.
And therefore, we need a guiding hand
Yeah.
to make us less sinful. May that be a church or may that be another power government.
Right. Now, Nietzsche, and this is just, this is just my take on it, but I believe that Nietzsche believed that freaking this whole goodness of man, it contributed to like the romanticization of the oppressed and the condemnation of strength, ambition, and hierarchy. Whereas like the natural goodness of man, which is something that is definitely something that Christians don't believe in. Nietzsche also believed that it was a bad thing too, is what I think, and I think that's probably where a lot of that's probably where Nietzsche and religion kind of go hand in hand. They agreed with it. You know what I'm saying?
Is that true for all Christian subsets? Because again, I'm thinking Catholics. Yeah, but the Anglo.
I don't really know, because like even when you go off to the sects, like you start checking out the Gnostics too. They believed that the entire body was sin. You know what I mean? It was dirty, and that to be free of sin, you have to be released from the physical body. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
I don't ever. I believe that spiritually, they believe that that we were good, but on a physical level, no, I don't. I don't think they ever believed that. They believe that we were born into sin physically. I really, I mean, to be honest with you, um, it's really interesting when you look at that stuff. So, yeah,
Mm.
maybe you can maybe you can find out some day or another. What do you think?
It's a complicated point.
Well, it's a good point. I mean, it really
Mm.
is. You know, so I mean, if you want to, at some point, we can come back to it.
Mm.
That's really the only important stuff when it comes to Nietzsche that I really wanted to bring up when it comes to him. Now, what I would like to do is to go back over the rise of realism in the 19th century because we kind of covered the basics, but I don't think we really hit it hard enough. You know what I'm saying? Because um, it's good to bring up the whole basic ideas behind romanticism and realism, but we also have to talk about realist thinkers and writers how they publicly criticize old traditions. You know what I mean? That they would point blank criticize old traditions, folklores, and long held beliefs, um, especially those that were rooted in religion, mythology, or like national legends. So I think that is something that we really should be talking about. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah.
Not.
Um,
I mean,
I mean,
go ahead.
mm, is there such a thing as national legends within the concept of the US?
Well, yeah,
Probably not, because the US is not old enough to.
George Washington, dude. You remember the apple or the
Okay, okay, yeah, 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 yeah.
George Washington was so honest, dude. Listen to
I
this.
mean, I was thinking of the sort of George and the Dragon sort of concept in British mythology compared to the
It's
King
one,
Canute mythology. That's the point out last in one of our chats.
right, and
Mm.
it's one and the same. Believe it or not, you don't want to hear how honest George Washington was, do you? Because I noticed how you kind of like kept talking. You don't want to hear it.
No, I'm just thinking that um, because the sort of age of Britain, England,
Mhm.
Britain, we've had time to manifest these concepts. Whereas in the US, whereas in the Americas, you haven't.
Well, I mean, we have actually. It's just, see, you guys are you're so like saturated with realist ideas. You don't really even comprehend what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's really entrenched into your way of thinking. You know what I mean? Like first of all, realism. Okay, the thing you have to understand about realism is they back in those days, they publicly criticized old traditions, folklore, and long held beliefs, as well as national legends. Okay, That's the first thing you have to understand. Um, and the reason for it was because they were concerned with truth. They also believed in material reality, human behavior. They were also um, big on economics and psychology. So those are the things that they played on. Okay, and many realists uh, believed that folklore and traditional beliefs were obstacles to progress. You know what I mean? Um, it was against it was an obstacle to progress, rational understanding, and the only thing that they really cared about was social reform. That was it. You know,
Mm.
you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's kind of the way. If you're honest with yourself and you look at the way things are, especially in England, man, that's the way it is. It's cut and dry. You know what I mean? Social reform. That's what it's all about. When you hear about
Mm.
that party you hate the most, the Labor Party, what's the one thing they're always talking about, dude? And why is it that they're always in power? It's because they're talking about that social reform, buddy. They're going to get it in
Since
there.
they have always been in power. In my lifetime, um, we've had, 3 Labour governments? Actually, in my lifetime, only 2. Yeah, 3 Labour governments. I was going to say 4 Labour governments, man. Probably. Actually, 5. Yeah, 4.
Mhm. Now, even though we are in the moment of talking about England and we also talked about the United States, we're supposed to talk about Europe. Okay, so um, I wanted to bring up Gustav Flaubert. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, again, rings a bell, but
You don't know him, do you?
it does ring a bell. But again, you are just pointing out a load of names and expect me to. I'm not a walking encyclopedia,
You should
funnily
be.
enough.
You should be. I mean, you know what? I've known you for freaking a while now, dude. You should be. This should, you know,
Uh,
this shit should be on the top of your head with all the other shit you've put me through, dude. You should know this stuff. You should know that.
my grey matter is only of a certain capacity.
Have you heard of Emile Zola?
Possibly.
Okay. Let me. First of all, Gustav wrote with sarcasm a lot about provincial mind and mocked like sentimentalism in a
Mm.
lot of his works. Then Zola was an advocate of scientific naturalism, and he wrote like vast narratives about hereditary. He wrote heredity, alcoholism, industrial exploitation, political corruption, stuff like that. Now his novels treated human beings as a product of environment and biology rather than as like spiritual or mystical or mythical beings. And he had
Hmm.
very little patience for mystical or folklore explanations when it came to human suffering. You know what I mean? So that's what these two were really about. After that, there's another name I want to ask you about. Now, you might know this because you are from England, and if you don't know this name, then you should be ashamed of yourself as an Englishman, as an Englishman with a teaching degree, nonetheless.
Degree. It's not really. Well, is it degree?
You have to. You said you were a substitute.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's technically a degree. It's a certification, but I'm not sure if it's a degree.
Okay, so you have certification. Okay.
Mm.
Do you know who Thomas Hardy was?
Okay, yeah, that name does ring a bell.
Okay, what do you think about Thomas Hardy?
Again, that name just rings a bell at this present moment. You should give me a list of these names beforehand, and then I can remind myself.
I did. It's just you didn't do your homework.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Well, I didn't give you the names of the A list. You know what I'm saying? These are the A list of the topic. I gave you an outline of the talking points, but I didn't.
You only
Yeah.
give me that.
Well, I wanted to hold off on Thomas Hardy to see if you could actually tell me something about him because this and I purposely left Charles Dickinson out, just so you know, and I did that for a reason because that's like the easy target. You know what I mean? When people start talking about realist, like let's just badmouth Charles Dickinson, which we can if you want to.
Dixon.
Charles Dickinson. Christmas Carol.
Yeah, that's not Dixon.
Dickinson. You are high on methamphetamine.
Sorry.
Charles Dickinson. which we can, but I mean,
Yeah.
But the thing that I wanted to point out about Thomas Harding is, as a realist, okay,
Dickens, not Dickinson.
Dickens, Charles
Dickens,
Dickens.
yeah.
Right. Okay, I see what you were going after.
Yeah. You confused me.
Okay. I don't even know why I said Dickinson when it's Dickens. But now Thomas Hardy, better get those names right, Hardy. Now the thing about him is like he portrayed a lot of rural communities where they were portrayed as like superstitious. And
this is in the Livingston logo.
yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Now and he also wanted to like make it out to where like old customs like still shape these people's lives. You know what I'm saying? And that they were superstitious. Now he never really attacked like these traditions directly, but he also presented it like with some kind of tragic realism. You know what I'm saying? And this was supposed to show like how these beliefs could lead to like suffering or social failures and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Have you ever heard of a book called Tess of the D'Urbervilles or Urbervilles of the Urbervilles? Huh?
Are you sure you got that name correct?
Yes, Tess of the Urbervilles. It's D exclamation point Urbervilles. Now, see, what he did here in this novel is he basically examined the ruin of a young woman who was caught.
Yeah. Okay. I understand where you're coming from. That carry on.
She was caught between Victorian morality and social expectations. Okay. Now, what he was trying to do is make clear that inherited beliefs or he was trying to make clear, like the whole thing about inherited beliefs, purity, honor, and fate could could be like oppressive or and unjust. So trying to trying to slut shame that poor little girl was just horrible, and it was unjust and oppressive to Thomas Hardy. So, what do you think about that, man? Think there's any? Huh?
Um, sorry, my brain's a bit flat at the moment.
So that's basically realism. You know what I'm saying? Whenever people that are pushing this whole thing where it's unjust or it's oppressive for you to call somebody out because they're doing something that is impure or dishonorable. Um, you know what I mean? It causes oppression and being unjust and stuff like that. So, do you think that that's actually something that's become an issue today by any chance? Sound familiar?
what concept?
Well, I mean, slut shaming.
Okay.
What would happen in today's world if you actually went out and slut shamed somebody in
Depends
public?
on what. Yeah, it depends. I was going to say it depends on the individual.
Huh?
And again, depends on who the individual is, and depends on what the people you're speaking to.
Okay, if it was a bunch of kids that was around you, they would probably throw freaking tomatoes at you and shun you until you disappeared from view. Because
Again, depends on the individual you're shaming.
now, realism, okay, challenged the authority of the past and questioned whether old ways of thinking could truly address the problems of the present. That's what realism did. Okay. Now, in France, realism was particularly vocal in their rejection of romantic nationalism and Catholic tradition. In Russia, the realist movement included figures like Ivan Turgenev, Leo Tolstoy, and Fyodor what is it? Dostoevsky is it's. I always have a hard
Okay.
time. And Dostoevsky. Um, Now these guys, their big deal was they were always examining the tensions between modern scientific thought and old religious and aristocratic values. That was what they were big on. Now in Germany, philosophers like Ludwig Feuerbach and later Karl Marx criticized traditional religion, particularly Christianity, as a source of illusion and control. So, what's your thoughts on that?
Illusion. Very. I'm not sure if it's a Christian concept itself. I mean, I'm thinking of back in the Reformation, back in actually back in the concept of Henry VIII, where there was a separation between Catholic philosophy and Christian or Anglo Protestant philosophy, where the
Start all over.
illusions of Christianity was the
Start.
illusion of Christianity was removed or mitigated.
Yeah, and I believe that's
Yeah.
as a result of realism, most likely. Like it,
Mm.
you know, and I believe that's what Nietzsche was talking about when he was saying that God is dead, and then like the Romanticist movement, you know, they believe that what the Enlightenment and realists were actually doing was they were making these beliefs and everything, you know, just the world like a cold mechanical freaking function, basically. You know what I mean? Um, and that's when you say that, that's what I kind of think of. You know what I mean? Like they actually achieve that.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you said before about England being more of a it's more of a custom to go to church and be religious than what it is to actually be religious and go to church and believe in God and actually have, you know, have a true belief system. It's like a function, you know what I mean? We must go to church, you know, kind of thing. That's what really sticks out to me whenever you said that. So yeah, I think I just wanted to expand on that.
Mm.
Now, Feuerbach argued that theology was simply anthropology in disguise, that humans had projected their own nature onto a divine being and had lost themselves in the process. Marx, building on this idea, claimed that religion was the opiate of the masses, a tool used by ruling classes to maintain control over the poor. For Marx and many other realists, folklore, religious belief, and national myth were not innocent stories, but ideological weapons used to justify inequality and stifle change. You got any thoughts on that so far?
Yeah, I've got faults, Foreman, but they are Foreman.
You got what?
I've got faults, but they're sort of in formation.
You're trying to gather it in your head correctly before you say it.
Yeah. In effect.
I got you. Well, I mean, you heard Karl Marx. I already know freaking, you know, there's parts of your brain just firing off right now, dude. You're like, the wheels are turning, dude. Okay, now, this critical attitude extended beyond religion into national identity and the romanticized histories of different people. Okay? Many realist historians began to abandon heroic narratives of kings, saints, and divine destiny, and instead wrote about the daily lives of workers, the development of laws, and the economic forces that shape society. Now, in doing so, they often undermined myths that were deeply cherished by nationalists or traditionalists. Okay. This shift in focus from the noble and the sacred to the common and the secular was one of the most defining features of the realistic age. So whenever, like you see, we'll do a little bit of art and everything. So like when you see when you see paintings that portray, the poor worker sitting out in the field, picking a freaking watermelon or fruit or vegetable, or the farm where it shows the farmer, you know, doing farm work or something like that in paintings. That's what that is. That's the realist interpretation of art. You know what I mean? Instead of focusing on these other things, they're focusing on um, they're focusing on the working man. And, you know what I mean? Does that make
Mm.
sense?
Mm.
That's basically what they did. So you still trying to articulate. Now I understand
Uh,
that was the defining feature when it comes to the realist age. Okay. Now during the 19th century, there was significant tension between realists and believers in pan-Slavic folklore. Okay. Now, particularly in Eastern Europe and Russia. Now, this is where we start going from what we've been talking about that you really don't know much about, which I kind of understood you wouldn't, because most people don't really do that much research into like the whole thing between romanticism and realist, and they don't connect the dot there, or the dots there. You know what I'm saying? But it did play a significant role because it spills over to the Pan-Slavic folklores, and that is really what created a lot of the issues that we had during the 20th century up until now. You know what I mean? So during the 19th century, like I said, there were a lot of tension between the realists and the Pan-Slavic folklore. Um, Now, this wasn't just literary disagreements. This had to do with deeper cultural and political conflicts, um, and it had to do with national identity, historical memory, the role of myth when it comes to like shaping society. Um, Now, the rise of realism challenged a lot of the foundational ideas that Pan Slavists and other romantic nationalists held dear. You know what I mean? Um, their idolization of like a shared Slavic past, which was really rooted in legend. Um, it also had a lot to do with rural purity and also Orthodox mysticism. You know, there was a lot of that was going on when it came to Pan-Slavism, and realists were really speaking out against it and criticizing it, which caused a lot of tension between the Pan-Slav and the realists during that time. Now, Pan-Slavism as a movement, it emerged in response to pressures of westernization. Also, it had to do with modernization. Um, they also had an issue when it come to foreign domination, especially in regions that were under rule of the Austrian, Hungarian, and the Ottoman empires. Those two areas sound familiar to you?
of course.
You know, this is what played the key part in what we would eventually call World War One and World War Two. Okay,
Oh,
this is
mainly World War One.
what we refer to. I'm not now. Later on, I can go through that because I have an issue with the terminology World War. Okay, like that's a load of shit. It's just, you know how you always talking about commercialize or commercialism and branding.
Hmm.
That's what World War was. That's a load of shit. Okay,
Well,
there.
it was still a war that affected the entire world, or majority of.
Well, they go off of the idea that all of these countries were allied with either the Allies or the Axis. Okay,
Mm.
but when you go historically and look back, you'll find out that there were just as many wars before these wars
Hmm.
that had just as many allied countries involved as World War One and World War Two. You see what I mean? But they portrayed these two wars as being the most horrific wars of all time, dude. You know, when in
Yeah.
fact there were a few of them just before that. You know.
Based on the number of casualties.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how you measure it.
Yeah. Well, we can. I'll tell you what. We can get into that one in the next episode and discuss that because it is actually an interesting topic, and I can actually start that out when we start getting into the more modern conversation about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe that is something people need to be aware of. This goes all the way back to the Spanish succession.
Yeah, I was just thinking you could argue that the Napoleonic War was a world war. You could argue that the Spanish,
I
British conflict, Spanish, Portuguese, British conflict war, it was a world war.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I accidentally got, or I had to hit refresh to get back to it because Rumble
Mm.
decided that we were like doing too much talking and they needed me to go. They said, "You're out of here, buddy." You can hear me, right?
Yeah, you just sort of was muffled for just a couple of seconds.
Okay, good. Now, the thing um, about the pan Slavism is it was both a cultural and a political ideology, and its aims was to unite all Slavic people based on shared language, heritage, and spirituality. Okay, this is where you start. Well, first of all, you got to remember this shared language, heritage, and spirituality, because this later evolves into something that we'll be discussing again later on, especially when it comes to shared language. I wanna talk about the blocks that were put on Germany just before World War II, and this is very very important when it comes to shared language. Okay. Um, its champions often turn to folklore, mythology, and ancient customs to recover a sense of unity and authenticity. They collected peasant songs, heroic epics, and tales of ancient warriors, and framed these stories as living links to a glorious and broken national tradition. So that uh, that is what they basically did. Now, this emphasis on folklore wasn't just nostalgic, okay? For many Pan Slavics, it was the emotional and moral foundation of political nationalism. Folklore was seen as a true voice of the people, uncorrupted by foreign influence or intellectual elitism. It stood in contrast to the institutions of empire, capitalism, Western liberalism, which were all viewed as alien to the Slavic identity. So, in this worldview, myth and tradition were not distractions from reality, but expressions of a deeper historical truth. Okay. You got anything you want to say so far?
Again, I've got a lot of things, but I can put into words as such for this present moment.
So the peasant, the hero, and the mystic became central figures in a vision of national rebirth for these people. Okay, realists found this approach problematic. They rejected the romantic glorification of the past and questioned the authenticity of the so-called national soul preserved in folklore. Many realists saw these stories not as expression of deep truth, but as simplistic fantasies that concealed the harsh realities of rural life, political oppression, and economic inequality. They accused pan-Slavic romantics of indulging in myths while ignoring the suffering of real people. Now, realism sought to expose poverty, corruption, social stratification, and the often brutal dynamics of power that shaped everyday life. This conflict came to a head in the literary and intellectual scenes of Russia, Poland, and other Slavic nations. Okay, so this is where Russian writers like Ivan Turgenev and Leo Tolstoy come into play, where they portrayed the rural peasantry not as like noble saviors of the national spirit, but as human beings who were struggling under ignorance or exploitation and stagnation and stuff of that nature. Now, their work actually stood in stark contrast to the romantic nationalism of what they called Slavophiles, who idolized the Orthodox peasant as like the embodiment of Russian virtue. Okay, so you've got that going on too, like the Orthodox peasant. They pictured him as like the embodiment of Russian virtue. So a poor peasant girl working on the farm was like Russian virtue. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And they wanted to show a contrast where they were ignorant people who were being oppressed, subjugated, basically. So, in Slavic Central Europe, similar tensions did play out. In places like Bohemia, Slovakia, and Serbia, pan-Slavic intellectuals worked to preserve national epics and reconstruct mythological histories, often with the goal of political unification or independence. But meanwhile, realist writers and thinkers called for attention to like contemporary social issues, urban poverty, and the need for secular education and reform. Now, these conflicting approaches created a persistent divide between those who looked backwards for inspiration and those who insisted on confronting the realities of the present. At times, this conflict became political. Governments that aligned with pan-Slavic ideas used folklore and religious traditions to reinforce national unity and suppress dissent. Now, this is where you come into Rousseau. Okay, we go back and we look at the way Rousseau was. and how he believed about how he believed about the peasant life and living in a smaller town and things of that nature. And then that other guy, I hate saying his name, the one with the French Revolution, and his thoughts on dissent. Okay, dissent was not tolerated. Okay, so they use this to suppress dissent. And this is what I'm talking about. This is like the culmination of what we eventually would call socialism. You know what I mean? It's a mix of both romanticism as well as realism. Um, this has been pretty interesting for me from the time whenever I first started doing research on this until now. You know what I mean? Because I've actually started learning a lot about it, and like it's not just about radicals. It's not just about um, romanticism or realism. It's kind of like a culmination of all of it into one. Uh, what would you call that? An amalgamation
Mm,
of
I was
this.
going to say philosophy, but it's multiple philosophies, isn't it? Oh,
Yeah, like
well, yeah, a overarching philosophy.
yeah. Now, now realists who criticize these narratives or oppose or exposed uncomfortable truths about national life. They were sometimes censored, they were exiled, or publicly condemned. In Russia, the Tsarist regime alternated between promoting romantic nationalism and repressing writers who depicted social decay or questioned state ideologies. This tension reached its peak in the later 19th century as revolutionary movements began to adopt realist critiques of power, while Pan-Slavics clung to cultural revival through myth and memory. Um, so this is where all of the culmination of revolution in Russia was taking place. You know what I mean? And it's like when you hear about the reds and the whites, you know, that's what that was all about. You know what I mean? You had the romanticists who believed, or the Pan-Slavics who believed in the past, you know, for inspiration. Where with the other ones, you had people believing that they needed to um, believe in be a realist basically, and worry about taking care of modern problems. You know what I mean? But it was all socialist beliefs, you know,
Mm.
which I find pretty interesting. So since you sat there pretty much the whole episode and didn't say nothing, dude, you need to say something because that's just disgusting, man.
That's not true. I have contributed.
A little bit.
Again, you are talking about such a wide-ranging, complicated.
Well, you can't blame it on the coffee no more, dude. Seriously, like it's been almost
Uh,
30 seconds. It'll be 3 hours that we started this.
okay.
So you're gonna have to say something, man, because I know you actually had thoughts during the whole time that I was doing.
I had, but at this present moment, my brain's a bit.
It hurt your brain to think, didn't it?
At this present moment.
But yeah, this is some of the crazy stuff. Like, you know how when people talk about like how hard it is for them to understand what actually took place during World War One and World War Two because of like the way history is portrayed. I think that it's hard for people to understand because like a lot of this information that I just did right here is information that's not being taught to people. You know what I mean? Because like I remember, even when I was younger, I would think about like a lot of that stuff, and it just did not make sense to me. And even later on in my 30s and 40s, when I started getting interested more in that time period, it was like, man, this stuff just does not make sense. And then when I finally buckled down and I actually did a deep dive into this stuff, it took me all the way back, you know.
This is verging on the more esoteric concepts rather than the idea of fighting for one's nation, fighting for one's beliefs. Yeah, you took a more esoterical.
Esoteric.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't go as much esoteric as what I would as the intellectual aspects. Like these were the intellectuals that were debating over these ideas, and they were like molding the way people thought. You know what I mean? And people just follow blindly, and they don't really pay attention to what they're actually doing or what they're saying. They just do what they're told, and they believe what they hear. You know what I mean? They don't really think for themselves. I haven't found too many people in real life who actually thinks for themselves. You know what I mean? It's like earlier when I was talking about church, you know what I mean? I could not imagine a world without church, because there are people who need church. If they weren't in church having a preacher tell them this is right and this is wrong, they would be out on the streets murdering people. You know what I mean? They literally need that support for somebody to say, look, this is right, this is wrong. You do this, good things happen. You do this, bad things happen. You know what I mean? And that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Just on a personal note, just being curious here, you've got a sort of Christian sort of upbringing or Christian philosophy, but you go to church. Do you go to church yourself on a regular basis?
I was raised on more of a Gnostic or agnostic belief
Yeah,
system.
same here.
Now,
my school life was more Christian CFA, but in a personal viewpoint, yeah, I was was more of an agnostic.
now with me, I have to bow down and say yes, I do have some realist points of view when it comes to religion. Okay, I don't support the actual Christian belief. I don't really support any kind of religious belief like Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism. I believe that there is something greater than me, because I don't have all the power in the world. You know what I mean? I can't go out and I can't freaking make a tree grow straight. You know what I mean? I don't have that power. I don't even have the power to convince another person to think the way I think they should think. And even if they did think the way I should think, they would still mess it up and do something that I didn't agree with. So I don't have that power either. You know what I mean?
Being on this actually Brave New World, everybody thinks exactly the same.
You know. Now, when it comes to God, there is a God, but I'm not Him. You know what I mean? That's basically the attitude I take. If there is a God, it's not me, and that's a form of humility. And you'll find that like these religious principles actually apply to everybody. If you know what I mean. I agree with spiritual principles. Religious principles are part of that. I do agree with them, but I don't agree with the actual religions. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't believe that a God who is supposed to be loving, caring, and forgiving would say, go out and murder people in my name. You know what I mean? I think that would be something that man would create in their their interpretation. They would say, well, we need these people to die, so we're going to say God said do it, and guess what? After you do it, you come back here, we'll give you a couple of Hail Marys, and you'll be forgiven for murder. Thou shalt not kill. They didn't say thou shalt not murder. It's okay to murder, it's just not okay to kill. See? So now we got semantics going on there.
Yeah.
So that's my take on it. You know what I mean? I personally don't agree with the idea of religions, organized religions. I don't agree with them. That's my stand on it. Now, that the other night on Jaffe's show, that one guy from Canada who's a psychologist, he mentioned people who were atheists have a tendency of having mental illnesses. Okay. Now, you would think that I would disagree with that and think that that was horrible to say. But from the research I've done, I can honestly tell you that he is right about that. And I'll bring good examples up. I'll bring a good example up. Darwin. We were just talking about him, right? Darwin wanted so much to have the approval of his colleagues who were religious scientists during his time period. But when he presented it to them, they gave him really, really a harsh critique of his findings because they knew what it meant, okay? Now, even though they did that, he still kept quiet about it, all right? He didn't say nothing. And he actually suffered a lot of mental illness as well as physical illnesses because he denounced religion. And the thing that set him off to where he denounced religion was when his daughter died. Okay, after being criticized by his colleagues, his daughter died, and that's when he just went completely against religion altogether. That caused a lot of problems with him. A lot of people don't know that he suffered from mental illness throughout his life. You know what I'm saying? And my take on that is that the reason for that was like for me personally, when I came to my beliefs and the way I believe, I had a really hard time with accepting being an atheist. That's why I don't call myself an atheist. It is because first of all, what they imply means that when you die, there's nothing. You're gone. It's over. You know what I mean? That's it. That's a pretty dark place to go to. In my opinion, that's worse than good versus evil. You know what I mean? Like, you're dead. It's over. That's it. Put you in the ground. Nothing else. And I think for a person who has been raised and molded into believing the Christian belief or the Buddhist belief or whatever belief it is, when you have that just embedded into your brain and then you go against it, it creates a psychological issue. You know what I mean?
But also on the other point of that viewpoint, having too much of a religious underpinning can cause psychological issues.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Religious people are crazy.
Some can be, that's to say.
I haven't found too many religious people that aren't crazy in some way. In some way or another. You know what I mean? And that's okay too, because it goes back to what I was saying. I could not imagine a world without churches, because people with mental illnesses rely on churches too. You know what I mean? They go there because they have serious problems and they need help. Um, so I have no problem with Christians being mentally ill and crazy. Just don't make me mentally ill and crazy as any more than what I already am. Um, that's just my take on it. But
Yeah.
so yeah, did that did that freaking answer your question, dude? I think that took about like what
Sort
20
of.
minutes.
Sort of. Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not saying there is a God. I'm not saying there isn't a God, but I'm safe about it. I learned that from AA. I was like, when I die, do I really want to be wrong?
Yeah. Either way. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And people say, oh, that's a horrible way of thinking. I'm thinking, nah, dude, that's actually the smartest way of thinking. And if you don't think that way, then you got problems, dude.
But if the atheists are correct, then when you die, who cares? You're not going to know anything about it.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying, dude? See the
Yeah.
perfection in that theory? But what if the Christians are right, dude? You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? You see? So don't mess up. Don't sit
You
there and call.
say the Orthodox Catholics are right, and you're going to, I don't know, find that you're going to have a fork shoved up somewhere in a fiery pit at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've learned to respect people because of their opinions and their views when it comes to religion. What to an extent. Like I'm not gonna like get too carried away with it. Sometimes I do go off on some of the religious stuff, but that's because I know how to discern things. You know what I mean? When I because you'll hear people who are religious that like to spout off a lot of hateful stuff just so they can like push their narrative. I'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? But when they do that, it makes me upset because freaking, you know, a lot of the stuff that people are pushing just isn't right. You know what I mean? They're talking about people who, I mean, they're talking about people like Jesus or Buddha. You know what I mean? Don't be pushing hate using spiritual people who are spiritual who are supposed to be doing good for freaking humanity supposedly. You know what I mean? I'm not even saying if that's real or not, but that's what their purpose was supposed to be for. You know what I mean? Don't be trying to spread hate in the name of something that's supposed to be good. I just don't.
You think some people's viewpoints are doing good.
Some people use Christianity to push hate. Some people use Buddhism to push hate. Some people use Hinduism to push hate. So that's where discernment comes into play. You have to learn how to discern what's real and what's not real. When you don't do that, you're going to fall for anything, and you're just going to fall in line, and you're not going to catch it until it's too late. All of a sudden you're just doing horrible things that your conscience can't live with, and life becomes unbearable. And that has to do with the fact that you weren't able to discern the true from the false. And educating yourself and learning all this cool stuff that only the hip kids who hang out in history class know about is the way of doing it. If it's boring to you, you know what that means? That means freaking you're a boring person. You know what I mean? That's all it means. I can take anything and become excited with it as long as I stay focused and I freaking learn. Learning is the most important thing in the face of this planet. And if you're not learning, then you're stagnant. Okay? That's what I really believe. There's no such thing as sitting still. You either move forward or you freaking go backwards. There's no sitting still. So you either have to move forward or you have to fall back. You start going backwards, and that's when things get bad. You know, that's the best knowledge I can give anybody. That's all I know. And no, I'm not gay. Just, I know. I'm saying all that shit, and I'm like, dude, freaking, you sound like you're gay as freaking a $3 bill. Like shit. Okay. I'm supposed to be mature during the show too, so I need to be very careful. Like I'm talking about serious intellectual stuff, and I start talking weird. I apologize to anybody listening. So, any final thoughts before we get off here? Because we're
talking about very sort of complicated and in a lot of cases hysterical sort of concepts. I think I'll leave it like that, really, to be fair.
Well, has anything that we discussed today kind of rung a bell on some of the things that you've seen going on?
Yeah, several things.
Okay, that's what's important, okay? Just realize that a lot of the stuff that everybody's saying is new and happening isn't really new and happening. It's, it's kind of like the same old story told by a different person. You know what I mean? Just as long as things kind of rung a bell, then that's all I care about, because it's like I said, people today need to hear this stuff. They really do. And if anything rings out where it sounds familiar about the things going on in your life, then check it out and learn about it, because this is stuff you need to know and you need to hear. That I really get annoyed with people who say, frickin', we need to just forget about the past and worry about the future. And then there's also the people who think frickin' NASA is a horrible thing. We shouldn't be exploring space. We should get into the internet and create cryptocurrency and work on this and work on that and have little bitty phones and shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's more important than exploration. You know what I mean? When we stop exploring, we're dead. That's it. Nothing else. You know what I mean? I mean, humanity has always looked for the next thing. You know what I mean? We've always explored. That's what we are. That's who we are. When we stop doing that, that's when we're dead. It's over. That's just my opinion. But I think it's a good one. So is that good? You think I ended it on a good saying where it's not all belligerent and crazy like I do on my other shows?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to say thanks to everybody who watched. Thank you, Mark, for being here. This is being streamed on Rumble, Twitch, Kick, YouTube. We aren't streaming on X anymore because I walked away from the X Pro subscription. It was doing nothing for us. And we are on DLive, but we're not on DLive today because it created issues. But usually I am streaming on there. If you like this stream, or if you like this, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section as well as in the chat section. We do appreciate comments, so leave us a comment, say hi, and with that, I'm going to say bye. You want to say bye, Mark?
Bye, Mark. And I just started.
All right, and I will see you guys later. You have a good night. I wanted to dive more into NVIDIA, and I wanted to talk about NVIDIA's A100s, A100 GPUs. Now, these are the GPUs that are used when it comes to the servers, like where these platforms have their servers that takes the stress off of your computer and puts it on them. Okay. Now, according to what I went over, it says that the NVIDIA A1600 GPU is what was being used, or GPUs is what was being used. So I wanted to kind of discuss that. Now, the NVIDIA A100 GPU is a high-performance accelerator designed for demanding workloads in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and high-performance computing. Now, it is part of NVIDIA's Ampere architecture and is widely used in data centers and enterprise environments. Now, I really did not go and check out Ampere architecture, the Ampere architecture, but I really should have. I did get a little bit of information about it, though. The key features for it is the Ampere architecture, and that's the A100 is what the A100 is built on, which is NVIDIA's Ampere architecture. It's supposed to offer significant performance improvements over previous generations like the Volta-based V100. It includes advanced features such as the tensor cores, and that's the third generation, and multi-instance GPU, which is the MIG. That's the multi-instant technology. So you have the MIG. Now, I did want to go further into the tensor. That's actually tensor cores are actually pretty interesting. I did grab some information on that, and I wanted to cover that in this episode. So that is one thing that I do want to go over. Now, when it comes to performance, the A100s are designed for massive computational skill or tasks. Now, the A100 delivers up to 20 times the performance of its processor for AI and HP workloads. It supports FP64, double precision, FP32, which is single precision, and TF32, which is tensor float, and mixed precision computing. Now, tensor cores, the third generation of tensor cores, they accelerate AI operations, including training and inference for deep learning models. They also supported a new format called TensorFloat 32, which is TF32, which improves throughput for AI workloads while maintaining accuracy. So not only are they freaking improving the throughput for AI workloads, but they're maintaining accuracy while they're doing it. So after that, let's talk about multi-instance GPU, which is MIG. Now, it's a single A100 GPU can be partitioned into up to 7 independent instances.
allowing multiple users or workloads to run simultaneous. This makes it ideal for shared environments or multi-tenant data centers. So basically, what that has to do is each instance is broken down, okay, into different tiers, basically. And I know I'm probably saying that wrong. It has independent instances, basically, is what it is. So it creates multiple workloads, no matter what it is. It could be multiple users or multiple workloads and stuff of that nature. So that's something that is actually pretty interesting when it comes to that. And it's like I said, I do want to go back over some of this and do it. It's supposed to also work with, it's supposed to be ideal for like shared environments or multi-tenant data centers. So that's something that I thought would be pretty cool. Now, its memory is equipped with 40 gigabytes or 80 gigabytes of high bandwidth memory, which is HBM2E. The A100 offers up to 2 terabytes of memory bandwidth, enabling it to handle large data sets efficiently. Now, these are supposed to be the high scale end GPUs too, so just understand that this isn't the kind of GPU that you would just go and put into your computer and run it off of that. These are pretty high end. Now, when it comes to scalability, it supports NVIDIA NVLink and NVSwitch for multiple GPU setups, which enables seamless communication between GPUs in large-scale systems. The scalability makes it suitable for supercomputing applications, and that would be stuff like handling the stress when it comes to latency, because you got to realize they're dealing with not just one user but a whole lot of users, so they have to do that on top of the AI and things of that nature. So this would actually be really, really good when it comes to scalability. And plus, what we were talking about with the multi-instance GPU, the MIGs, you know, that right there is what kind of impressed me when we went over this stuff, because when I first started doing the streams on this and going through this, I really wanted to hate cloud gaming, but the more I kept reading into it, the more I noticed that this really isn't that bad of a deal if it was actually real, you know what I mean? If they are actually given what they're offering, then yeah, this isn't bad at all, I don't think. So that's something that really stuck out to me. I don't know what anybody else's take on that is, but I've actually gone in and I looked at the data and stuff like that, and it was actually pretty good. I keep getting a bunch of spammers on Kick. This is like it is on Rumble, but it's pretty bad when they keep just coming in on your stream as well into the comment sections. Now, I don't see you're streaming a lot, but yeah, it's still not affiliated. Yeah, I guess I should be affiliated, whatever. So with all of that, you know, I'll go ahead and move on to the next subject. Scalability is what I just covered. Now I want to talk about the applications. Now that would involve AI and deep learning. Now that's supposed to accelerate model training and inference for applications like natural language processing, computer vision,
and recommendation systems. It's also supposed to be good with HPC, power simulations in fields like climate modeling, genomics, and computational fluid dynamics, things of that nature. Now, just so that I can keep you guys aware, we are still on the topic of NVIDIA A100. So with this, let me point out that I'm not just talking about gaming either. This is like applications where these GPUs can be put into play. So not only is it like deep learning and AI, but it's also with power simulations in fields like climate modeling, genomics, and computational fluid dynamics that it can be used in. Then you have data analytics, which it can be used in, which handles large-scale data processes for businesses, intelligence, and real-time analytics and stuff of that nature, which maybe that would probably be even a good way of implementing it into like security systems and stuff like that when it comes to computer security and preventing hackers from stealing data, things of that nature. It sounds pretty fast, to be honest. So after that, I want to also mention, the power efficiency of this. Now, the A100 is designed to deliver high performance per watt, which is supposed to be making it energy efficient for large-scale deployments. And that goes back to what I was talking about. Like, they're dealing with like millions and millions of people that are getting on these games. So these GPUs are set up inside of where the servers are, and their job is to take pressure off of these servers and be able to make it to where it can run efficiently and in a large scale. So that's basically what it's supposed to be doing. It's designed to deliver high performance per watt. So for every inch of wattage that it's using, it's going to be delivering, that high performance to the best of its ability, basically. Now, the common use cases, you get that in data centers. A100 GPUs are like a backbone for like modern data centers. It's supposed to enable like efficient AI and HPC workloads. So that's one area. Now you also have AI research, which it's widely used in like training cutting edge AI models for industries such as healthcare, finance, and autonomous vehicles, basically. I have, where it's vehicles that drive themselves, basically, like Tesla and all of that. So that's the one thing that you have when it comes to the common use cases. That's where this is being used at most of the time. It also supports large-scale analytics and real-time data processing. Like I said, and that's basically for like business operations. Now, the cost is basically what the limitations for this is. Now, the A1 is a premium product, and you have to remember that. And with it being a premium product for mostly businesses, the pricing reflects that, and it also reflects like its advanced capabilities and stuff of that nature. But mostly, you need to realize that this is for business. It's not for, like I said, sitting down and hooking it up to your computer. Now, if you think that you can use it on your computer, give it a try, see if it works. I don't know. But the cost is going to be a lot, so.
Let's go back in here.
This is the memory lane, they call it, in Shinjuku. And we're coming out on the other side.
This is in Osaka, right?
Yeah. No, I don't know for sure, actually.
Tan said he's coming into the chat in a second.
Yeah, okay. Well, we got the stream started up. I accidentally put it on mine's, or not on mine's, on on my YouTube. I put it on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. We've got 3 people watching at the moment, so I don't really want to break their hearts. It was supposed to be on my main channel. Share the love. Plus, this is cool stuff. I don't care what channel it is on. All I see is American, dude. I don't see no hot Oriental shit. Do you?
And Dan said he drank some Japanese beer yesterday, right? Lots of beer. I'm not sure if I drink Japanese things together.
This is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, this is kind of what I imagine Japan to be like. Yeah.
Freaking little China in Los Angeles was like this.
Hey, Sam.
Memory lane, they call it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Hey guys, actually, this video is from. Oh yeah, this video is from. This first video is from Tokyo.
Tokyo.
Yeah, this one is in Tokyo. It's in a little alley called Memory Lane, and we're coming out on the other side. This whole alley is full of pubs in not pub, but what do you call it? Like restaurants for drinkers.
Yeah, there we go.
How's it feel to be back in your home country? Yeah.
Inside there.
Could you imagine?
This is Osaka. This is Osaka. This is the underground mall in Osaka. It's like
Underground mall.
It's like the largest underground mall I've ever seen.
Japan so far.
Put the roof on that.
It's in the town district of Osaka called Namba. This is the above ground part of. This is the above ground part of it.
Oh wow! Got a Wendy's.
They have Wendy's and they have McDonald's. Can you believe? Also KFC. Can you believe?
Yeah, that's something else.
Yeah.
Like I didn't expect to see a Wendy's there.
I don't think I've ever been anywhere that doesn't have a McDonald's. It seems to be everywhere.
Yeah, but Wendy's, you know what I mean? Like I never.
Yeah.
But Wendy's International. I don't even like calling it a restaurant. You know they found a speaker in Philly, right?
We're back to the first video. It's looping, right?
Yeah.
All right, my the fifth video is finished uploading, so it should be. Maybe you already saw it.
I may have to get refresh to get it.
I think it may be already coming up. It's maybe automatic.
I accidentally put it on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which is fine with me, but it's not going to be on my main channel on YouTube.
Yeah, okay.
But on Rumble, it is on Live with Roger Hanson.
Hey, Tam, what's the weirdest food you saw over there?
Hookers.
What was that, Robot?
What's the weirdest food
you've seen over there so far?
Oh, what's the weirdest thing? That was the memory lane. Was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
In Shinjuku.
We went into a temple in Tokyo the other day, and people were walking around wearing kimonos. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, wow.
It's like it's a hot, blazing hot day. We were like dying of
on the other side
of dehydration. Meanwhile, people just casually walking along in their kimonos, like 3 or 4 layers of clothing.
Try, don't I?
Let me see if I have any.
Inside there.
See if I have any other videos to post up. I have.
This has got to be the longest underground mall we've seen in Japan so far.
Hey, Roger, maybe you could turn the sound of the video down a little bit.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, right.
Japan's live voice here.
I mean, I just have to be careful because if I do this, it'll mess everything up. And will never forgive me.
What do you mean? How bad can you mess it up?
Oh, you know me, dude. I can mess it up really good. You've been doing this with me for what, almost a year and a half, 2 years. You know I can mess it up.
You mean you're going through the whole stream without audio?
Yeah, that was embarrassing a few times. Okay,
so, Dan, what made you want to go to Japan?
What was that, Robert? You're a little.
Is my mic down too far or what?
Your mic is kind of noisy. You got not echo, but some sort of background echo or.
Now the odd part about all this is like the audio for the actual stream is going to be low when it comes to that. Like we're not going to be able to hear the audio goes down. You know what I'm saying? So
on the stream, you mean? Oh, okay. So then don't turn it down. Then.
Now what you have to do is right there where it says audio controls, the speaker thing. You can go in there and turn it down yourself, so you don't have to hear it.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I didn't notice that before. I'm on the laptop now, so I can see it, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna be when I'm mobile. I'm gonna be connecting from the phones.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Actually, it sounds a little better. I can hear you. We can hear you, Robot.
Okay. I just wanted to know why you decided to go to Japan.
Why? Yeah, that's a good question. It's my son's last year in high school, and my daughter. They both want to visit before one of them start university.
And we're coming out on the other side.
Because when they start school, they won't have any time to do long trips on summers.
It's not a bad idea.
For me, it's it's revisiting a place I stayed like 30 years ago.
Oh yeah.
You know, like I lived in Japan for a year before, and this Airbnb, we rented this whole house. It's like a 3-story cottage that belongs to the 7 dwarfs. That's how tiny it is. Yeah. But one of the bedroom is like it's totally one of the bedroom is Western style and the other one is Japanese style, which has like a bamboo, not a bamboo, it's like a not bamboo, what do you call it? Straw like floor. And then you basically sleep on the floor like the Japanese do. And then it reminds me of when I first arrived in Japan years ago. We did that same thing. So it's a good trip back to memory lane.
In the real sense, even I just walking down a street named memory lane. You're like, actually, they're doing. You can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run through, double check on the audio.
It's pretty hot out right now. I think.
Did you get to go to many museums or anything like that when you were there?
We just went to a shrine, but didn't go into any museum.
I'd love to see those ancient like samurai outfits and swords and stuff like that. That'd be pretty cool.
Red light district.
Well, yeah, there was. I think we kind of passed one of those districts
What
last night.
was it? What are they?
Well, I mean,
It's like
honestly,
it's like an alley stacked with massage parlors.
they're actually cool as hell to see. Dude. I mean, not just getting perverted, which we know I am, but like they are actually a pretty cool freaking thing to see.
Yeah. It looks like these are tourist areas, and it looks like everywhere you see the other videos that I was filming. It's like a strip mall kind of area, and most of them are like that. I went to Tokyo has a bunch of those, and now in Osaka we came out yesterday, and their touristy area is very similar.
What temperature is it over there right now? How hot?
Yeah, I was gonna check. So at least in the 30s right now, it must be.
That's 30 Celsius.
Like humid heat or dry heat?
It's a little icky. Yeah, it's 33 right now, Celsius.
Yeah. You're talking about
which
like
is about 90s Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's dry, but a little humid as well. But not too much, but you can feel feel the little bit of humidity for sure.
Man.
I think Singapore was probably one of the most humid places I've ever been in certain times of year.
Actually, let me switch over to the phone. I'm gonna walk out and give you guys a tour of this area where we're staying.
Now, once you do that, I'm gonna switch over to your phone and screen cap.
Yep.
Me.
Alright, I'm gonna leave this for now. I'll rejoin from the phone.
Alright.
He's gonna be coming back in with your phone real quick. Wonder why Mark's not coming in. Is he trying to stay intellectual and shit?
Yeah.
Come on, Mark. Get in here. You know you want to come in and talk about Japan. So it's actually, about 1 o'clock.
What is their national religion? Is it Buddhism?
What is their what?
Their national religion.
Oh God. It's Buddhist, but it's mixed. I have God, I forgot the name of it. I can find it real quick.
Don't they do Zen there? Is that where it comes from?
Zen is more Chinese, but they also have Sagaki.
Right, I'm here, guys.
Can you make it
Getting
full
that.
screen, Roger?
Yeah, hold on a minute. Caught me off guard here. There we go.
That's what we're about. Being
There.
off guard, unprepared, on the fly, impromptu.
That's right. That's how we roll up in here.
That's how we roll.
Exclusive to
Now
Let me switch the camera. I switched the camera.
There we go.
No, you are on camera.
Flipped it.
The lower.
Hey, Gil.
Got little bonsai trees happening there.
Yeah, so this is the place we're staying right now.
That is
Oh, yeah.
excellent.
And this is in Osaka, right? Or what?
This is Osaka, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do a lot of people use bicycles there?
A lot of bicycles, yeah. Yeah.
Kind of blurred out there.
Is it blurry?
Yeah, it did just
Let me check the lens.
a bit.
I think it's just the data speed, probably.
Yeah, probably
Downgraded.
the latency. You being in Japan and us being here, and oh, now I'm gonna have to put on the loop. Oh, never mind. There we
I'm okay. I'm still there. I'm still here.
There
Is it better?
Yeah, much better.
Ah, okay.
It does it.
Yeah, good.
Did it again.
Good thing. Oh, it is? Okay, so maybe the
There you-
laggy data.
See, it hits every. It's probably the wave. You know what I mean? Like
I think it's when he moves around too much, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be moving, so let's see.
Okay, show that car. I want to see this.
It's going better now.
Look at that car. Oh my god, dude, that's for midgets. That's like a whole country.
Box cars.
Clown cars.
Box
dude.
cars is a normal thing. It's a normal thing over here.
That's insane. Do you see how small them bad boys are?
Yeah, they're like 4-seaters.
Definitely not American muscle.
Yeah.
I didn't see none of that shit when I was watching freaking The Fast and the Furious, dude. They didn't.
Fast and Furious Tokyo.
Where the hell did that come from?
More furious than fast.
Like, man, dude, have you seen anybody out like in cool freaking hot rod cars there?
I wonder if I can do this and be able to watch my Google Maps direction as well.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
More people.
Hey, see, that's something cool right there. You're actually seeing bicyclists on the road with the traffic. You don't see that very much over here.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like, bicycles, like they're more of the main way they commute these days over here.
This is cool.
Yeah. And look at their house, though. They have bonsai trees hanging out by their balconies.
I tried to grow one once. It didn't work out too well.
You don't have the garden man touch.
Well, I try to. I just the vegetables and flora that it doesn't agree with my touch. It says Roger, you suck,
Yes.
and it dies. I
Residential buildings.
I finally determined that it's just my destiny to kill plants.
Mm.
I can grow tomatoes though, and cantaloupes.
Okay, that's good.
Well, I mean, any idiot can grow a cantaloupe. Just putting it out there. Tomatoes isn't really that far behind. It's a little bit tougher, but not as tough as like the bonsai tree. Matter of fact, I can't even grow a tree. I've tried.
I'll walk out a little more. This is just a small alley street here. I'm gonna walk out into the main street. You know, there's people driving on the left side here.
Mm-hmm. Now that one's a little bit bigger. Whoa, that's a truck. Oh my
This
god.
is the van. This is the
one
Toyota van. Oh,
the
the one in front is a truck. Yeah.
Oh wow. That's cool.
It's a small truck.
Yeah. The one up in front looks like a little snap-on tool, like the little blue back end, where you just have that little black or that blue canvas around it. That's. There's another one. Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's like Grand Theft Auto.
Here's the main street. It's just a little bigger.
That is cool. Wow.
There's this across the street. There's the Family Mart. Very convenient for tourists. It's like they're open 24 hours a day. If you need anything, beer, water. Late at night.
24 hours.
You can get out here. Yeah.
Cool.
It's close to the Airbnb as well, so it's convenient. They also have a lot of 7-Elevens here.
Wow. Well, I actually could believe that because like California is like that. They have 7-Elevens all over the place.
Yeah.
Hey.
Now that house across the street there, it's looks interesting. It looks ancient. It looks like a temple or a shrine of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Maybe, Mr. Robot, you can take a snapshot of it and use Google Lens to translate what the inscription at the front door says.
I think he's still there. I scrolled down. It looks like he's still there.
Yeah, I can do that. Just took a snapshot of the building as well. I'm not sure.
All right. Let me zoom back.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Shoot, I can't zoom back.
It's not as crazy busy as I thought it would be.
Yeah. How come? Did you zoom in, Roger? I can't. Oh, there you go. There. Looks like some sort of temple.
Yeah,
There's
I like it.
another
The old
one next.
traditional style.
All right, I'm gonna walk across and see. I'll give you a closer view.
Okay. The combi vans are so small. It's so cute.
Yeah.
The cars are not stopping for you.
No, there's a pedestrian light. It's just not green right now.
Oh, okay.
This is not like Vietnam.
You can probably make it.
They have rules and regulations here, unlike in Vietnam where you just walk wherever you want. Yes, another weird thing is you go to the mall and you're not allowed to sit down on the walking path. You know, I got tired walking. I got tired of walking yesterday, walking along that long underground mall, and I sat down, and a security guard came by and said, "You cannot sit." It's like you give them all a bad reputation or something, you know.
That's hectic.
Yeah. Okay, I'm coming closer to the sign.
All right, get up close to it. Get closer. Get closer.
All right.
Alright. Come back a little bit, just so the whole thing fits on the screen.
Google Lens translation is pretty good. You can try it.
Alright, I'll try. Is that in English down the bottom there?
No. Oh. No. You can lens this as well and see what the instructions say.
I've never used Lens for Translate. I usually use Google Translate.
All right, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna do it.
Let's
see what it says.
Isn't it you?
The
That's
world
strange.
isn't it you? Yeah, that's right.
The world isn't it
Everyone,
you?
everyone is praying, it says on the side.
Oh, okay.
So it's some sort of temple.
Yeah, it must be.
Okay.
So do they read from top to bottom? Is that how it works? Not sideways?
Top to bottom, right to left.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Let's see what else? What's this? This is the main, this has got to be the main entrance. Keep walking. Let's see what this says. Ah, got it. It's called Joe Anji Temple. Joe Anji Temple. It's that sign at the top, you see?
Yeah. Joe Anji.
Joe Anji.
Let me see if I can find out what it is.
All right, I'm gonna start walking back to see if the others are ready. Right. I just almost got run into because I was walking on the wrong side of the road again.
It is. It says it's a religious site
Whoa.
located in Kawasaki.
No way. This is
And it's
Osaka.
well, it says located in Kawasaki, Kanagawa Prefecture in Osaka. So it must just be the location there. And it's Buddhist. It's a
it's Buddhist. Okay.
So I wonder if that's where the Kawasaki motorbikes come from, that area.
I don't know. This.
Or is that like a common
Let me just see. Let me just use Google Maps to find out where. It doesn't ring a bell that the area you said. Maybe it's a prefecture. But I'm in. Alright, you're gonna start walking.
Okay, so I'm back. Sorry about that.
Where you been?
I had to go to the bathroom, and then I realized that I needed a cigarette too.
What?
Yeah, and then after that, I took a quiet stroll around the neighborhood to see.
You did?
To see if I had cool.
To see if you have anything cool like Japan.
You. Like I'm so freaking jealous right now, dude.
All right. This area is called Nishinari Ward.
You're gonna have to.
In Osaka.
You're gonna have to screen share, dude.
No, I'm not screen sharing because I got the camera going.
That's what I'm saying. No, you have to screen share so we can see what you're looking at. There you go.
Nishinari Ward. Oh, you mean like when I switch off to another screen, you're not seeing my camera?
Well, now we are. Now we are.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. So when you switch screens, you gotta hit screen share for that.
Screen share. Okay.
This is, dude. This is cool. Like that stop sign. Is that a stop sign up above you?
That's a stop sign, yeah.
Wow, that's high, dude.
Yeah.
Down here, like we're lucky if we get them at maybe 6 foot high, you know. That is so freaking cool, man.
Am I off screen again? I gotta
you gotta
check out the way back.
Gotta do it each time.
Anger.
So it's part of the Jodo sect of Buddhism.
Jodo sect. Oh wow.
It's Jodo. It's not Shinto.
No Shinto.
It says Jodo. Jodo.
That's the.
Okay.
Those are.
Jodo Shinshu. Is a branch of Pure Land Buddhism derived from the teachings of the Japanese ex-title monk Honen, which is from like 1100 CE.
Oh, so that's relatively like new age kung fu. We want the old stuff. Like,
New age kung fu.
We want the new stuff or the old stuff, like back whenever they would like jump on the bamboo trees and run along the tops of the freaking trees and do kung fu fighting and stuff.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon stuff.
Yes.
Kind of kung fu. That's
That's not even Japanese, I know.
I know kung fu.
I'm gonna go off screen. I'm gonna go back to see if they're ready.
Okay. Now, I'm going to try to set up some more music on here with your music, Miss Robot, because for some reason I had like the same song that kept getting me in trouble. on every freaking music strip. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
I don't
Can't guarantee that my music won't get you in trouble.
Well, I mean, it was just one song. It's the one with what's his face in it. I forgot his name. Shit, he's the old black singer.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Ray Charles or something.
Yeah, Ray Charles. That's it. And it's
Well, maybe it's just because
it's
I've got
Russian.
that short clip of his voice. Maybe I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's why would Russia have a problem with Ray Charles?
Why Russia of all places?
I don't know. Well, I mean, it's like you would think, since they're talking about we're boycotting Russia, we're banning them, that maybe they wouldn't care. You know what I mean? But apparently not.
How do you what are you streaming to Russia or something? Are you on some kind of Russian platform?
No, YouTube. Apparently apparently Russia is still on the radar for YouTube.
Yeah. Hey, all this Japanese watching is making me hungry. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'm just kind of missing. I'm gonna put some music on, and I will be right back, guys. So we're gonna put Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, from Hacker Radio on Rumble on for a while. And if you guys like the music, go check out his channel. Give him some thumbs up or whatever it is they do on Rumble, and tell him how much you like it in the comment section, stuff like that. We'll be right back.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, a mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus, this slur, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around or rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Baalbic stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no grain could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Years of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these the Tetraronical, the coalition hall has above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramid warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Complex foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now to breathe. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood in ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepistim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new.
The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis, truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dip beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The emerald taintless truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity script. Written in a language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, like I said before, that's Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, on Rumble Hacker Radio. So if you guys like his music, stop by, give him a like, subscribe, share, tell him how cool his music is. Listen to some of it too. You still there, Mr. Robot? He stepped away. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put that loop back on and do a widescreen share on it. That way we can see more of Tokyo. And I should probably back out of the widescreen for a second and make sure that everything is actually uploaded on there. He said he had 5 of them.
Hey, Roger, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
So, is what's the plan? Is Tan gonna show us the studios later?
Well, he is actually going to be heading to Universal Studios, so here in a little bit they're going to be ready to head out on the road, and after they get out on the road, that's when they're going to go to Universal Studios. I forgot the name of it, Makaku or Universal Studio. The name is too damn long. Universal Studios Osaka. That actually is a pretty cool setup right there. Look at the ceilings and everything on that.
Yeah. You should throw up a little drone footage of the city. That was what it looks like.
Well, I like this. This is quality stuff right here. Actual footage.
I wonder what the nightlife is like there.
Yeah, I know. He's got a little bit of the neon, but like if he could have turned and actually hit the actual neon, I bet you it'd have been nice. Look at those signs too, though.
I love their crappy cartoons there.
They've just got freaking dispensaries for freaking cards, anime cards right there back there. Did you see that?
Well, that's the thing. They have good anime, but one of the most popular things is like Hello Kitty style cartoons.
Yeah.
I can't believe he hasn't gone to check out a museum, man. That'd be the first thing I'd do.
Can you imagine in museums what it would look like in Japan?
Well, that's where you'd get a real sense for the ancient styles of the country, I think. I love museums.
Shinjuku. Well, see, me and Tan have one thing in common, and it's the food. Like, notice he's hitting all of the restaurants with the food and everything.
That's why I told him to start filming him eating.
Yeah.
That's what people want to see.
Whenever he does it for me in Canada, like if you ever notice, he'll go to the meat department and shit. I guess I can pause it for now and have a little conversation, I guess. Now, I actually wanted to put the episode that doesn't have your controversial Russian band music on here because I'm getting sick of freaking YouTube telling me that I'm banned in some countries. That's
Yeah, but, I mean, the idea is to just get off NoobTube.
Well, that would be
Then you
the.
could play good music, you know. You could play my hacker radio stuff.
Well, your hacker radio stuff is.
Do you hear that, guys, over on YouTube? You should come to Rumble. Come to Rumble, and we can have free speech and good music.
Oh, now I remember why that's the only one on there. Is the only one under 25 megabytes of freaking memory. That's the reason. So I've got an alternative solution for that. I can actually just do the ingest like I did before and run your music through freaking OBS onto the
I
stream.
gotta make some new music so we can have some diversity.
Diversity.
I'm getting sick of my own music. I can't imagine how other people must feel.
Well, the thing that's so bad about it is, like, I mean, freaking 15-minute blocks, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you sort it out to where freaking it's not the same stuff over and over again? I'm really starting to realize how much content you really need for, like, just 8 hours of video, much less music.
Can you imagine, like, 24-hour channels and stuff like that? They have to have a decent amount.
Here we go. I found
make it seem repetitive.
I found it.
Well, that's why I'm kind of building all these different playlists on Hacker Radio. So one day I can just, like, play them, and I'd have, like, a lot of them to choose from.
Yep.
Wouldn't be able to do it on YouTube, but.
Well, I'm still kind of waiting for the hot chicks, the hot Chinese or Japanese chicks for this stuff. I haven't seen them yet, so.
I can imagine it'd been probably mostly Western tourists. Or what? I guess Japanese people would go there too.
I think what they do is they segregate an area like they've always done, you know, to kind of give I
have a Japanese girl as a housemate at the moment, and she is so freaking cute, man. Like, she's like a little anime character, right? Like, just so, like, animated with her voice and with her reactions to stuff. It's hilarious. So Japanese.
Okay, I've got to figure out what the hell I just did here. Okay, I see what it is. So here's what I'll do. I will go ahead and I'll do this. Make it full screen. Then come here. See, I'm trying to figure out a good way of doing this, but then I'll hit play.
If I was you, I would just put it all in a, stitch it together as like a MP3, and then just play it in your browser.
Watch this.
Or in VLC.
and I can adjust the audio too to where it's lower. We can have some casual, laid-back music and still be able to have a conversation. Sound good to you?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
I'm just muting my mic so it doesn't echo.
Well, the music in the background should be, well, your speakers too. I keep forgetting you have your speakers all facing you and stuff. Talk about
I'm on a little
ego.
Bluetooth speaker at the moment.
Talk about egoism. You got like all your big speakers facing you and shit, so you can just. My goodness, Mr. Robot.
Well, there's meant to be noise cancelling on this app, isn't there?
It's supposed to be, but apparently they don't think that it's.
Apparently they don't make them like they used to.
Well, I mean, in the option, it specifically has echo cancellation and noise suppression, and they're on. But it's not doing its job. I think it's like right here, Rumble Studios is in beta, so they don't really have very much.
Hey, do you think they still have ninjas in Japan?
Any what?
Ninjas.
Oh, dude, it'd be so cool. I'd love to see one. Now, Eric Croce or the knower, he said Bosto in great favor to all, and he says Bosto be of service to others on the wonderful world of weirdness. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks for that, Eric.
Now he's been on before, but I don't really get very much from him because I know he speaks a different language and stuff. So whenever I do get messages, I run it through the translator to figure out what he's saying.
I just saw a story before. I don't know how recent it is, but apparently China discovered like a new element on the moon, and the next day they announced that they're going to do like 10 more moon missions to go harvest this stuff because it contains like helium-3 and it's like an energy source, a potential energy source.
Oh, now they want to go back to the moon because it's an energy source. Give us 20 more. Give us 20 more years, and there will be no more moon. Either that, or there'll be a big bite mark.
It'll just be mined out.
You know, like freaking, they'll have it all gutted out and good to go. But on the brighter side, though, we will know for sure if the moon is hollow or not.
I don't know if they'll tell us if it is. Maybe the Indians.
I bet you anything, Tan is getting yelled at right now.
Well, that just comes with the territory of being married, isn't it?
Yeah, that kind of does. You should have heard it the other day, man, or last night. I was on Naroki's show, and I just dove into those married people, dude. I started cracking down on it and saying it like it is, man. It was
I can't imagine Cam ever starting the fights. You know, he's so calm.
Well,
which to me says like his wife must be crazy because, like, you know, you always end up attracting the opposite.
Yeah.
And then she starts with the fights.
Well, I mean, that kind of goes with the territory, you know. Like if you listen to Jaffe all the time, he's like his wife is the wild one too. You know what I mean? So it's Like you don't mess with an Oriental woman. Like they'll tear into you. And oh, by the way, did you know that I had this song, Mr. Robot? You want me to turn it up?
Oh yeah. Classic.
I like this song. It says Mr. Robot is a cunt. He's just in. This is actually a good song, man. You did good on that one. Yeah.
That song will get you banned straight away.
No, had no problems with it whatsoever.
Really?
Yeah, people actually enjoy it. I'm guessing because
it's an amalgamation of a couple of songs I like.
Eric Krause said, "Sure, thanks, guys, and the whole world is just strange." You got that right. Freaking, you have come to the land of strangeness. Like, if you want to hang out with strange people, Eric, come hang out with me, Mr. Robot. Me and Mr.
Tell you
Robot.
what's more strange than the world is the universe. Even stranger.
Oh, wow, he just had to bring it to a whole new level.
Oh yeah, man. Truth
Now-
is stranger than fiction. That is true.
Now, Eric, if you want on stream, let me know and I can send you the link. You can come in and hang out with us and talk. So, he's been on for a while, so it's up to you. It goes for anybody else who's on here. If you guys want to come into the chat, you're more than welcome to. We can get you the link and have you come on in. Dragus is on Rumble. He says, "What's up, Roger? Dixon Airplanes." That's what's up. Dixon Airplanes. I don't see no airplanes. I saw that on a
Brand of airplane.
I saw that on a cool movie, man. And every time somebody says "What's up," I always want to say that, but I forget to. So
Russia just built their first airliner.
the first airliner.
Yeah, like I think it just they did their first test flight 9 hours, and yeah, the whole engine, everything, every component is built in Russia. So they have the U.S.'s sanctions to thank for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you really, really want to stifle a country, then it's up to you. But it just makes them get more into their own innovation instead of depending on other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just, I mean, it's all in how you look at it. Like, I was checking out.
I think it's safer if the world is interdependent. You know.
Not really.
Blow anyone up.
Just like you know, I've been having my issues with Trump here lately, but like I actually checked into that External Revenue Service, and it's not really that bad of a deal because like that's the way the United States actually used to fund their federal government before the IRS and the New Deal and stuff. So, you know what I mean?
Taxes come down with it eventually.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, if things work out, they'll get rid of the income tax to where people can actually not have like money taken out of their paychecks. You know, that right there, that's a lot.
First you gotta convince the warmongers not to just take up all the rest of the money.
Okay, now Eric says, yeah, cool, yes, that would be nice. Give that to me. I've got some strange stuff to share. So let me go ahead and grab this invite and I will post the link. He's got some strange stories to tell, so I may have to cut the music when he gets in so that we can hear some cool freaking strange movie or story. Sound like a plan?
Yeah. I got lots of strange stories too. See if it's relevant.
The link is posted in the chat, Eric. If you want to come in, just click on it and it should bring you in. And you don't have to use your video. If you don't want to, but you can. And when you're in here, we're just going to bombard you so that we can get some of this cool, strange stories that you're talking about, because we love some strange stuff. Anybody else who wants in, let us know. Dragus is in the chat. He hasn't said he wanted in. I think he was just stopping by.
Probably the second or third time I ever had EMP. The feeling was so intense. I was like checking if my face was still there. I went to touch my face and my hands went straight through my head and then into my body, through my body, came out the front. Couldn't even touch my body. I was like invisible or translucent or something.
See, that's the kind of channel that I really do want to get going, to where freaking people can just come on and tell their stories. You know what I'm saying? Like, have it to where people can just come in and tell their story, and then if they wanna leave, they can. They don't have to stay, you know. Okay, so what is this all about? Wow. That campaign's, what the heck is that all about?
What are you talking about?
It's like doing a crap loads of weird stuff on your feedback on there is like getting really, really loud. There it is. It calmed down just right over the.
I muted my mic.
Oh, okay. Oh, Mark said, give me a few minutes. He was listening. Okay, I'm dropping the link now, Mr. Mark Watashik. We are... Loud kids are kind of expected. We're cool with that, Mark. We're here to rock and roll, dude. Don't you hear Mr. Robot's music in the background? What's up? What's up? I got the link on the actual chat with Mark. And anybody in Rumble that wants to come in, they're more than welcome to come in as well. We're here to hang out and see Universal Studios in Japan. Until then, actually, I need to switch the music. How many times has that thing been played so far? Okay, he says it's not really. Oh yeah, there's dragons. Okay, let me.
Never had so much fun.
I really think that you were high on DMT when you came up with that song, dude. Seriously, every time I hear it, I'm thinking Mr. Robot was high as a kite when he did that one.
It's actually an old Australian punk rock song that I've revamped using AI.
All right, I guess you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you now. Welcome, Mr. Draget's production.
Yeah, someone has a lot of overmodulation, and
That
they
would-
need to turn their sensitivity on their mic back like 2 notches.
Yeah, it's Mr. Robot. He has like he's really Mr. Sensitive, big time, dude.
Is this better? Okay,
Oh, you're sensitive now. Yeah, I'm surprised Roger don't give you a hard time about being sensitive.
I do actually.
Oh, you do.
Well, he told me my audio was coming through perfect, so I just trusted him.
Right.
Yeah.
You
Oh.
trust Roger?
Yeah.
All right, come
What's
on.
wrong
now.
with you, dude?
What's
Seriously.
wrong? Yeah, what's going on? Don't trust Roger.
That's right.
When has he ever been a sound guy? All right.
I should have known better.
You should have known better. That's right. Should have. Would have. Could have.
No. Eric says that he has to go to the store before it closes at 11 p.m. He says he'll be back in 30 minutes.
Right.
He says he'll be right back. So the offer is still open until we are done, and he can come back in anytime. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah. And there I was.
And there he was. And Mark Watashik is.
Now, let me tell you, we about the terms of services, but yeah, no, I'm the other Mark. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Just channeling Medworthy here for a minute. Here he is.
Didn't think that would happen, did you?
No. I was just channeling him.
You don't complain enough to be Mark Medworthy.
The terms of services.
Okay, so now it's Mr. Robot's turn to pretend like he's Mark Edworthy. Go for it.
Well, pretend to be him.
Yes.
What does he always say?
That sounds pretty good.
Oh no, I don't agree with that because semantics would dictate we say it like this. Or
You forgot to flick your hair.
Well, he's not on camera. He's not on
I need to get
camera.
my camera out.
But you know when Mark does that, even when he's not on camera.
All he has to
I
do,
need to get my suit on so I can sweat in my suit like Mark.
you know what the deal is, though, right? It's like he's in chat right now, so like we have to
Mark.
We have to antagonize him.
You know, Mark. We only make fun of folks that we really, really like. All right.
Well, I mean, no,
we really like you, and Roger, he has a bromance for you that you won't ever forget. And if he'd ever catch you in a dark alley, I feel sorry for your backside.
Well,
He will rape you.
I don't know about all that. Maybe just kind of
Yeah,
like,
you and your baby oil.
like a little bit of petting or something. Yeah, it's not gonna go that far. I mean, it's like, my God, you know, come on. I got a little bit of sense. Not much.
Roger, can you do an accent like Mark? Does he go, no, I'm not English, I'm British?
No, he's like, let me tell you now. We will not be having that absurd kind of conversation take place.
Oh,
It
and
is-
by the way,
It is full of conjecture, and we will not be.
he still hasn't typed up the terms of services for broadcasting language and sent it to DK yet. And I didn't get my copy.
Wow.
I feel very disappointed in Mark right now.
Well, I don't think any terms of service is really going to work when it comes to DK. DK isn't on his own level, dude.
Well, when you know when I'm fucking up, is what he's going to say.
Yeah. Now, DK, it'd be cool to get him in here if he freaking wanted to come in, but I don't think he's ever actually like on line. Like he does it.
DK?
Yeah, he's on his he does his 24/7 stuff, but I don't
Yeah,
ever,
he's in there.
you know. I can go and check him out, see if he's online. Yeah, okay, you already hit him up. See, yeah, I don't even
I
know.
always keep his channel up just in case.
I need to really keep an
Did
eye
you
on.
see what Mark said to me in the chat?
Is he cussing?
No, he's not. He's using surveillance right now. That's why.
Now, Mark's debating on if he wants to come in. I was able to get Sonia in on the stream last night. I picked on her for a bit, and she didn't, or she reacted quick, dude. I told everybody that I heard a rumor that she was pregnant.
What?
Yeah, and
It's
then
not mine, bro. It's not mine.
and then Naroki goes, yeah, you'd probably be the dad. And I was like, duh, what do you think how do you think I know? And then all of a sudden she just like, I want on the stream, and she started coming in and shit.
What?
Yeah. it was good. It was actually a good show. Freaking, we had a ball. Freaking
The video on to prove it, or
yeah, it's
I had to go to MC's channel.
he actually came in on the chat last night, and he was.
MC is really cool.
Yeah, I liked him whenever you had him on Vixen's.
I think he's going to work out really good for Nancy, a lot better than DK. But you know, out of all of you guys, Sonya is the one that surprises me the most. Fuck! She goes like screams it. No. And then I blame DK. He says he's playing something. He's gonna good timing. I'm playing finishes in 4 minutes. Okay, so he'll be over in a few minutes.
Okay, cool. I don't think he's had a chance to meet Mr. Robot, has he?
I don't know.
No.
what's his name?
DK conspiracy.
Oh yeah. I ran into him in one of the streams the other day.
Really?
He's a character, that's for sure. If he can get a word in.
No.
He almost reminds me of Jaffe in that sense, but you know.
Oh, trust me, no. Him and Jaffe have already well, actually, that is kind of true because I met DK through Jaffe, so it might have some relevance there. Never even thought about
The reason
that.
why the two of those two can't get along is they're too much alike, especially with having to be the one in charge or direct.
Cousin.
And and DK needs to calm down when he's in a group because it's not his show. I keep telling him that. Hold on, man.
Welcome, Mark.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, there he is.
Look out, that's my kids.
Put him on the screen.
You need to everybody lock up your daughters, your wives, and notify the neighborhood. That DK is here. Look out.
DK's here too? Oh, wow. Wait, is DK here too?
Depends what you mean by that.
So much
Oh, no, it's Mark Edworthy. It's Mark Edworthy.
Edworthy here.
I'm sorry, Mark. You sounded just like DK. Oh my God! A million apologies, buddy.
Nobody.
I would still be locking up the daughter of my wife, though.
Especially with.
I call him man meat for a reason. I call him man meat for a reason, dude. Seriously, it's like, man. Let me see here. I'm gonna have to put.
There now, Mark?
Yeah.
Huh?
Is it still hot over there?
Say that again.
No.
Oh.
No. Can't hear you. You know that, right?
I can hear him.
I know.
Oh yeah, I can hear him.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear him. What the deal is wait, can you hear him, Mr. Robot?
No.
Mr. Robert, it sounded a bit echoey.
Oh, okay. There's a bit of delay. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Yes, it's just a bit hard to make out anything.
DK is in here, dude. He's muted.
I told you.
Unmute, DK. I did not.
Oh my God! Did we?
There he is.
Are we on a night? Are we broadcasting right now when Jaffe's supposed to be? Because
Well, Jaffe is supposed to be on his way to Canada.
to Canada. Okay, well, he has. I guess he's talking to somebody right now over on Teams.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, so and I seen Robert Morningstar up, but I don't know. His isn't lit red, but Jaffe's is.
Are you restreaming on Rumble, Roger?
Yes.
No, you're not showing up as live.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
on
wait,
there.
at least I'm not following you. Holy shit! I thought I followed you.
You are following me.
I'm pretty sure I am. Oh, there we go. Now it has. Okay,
There
it's
we go.
updated itself.
Now, if you put your face on, I can take my face down and put you in my place. So.
Oh, I tried to. It's not letting me put the camera on. Being a dick.
The bastards.
And even like in
why don't you use the
in the
Terminator?
preview thing, it worked, and now it's not letting me put the camera on.
Let me see something real quick.
Like when you first come here and you set up, like put mic on, put camera on.
Yeah.
It'll work, yeah, and now it's not working.
That's crazy.
Oh, hold on here. Let
I
me
mean,
see
to be honest, I'm not actually even showing up as being here on the
if I
screen.
can get my camera up and rolling.
We got you on the audio part, but
Yeah, I
like
know.
when it comes to participants, wait, there you go. You're finally up on there.
Oh, yay. Maybe I can get on now. Maybe the camera will work now. I don't know. Maybe there's too many people. I'm not sure.
No, probably not. I just have to.
Local.
There we go.
Probably a local issue.
Yeah, like I told Mr. Robot, this is in beta at the moment, so like they're still doing their.
Still some glitches to play with.
Yes, they love to play with glitches.
Maybe.
Yeah, I went over to check to see if I could do streaming on Josh U, but and I looked in there and it's like, oh, all he has now is like this free Jitsi meeting bullshit, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing.
Yeah, I went in there and checked that out too, and it was just Jitsi. I was like, shit, dude. So,
and what he's probably doing is he's probably making pods out of that. Then he'll do he'll take and attach his OBS to the Jitsi page, and then just rebroadcast it later, or take it from his X account.
By the way, I'm restreaming you on DLive as well now, Roger.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Mark hit me up on my channel and then on MC Dirty Works channel, and that's where he found me. I was on both, but that was when I answered. So,
yeah, I got something going on my channels right now about the practice skulls.
The practice of what?
I actually seen those skulls in person before.
Practice skull, the elongated skulls from down.
You mean the alien skulls?
Yeah, they look like alien skulls.
They look like alien skulls.
That are basically all the Rothschilds and have been found all through South America. I believe it's the Andes.
Yeah.
I think it's Chile. Yeah.
Well, all the Egyptian priests and pharaohs had elongated skulls too. So
yeah. See, I think that's where the practice of stretching skulls came from, because these aliens were worshipped and they had messed up head shapes. So these aliens were worshipped, and then humans tried to, replicate them themselves, like tying up their heads to stretch it out. This actually happens in many countries around the world, Asia, Africa, especially.
it's all over. It's like dust mites.
Yeah.
And what's the other thing? Gonorrhea. And they're everywhere.
Dust mites and gonorrhea. But it was herpes, bro.
Oh, herpes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was gonorrhea.
The interesting thing that makes the Toronto so different
is that almost
they have a different amount of bones in the skull than a human being.
Now,
and I saw that, verified that with my own eyes. They have different cranial plates than a human being. They don't have the same.
You got 60% more brain space than normal human beings. Or modern man, I should say.
That is crazy. Yeah. God.
Yeah, can you imagine
our brain,
no wonder they could make
to, I think we talked about this one other time, according to whatever his first name is, Sitchins?
Zachariah,
yeah. According to him, basically we're created as a hybrid of some Neanderthal creature that was here and the Anunnaki, but they limited our brain potential because they wanted to keep us docile and keep us like slaves.
That sounds like a party, dude.
Yeah. We're all just wasted at university, man. Party on, Wayne.
Freaking, I mean, it's like I hear that where they're supposed to be doing that, but then like reality kicks in, and I start telling myself, you realize how stupid humans are?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
10% of your brain is probably an overestimate for a lot of them.
yeah, and like these aliens are supposed to be coming and taking us to freaking be their slaves. Like
I know we're supposed to be their slaves and their crop here.
you know.
Hey, Tan's back.
They're not taking us other than when they experiment with the random one or two. We are their slaves and their crop here.
Now,
We are just like where we live is just one of their farms.
Heading to the train station.
Okay, now Tan's back. He's on his way to the train station. So we.
Oh, Japanese trains.
I still don't know why I can't put the camera on.
There he is. There
He's
he
gonna
is.
blur the lid off this thing, expose the West to Japan.
Now what we need to do is we need to somehow get the
Oh, sunny.
so sunny.
Oh no, climate change!
So sunny over here.
Oh no!
Yep.
It's a nice
It
day. It
burns.
must be climate change.
What sort of temperature?
It's better than a tsunami. or
33.
earthquake.
33 Fahrenheit or Celsius.
Celsius.
Oh, yeah, that's getting up there. It's sort of like that's really hot for where I live. It doesn't get above 30 very often. You only get that about the middle of summer.
Now, Tan, just so you know, I'm good with editing. So even though we have 3 people on here, I can actually, when I do the edit for this, it'll be just what you're showing. Okay.
No, it's okay.
Well, I mean
up to
on the
you.
final edit, for whenever, because I want to be able to make a cool edit of you going to the Universal.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. We want to do one complete clip for our
And-
journey to Universal Studio Japan.
Right.
Yeah, fully. That'd be cool. Yeah, edit that out so it's
Yeah.
just one straight video of just all his footage. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
Now,
I hope you bought a spare battery for your phone. My phone would die so quick if I did that.
well, he's in Japan where the good stuff's made.
Ned, take sorry with you.
You guys know that, right? Like that's where all the good stuff is made. Is
We
in
got-
Japan.
we got-
The phone's actually
Oh,
locked in and transformed into like
fair share of love as well. Japan has got its fair share of
Flip the
technical
camera.
rubbish as well.
I got Mark
the camera
Edwardy
forward.
upset with me. Oh, dude,
Why? What happened? What'd you do?
it was like you were getting ready to show and it fizzed out for a second. I love seeing those cars though. It's like midget mobiles.
Yup, Mythic car. Our house, our Airbnb is like a Seven Dwarfs cottage, like I was saying before.
Yeah.
Really tiny.
No,
These people sure know how to build their spaces compact.
Mm-hmm.
Make efficient use of available spaces.
all
Yeah.
space to deal with, do they?
They got a small island. It's smaller than England is actually. I mean,
It's getting smaller by the year.
is it?
UK anyway. Not sure it's smaller than England.
Well, yeah, UK, the entire. I keep forgetting. There's England, and then then there's the entire island. So
I think everything's actually larger than England.
So the train rides takes about 40 minutes to get there, guys.
and that's fine.
I thought they were supposed to have those 2,000-mile-an-hour maglev trains over in Japan.
We have to take 3 transfers. We need to get onto 3 different trains. So. Yeah.
So you get there in 2,000 miles and then have to wait like a quarter of an hour.
And if
This is not one of those.
They were there.
This is the local trains we're going into. It's not one of those bullet train high speed Shinkansen that go inter.
Everyone should have them though, to be honest. I mean, if it can be done somewhere, it should be done everywhere.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with Japanese trains.
Yeah, but they don't want to do it. They don't want people to be able to travel long distances.
Yeah,
They want to manual smart
in
city.
England, they still use kilometers in Japan. So
I use kilometers as well.
Yeah, they do. They do.
There's only like 3 countries that still use miles, and America is one of them.
So I be careful, follow chị Mít. Mít ơi, có chừng em soi dẫn em.
Yeah, the metric system is so much easier to understand than the imperial bullshit. Miles, pounds, like holy crap! None of it matches up, and everything is awkward and difficult. Metric system is nice and easy. Everything works to 1,000.
Now, miles. Actually,
it's Tuesday here, so you see they're just a little bit past noon here, so you see elementary schools kids coming home.
Wow!
Just after noon. Wait, what?
Yeah, just after
school at noon.
Yeah, that's trippy.
It's just it's a 1:45 p.m. here.
And you finish. That's when they finish school.
Tuesday.
They don't go home
Tuesday
and then
afternoon.
go back or something. They're actually finished at 1.
Yeah. Well, their education.
Yeah.
Their education.
I think their elementary school is half day.
What time do they start? Though?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, man,
I'm not sure.
They don't do recesses or breaks and stuff either. Like they're all the way through. They just go.
They feed them, because they know for a fact that if you don't give kids food and water, then they stop focusing. Seriously, they actually know. Yeah,
that's all science.
They're just controlled breaks. I get what you mean. There's not an actual recess thing. So they feed them and water the kids, and then they carry on.
I don't know if that's really needed though either.
Well,
it is. Your brain stops working if it doesn't have anything to function on.
I think they all do like a gym class or like stretches and all that before school starts and things like that.
We used to do that at my school.
As they get older, then they're required to do that kind of stuffing when they take and do their their clubs. Are required to have them do that then.
That's cool.
Yeah,
You should go check out some sumo wrestling, Tan.
We don't want the 1% of like overweight fat Japanese people.
They all have to go skinny so that a few of them can get fat for the wrestling.
I
know.
And of course.
Have you ever watched how much they eat? I watched some documentary on sumo wrestlers years ago, and I was just blown away. What they eat in one meal is probably what I'd eat in a whole day.
You do a lot of sushi, that's for sure.
It was just constantly carbs. It was lots of rice, but definitely flavored with like fish or chicken or whatever else. But it was just constant jamming stuff into themselves all day. It was actually quite disgusting. I was like, holy crap, who would do that to themselves? And then somehow it's just about putting on the weight, but still being fit enough that you can just push something out.
I'm surprised America isn't in like the top 3 for sumo wrestling. It just comes natural to them these days.
Well, I mean, why you gotta pick on Americans for like?
Why you gotta pick on fat people? Americans.
It's like
how about you start doing something?
It's like shit.
So you don't have that
America
reputation.
has the advantage of having
Hey.
McDonald's.
Stereotypes happen for a reason.
Hey, what happened to Tan?
Whatever happened to the big Russian and Chinese dudes too, and the Samoans are. Oh my
There
god!
was,
Samoans,
there was a
You told me
Hawaiian
about
dude.
Chinese.
I remember
Chinese
the
are all
Hawaiian guy, Sally the dump truck.
generally.
But if you find a fat Indian dude, that means he's not really a vegetarian, right?
Yeah, that's what it means. That's exactly what it means, to be honest.
I figured, you know.
Because like, don't ever trust. Well, you're talking about Samoans, right? A Samoan.
Don't ever screw with a Samoan, man.
Yeah.
Screw up, man.
I actually can tell you a story about a Samoan. He was trying to rob my neighbor, and freaking we caught him like at 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, getting into his truck, and you know, like anybody who you got a thief trying to get in a truck, you pick something up and you hit him in the head with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm at the train station now, guys.
But, anyone
Look
who
how busy it is.
It didn't affect him though.
I'm glad that you put a disclaimer up that we don't condone violence.
Yeah, I did that. I did it.
I wrestled a Samoan once. We got
I
drunk
do.
out of friends, and then he challenged me to a wrestling match. He was like,
I fully condone violence because the only way you can ever negotiate with someone is if you're on equal footing. If they have weapons, you don't. You
Well,
have no say.
a
If you
Samoan.
turn up to a negotiation empty-handed and the other guy has a gun, who's walking away winning?
Well, I mean, a Samoan
You can
too.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about anything else. If you cannot physically match the person you are negotiating with, you're probably on the back foot.
Unless you're like Rodney or Bigfoot, I
a
wouldn't.
samurai, right? Like in the Japanese days, they walked around with swords, and they didn't necessarily steal everyone's shit. They were like peacekeepers.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of frustrated because Tan finally showed hot freaking Japanese chicks and it blurred out. You know
Oh,
what I
come
mean?
on now. They were underage anyways.
No, there was a few of them in there. There was a few of them in there.
School kids going home.
No, this was in the train.
It was at the elementary
He said that.
This
He
was
said
in
it
the-
was. He said it was all the school kids going home.
No, this was in the train station just now. Like it was right
They're probably
there.
all school kids going home.
Okay. Let me
Careful with that.
let
Let
me
me ask you something, Roger. Are you on the Epstein list?
No, Donald Trump is.
It's kind of hard to tell because even adults
Here's some breaking news for you, Roger. This is for your channel. Here's some breaking news for you. And this seems to be something that most people don't understand. That I went to jail for being a drug dealer. I was selling weed. Like over 20 years ago, like 25 years ago, right?
This is train
No
station.
dealer is writing down a client list. You are
do
asking for the wrong thing.
you do see the train
you're asking
station,
for the
right?
wrong thing. What
you
you
see-
need to ask for is if they've said there's 10,000 videos, who is on the videos?
All right, guys,
There
we're
is
going to the
no
train
list.
station.
No, there is no client list. There's a flight list. There's a black book.
Make sure you tap and the balance
documents.
shows up before you go through.
There is no client list. There are videos that show people though. Start asking for the right thing, you might get somewhere. Asking for something that doesn't exist is the easiest way for them to fob you off.
Can you still see my feet?
Trump's buddies.
Yeah, I
Do you
can see
actually
it.
think? Like, do you actually think
But we
Dean
can
wrote
pretty
down
good
a
here.
client
Yeah,
list?
I can see your feed. It's actually pretty cool.
Century Station platform, what? 2 or 3? Go down platform 2 or 3. Okay?
Got the whole herd there.
Keep talking, guys.
How many
Yeah,
kids?
I'm not being smart though.
Reminds me of
Like,
when I
it's
flew into Kadena.
How many-
you're hearing everyone cry about our file that doesn't exist isn't being released. No dealer has a client list written down.
I don't think anyone thinks there's an actual
That shit is in their head.
in the file.
That's not on paper for anyone to find. That shit is in their head.
Run quickly. Hey, trains coming. Hi, man. Let's go. Just go in. Anyone.
Run, Forrest, run!
Hurry! Yeah, because it ain't gonna
Before
wait
it
for
closes,
you.
that's it.
Yeah, you'll be trapped inside.
At
Okay,
least,
we're
they,
inside
at least
the
they
train.
don't do like India and China and jam you in there with sticks.
Now, how many kids do you have, Dan?
I got 3.
You got 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I was wanting to ask because Mark has.
How many
like
stops
50.
we're going?
Mark has like 50, so I have to.
I don't have that
It
many.
tells you. It
Oh,
tells you
unless
how
you're
many.
talking about Edworthy. I'm not sure if Mark will even
It tells you how many
acknowledge
stops
how
you
many
go.
he has.
See, this is what I'm saying. It's over drama.
Those are other
there's a pretty-
departures. Did
why
you start
did
the
you
train?
in the camera
No,
when there's a
yesterday.
pretty Asian girl?
That's what
How many
I've been
steps?
saying.
I know, someone mentioned it before. Now I see what you mean. Yeah,
Yes.
pretty
It usually
Asian girl
tells you how many
walking
stops.
straight towards him, and he turns the camera.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
know.
look at a poster.
He's a married man. You know what that's called deflecting. He's been properly educated to the ways of a married man.
So,
You mean he's
showing you
being
guys what
see
the penny
cut.
train looks like.
Yeah, that is actually pretty cool. I like that. I figured it would be a lot more crowded, though, to be honest.
This is not one of the more crowded lines.
Yeah, now you're thinking of like China and India,
stops?
not Japan.
Oh,
China's
she's-
where they have people pushing people onto the subway.
What?
This isn't it. This train isn't the one we're supposed to go on.
What I saw in your directions is platform 2 or 3. Okay, check the next stop and see if it's in line with the list of stops that you are seeing here.
Oh. He may have gotten on the wrong train.
This is Kitana Senri. What's the next stop? Tell me what the next stop is on your map. Only one stop? Dang it, Shaggy. 8-car train, 1 stop. So we went on the wrong train. We went on the wrong train, guys.
Yeah.
Right, get out and the next stops.
Dude, we've got like a double feature here. This is like the coolest shit. He freaking got it live on there where he has to actually reroute himself. He's going to end up like
Is it?
He's going
Is
to
it
end
cool?
up.
How do we miss it? How do we get on the wrong train?
Well, if you are on the wrong train, it's cool.
It's cool.
Don't hang up. Like, because that means you actually have to like reroute and get everything.
Don't switch routes.
Oh, you don't?
Who are you talking to, Roger?
Oh, I was talking to you.
That's okay. We get on the wrong train. We get out and we go back.
Yeah, that's cool. Because that means
It's going in the right way.
It is.
Why doesn't it say? Why is it like that? Why is it outside of the train line?
Mr. Robot, you need to jump on the computer, check his route out, and find out if he is in the right direction. Because
So we get out now. Okay, then let's go. What's your umbrella high? Let's just get out and we'll figure it out next. What's next?
Oh yeah, you guys are like right there. It's not even that big of a deal. It's just see back even in LA whenever we had to do it, you had to wait like at least 5 to 10 minutes before you even got to the next freaking station.
Which line should we be on? Huh?
He, he
Which
wasn't
line does it say we should be on? There's the Mito Suji line. Sakai Suji is not on this list.
Dude, I swear I just saw a blonde Chinese chick.
Wait, there's a list you're not on? You're not doing well enough.
Yeah.
You should be on every list by now.
I swear I saw a blonde Japanese girl, dude.
Yeah, they dye their hair.
What station? Let me just check direction. I delegate navigation.
Get a compass.
Get a compass.
Hold on,
Doesn't phones, don't phones have a compass on them nowadays? Can't you get a compass app?
It would be cool if that was the case, but
I know, yes, you can.
You can get an app.
now
The Japan train system is very sophisticated.
Hey, Tan, just focus more on the pretty girls.
he
above school age, pretty girls.
Okay, tell me where to point.
you better be
Don't
careful.
try and put it all on me. Everything's your fault.
You better be careful. You're the one married here, so.
Yeah, well, he's doing it for. Oh, I see what he means. All right, so if it's me saying it, it means he doesn't get in trouble with his missus.
Right.
Although he still will for doing it.
Right, because
he still will get in trouble for doing it.
Because you say something, that means I will get in trouble for the content to put on the air, right? No.
Yeah, no, he'll still get in trouble because he's still doing it.
How it works.
I get it. I get most of the flack for it.
Good.
Pick a pretty girl. Come on. If you're just walking around somewhere, it's like you pick pretty girls to put the camera on.
I got a tap.
Yeah, that one to your left and lower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I feel like a stalker.
Yeah.
Now you look like a stalker.
She's running, dude. She's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. She knows.
She's running away from me.
I'm just trying to get Tanner roosted in Japan.
So, where next?
It's like freaking.
Where next? Hi. Good, yeah.
Oh, dude, that is cool. Hit that poster right there. That poster. Right there on the wall.
Oh, this one.
That is nice.
This one, you mean?
Yeah.
It's glitching out. Hold it there for a sec. No, hold it there for a sec. It was glitching out. We couldn't see it.
That is nice.
Yeah, serious. Go back and hold it there. It was glitching a bit. So, yeah, hold it there so it actually comes clear, sort of thing.
That's a solid freaking animation.
The poster behind you.
Oh, he's on his way. He's
yeah. Oh, now he's following pretty good. I see he's doing better now.
Let him go, DK.
I said he's doing better now. He's following pretty girls, but he's looking at their umbrellas.
Well, the umbrellas.
Okay, just be careful who you're stalking. They could be my daughters. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not in Japan, so I think I'm pretty safe.
Well,
probably not your daughters.
Yeah, he's got daughters there. If you see,
maybe this isn't the group chat that I need to be in tonight.
Dude, I've got stepdaughters, so it's all right.
Wait, saying this is the JR line. Are you sure we're going in here?
Yeah, the ones that are always in the video.
Are you lost? Hi. You want me to take over? Huh?
Huh?
He's trying to figure out. which direction they need to go next.
Did he say are you
They said
lost
hi,
or high?
yeah.
Are you lost or high?
No. Oh man, it's so amazing how many Americans
Are you sure?
white people are actually in Japan, dude.
You know, waste all our money going on the wrong train.
Do you know how many bases that we have there?
Well, I mean, I understand that, but I mean, it is amazing how many I've seen since Stan's been showing this. Like, they're everywhere.
Yeah, and don't you think a few of them, when they retired, stayed there?
Yeah. It really is pretty mind blowing, to be honest.
Now we've got Sonia in chat as well.
Oh no.
She showed up on Rumble.
Alright, going on the next train.
What do you mean, oh no? She wants to build a boat, or get a boat, and sail here. Jeez.
Where are we trying to go to, hey? This is Bentencho, Kujo, Kujo, okay.
I get nervous when I hear the word Cujo.
That was a crazy movie, that one.
Nishi Kujo.
I just, when you hear that word.
Yeah. Who said,
how
oh
cool
no?
the train is, guys.
Who said, oh no, when Sonia turned up? I think that was Mark.
Who? Not me.
Sonia wants words with you.
Yeah, that's probably the other Mark who said, oh no.
Don't try and blame someone else. That's so unfair.
I don't confirm or deny anything.
I do. Mark Edwards, he's been sitting there nice and quietly, just sort of smirking at everything.
The train's coming.
Oh, dude, that is sweet. That is
train's
awesome,
coming,
dude.
Hey, thanks guys for coming along with our journey.
That is cool. Dude, you mind if I make an edit there and use that for some of our footage?
Feel free.
That is cool.
It's open source virtual tripping.
Yeah. That is.
We're getting into the train. Get in.
It even has footage of the train coming right at the camera too.
Don't do the Indian footage where they all get hit by the train.
Well,
you guys.
There's a number of videos I've seen where there's Indians recording themselves while the train's coming by them, and they get hit by the train.
How many stops, hey? Don't watch. Focus on your navigation. 5 stops? All right, I'm going to the back. I'm delegating navigation duties to my son so I could live stream with you beautiful folks.
Your son's going to get you lost in Japan.
Nice.
That's okay. It'll be an experience.
You guys
if I was someone's son like that and I was doing this, I was like, yeah, I had to send him somewhere really weird. Where am I sending my dad to today?
I know one thing, man. My buddy Rockstar, he's gonna be so freaking jealous.
Oh, well, I'm standing right next to the train conductor.
Yeah.
I didn't even know. I didn't know there was somebody back in there.
Yeah, they've got one at the back and the front. It's to keep an eye on if anything slam into them from behind. Or something isn't working right. And also, then they can also go in reverse. So he becomes the main driver, and then the other driver just becomes out at the back.
On the way back,
Yeah. That's why they have one at each
This
end.
good footage.
Yes.
Good footage for you, Roger.
Yes.
It is, actually.
It is.
Hey.
This is
It's
great.
glitching a little, but it's good.
Even
it was. I'm on the move. So.
Oh, it came clearer. Holy crap. Don't move it when it starts working.
It's great. That right there is awesome, too.
This stuff is great for, like, you remember the old 70s television shows where they used to show the trains and the
Like as
Oh
the
yeah, I think
intro, the credits
Rockford
panel.
Files,
Yeah,
Chico
credits,
and the
music.
Man.
Yeah.
Chico and the Man. Then you had
Chico and the Man.
then you had freaking Welcome Back, Carter.
That was the
Yeah,
one
what
I
was the other
was
one
thinking
too
of.
that had a
Welcome back,
lot of?
Potter.
Oh, I think
Yeah,
Kojak
that
had
crap.
some trains in it too at the beginning.
Yeah. Yes.
And Booker
Welcome back
too.
to Japan. Welcome back.
oh, conductor's coming right next to me.
Are you recording me? You get off my train now.
Oh jeez. You guys are hilarious.
You walk from here.
Come
You
on.
missed the train. I'm having a big one, honey. Oh no, that was Sanford and Son.
Boy, oh boy.
Oh shit. Yeah, I just don't take public transport. Eh?
Chico
I
and the
hate
Man.
public transport so much.
This is Taisho Station.
I have a petrol-powered car, so I can go where I want. And it has almost no electronic shit on it. There's a little bit. But I try to get cars old enough that I can fix everything, and there's no electronic stuff for them to shut down. Not quite there. I need a bit older than what I've got. My car's a 96. Manual windows. I mean, I went out of my way, but it still has fuel injection, which means there's a computer chip in it somewhere.
Yeah. That's the only thing bad about the 90s models. Like the later 90s is when they started doing the transition over to the chips.
Vincenzo's.
So.
As I mean, it's like I want a car that's old enough. It's got carburetors. Things that you can actually fix yourself if you can find the bits.
Yep.
And with 3D printing, people don't realize this. With 3D printing, you can actually find any bit that you want now.
Mm-hmm.
See, bits aren't obscure anymore. You can get anything 3D printed now. And I know someone in America with a 3D printer. I just don't know if he can do metal stuff yet. I think he's just still doing plastic so far. But when he makes a bit of dollars, he wants to upgrade to a metal one. Then he can make car parts and shit, bro.
That is just so freaking cool, dude. I'm serious. Dude.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
That really is. I really get into footage. I mean, just footage, you know what I mean?
Have you been overseas yourself?
No, I've never.
Oh, have you not?
I've traveled the United States.
I went to Thailand once. I got to see some crazy shit in Bangkok, man.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
I even had a chance to go to frickin' Tijuana, and I frickin' was too busy running around with my buddies and didn't hang out at home. And my dad and brother and sister went to Tijuana, and I wasn't even home because I stayed gone for days.
Central Station.
Came back home, found out they had been to Tijuana and back.
Dude, go as many places as you can, because it's not till you go somewhere different that you realize there's people who live somewhere different to what you are used to.
Well, in the United States, I've been a lot of places. It's just
but everyone in the United States lives like an American.
Well, that's true. But
See, I'm not being smart. It's like you actually have to go somewhere else where they live as a completely different culture. That will give you a bit of an eye-opener. Like, holy crap, maybe we aren't quite right. Because this works fine over here. I think I think Thailand is supposed to be like a Buddhist nation.
Mm-hmm.
That city's crazy.
Nishikujo is next.
Oh man, Galactic and Illuminati are having a ball in the chat room.
Yeah, so am I. I'm playing with them there as well, but yeah, they're going nuts.
They're having fun. Freaking what was it?
Looks like we're exiting.
Oh, you're
This is
nearly
our
there,
stop, hi.
or is this just
Bye,
another
vaya.
stopover?
Nishikujo. Is this our stop?
Hey, watch out! Here comes Cujo.
Thank goodness you didn't go to Suicide Forest, man.
What the hell is that?
You never heard of Suicide Forest? Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji.
Oh,
You
I think Mount Fuji is just like 30 minutes right from here.
oh, how many days you got left?
2 days left.
Well,
yeah.
you don't want to take your kids there. You don't want to take
Go.
you don't want to take them to a Suicide Forest on your family vacation.
Oh, what?
Like it's action.
Sao mình đi trở lại vậy Sơn? Hả?
Well, I don't know.
Sao mình đi trở lại vậy?
I mean,
Are you quite sure? It seems like it's going in the opposite direction of where we came from.
He's going backwards and forwards.
All right.
He's lost on public transport in his own city.
It's
Not lost yet. We'll see. We will see. Are you quite sure? Hey, stop watching. Focus on your navigation.
He's busy staring at the schoolgirls.
no, he's
His son was sorted out. No, his son.
He's staring at
His son was sorted out. Stop staring at the schoolgirls.
yeah.
I'm showing you.
Don't get Tan nervous, man, because like freaking he's his dad. You know what I'm saying?
How many stops high?
How old's your
Alright,
son?
guys.
Just 2 stops. You sure?
One, I'm gonna get on out of here. Fun.
How old's your son? 10?
He's 17.
Yeah.
See? He's looking at schoolgirls.
Yeah,
What
wait,
am I
look.
wrong about?
So
Where's? I don't see Universal Station.
yeah,
on there.
thanks for stopping by, Mark.
No problem.
You
Have fun.
you too, man.
Mark's not gonna run away. He was just making free.
Do you see? Oh, Universal City. Okay.
I did actually run away.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. We confirm we're on the right way.
Mark
There you
ran
go.
away.
Here's the.
There he
It's
is.
funny.
Here's the. It's a route map. We're going to Universal City Station, which is walking distance from Universal Studios, Osaka.
That is cool. Did it just switch on its own?
Yeah.
That is
What?
freaking awesome, dude.
Does it say googly? The sticker you're looking at on, like above the door, on the door.
Yeah.
No, up at the top. At the top above the door.
Yeah, googly. Yes.
Googly.
Is that googly or geekly?
Googly?
Yeah. Geekly.
It's geekly.
Oh, is it
Geekly.
E's? It looked like O's.
I didn't.
My bad.
I didn't even know they still did Geekly. Like they've had it. They
I
had it
was saying
here.
googly. I'm like, what the hell?
They had it here in the United States for the longest time, but I haven't heard it in a while.
Googly.
Geekly. That's
Geekly.
I see that's better.
yeah, that is nice. See, wow.
Is it next stop or one more after, right? One more after? So 2 stops away. Look at that.
Oh
Nice scenery, huh?
yeah. Wow, that was sweet.
Yeah.
Just went right over. Bam.
Ooh, it's a nice towel at the background there.
Mm-hmm. Get to see the cityscape off in the distance too. Man. You know what's so weird is you went to Japan and Jaffe freaking left Korea and went to Canada.
Other way around. He
Who
left
did?
Canada and went to Korea.
Yeah, the other way around. Yeah, he left Canada for Korea.
Jeffy.
No, he is actually on his way to visit his dad in Korea.
Oh, is he visiting Canada?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Ah,
And
that is weird.
It's
I left
strange.
Canada for Japan, and he left Korea for Canada.
Yeah. It's really strange because,
Yeah.
Flying opposite directions from Asian to Western nations.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to make the choice, I would go to Japan too, to be honest.
Sonia's still got to get me on Jeffy's show. He still doesn't want me back on yet.
Doors on the right.
With
a tiny train. What's that short train?
They're the engines without the carriages attached. Bloody hell.
Yeah. It's just the one truck car. Is it one more, Hank? Okay, one more.
A short train. Like they send
Look at those tanks,
buses
guys.
around everywhere.
Oh,
Japan has
Are they
short
propane tanks for the train?
See, I wouldn't put that stuff out like that. That's really a health or not. That's a security risk, big time.
Did Robot drop off?
No, I'm still here.
I'm still here.
Yes, he did. Can you lens those inscriptions? See what it says on those tanks?
If you can zoom in.
I can't see anything.
Oh, look, I can't. Oh no, I can't.
Yeah, if you can zoom in and get a clear shot of what it says, then someone can. No, it's glitchy and blurry.
Too blurry, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, man. But yeah, if you can get a clear shot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Google Translate will do all of that
I think
anyway.
I can zoom on this. Are we almost there?
I love
So once we get off the next stop, do we walk to it? Or is there another train we need to go to?
The Japanese.
I never did like 6 months of Japanese. I don't remember very much of it.
So we'll be on the right way all the time. Oh, I think it sees me touching the door. It just told me to take my hands away from the door.
Well, get away from the door then.
Get away from the door. Exit on the right. I'm here. Okay, exiting.
It just told me to do something. Oh, if everything's automated,
we're at Universal City
do it.
Station. Mittens, so I follow on high. He's taking the lead.
I follow the pretty girls.
Did you guys pick up some Japanese?
I love that
while you were
school
there?
uniform though. Whenever I see the plaid thing, I think school uniform. I know.
Dan, did you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Did you pick up any Japanese words while you're there to get by?
Oh yeah. I use Gemini to learn a few phrases.
Tell us what those phrases
we
are.
don't want to know which phrases you memorized to score the Japanese.
I want to know, to be honest. Tell us some of the phrases.
What?
Oh, someone asked. Oh no, here we go.
The Japanese phrases you learned.
Wow, it's getting more and more crowded as we get closer to Universal, guys.
Yeah, dude, it's a popular place. How many tens of thousands of people do you think go there every day?
Wrong side.
You might as well be going to like Disneyland or some shit. It's going to be packed
Yeah.
as you're going to be waiting in queues
Like-
for hours.
Like Universal Studio Orlando.
Yeah.
All right, we're leaving. We're exiting the train station.
Now, I'm not being smart. I mean, I think it's a really good idea, but I think there's going to be a lot of just, you waiting in queues all over the place the closer you get.
That trip cost about 400 yen, guys. Like 50 cents. Less than 50 cents.
Wow. That's
so in
pretty
New
cool.
Zealand, it's probably
That's pretty
about
cool, right?
30
Yeah.
cents or something. Yeah, our money's worth less than American as well. I think it'd be about 70 cents for us. But that is still cheaper than we can catch a bus anywhere for right now. Let alone subways.
Okay, it looks like we're getting closer.
It's cheaper than a bus. And they've got electric buses.
Yep.
Seriously, we've got
Yeah.
electric buses and it's still that is still so much.
Universal City Walk to Osaka.
Who's the sucker?
Stick together with your mid-army, okay? The Parkfront Hotel. Có muốn đổi tiền không? Mua trong chỗ này đổi đây bây giờ. Bây giờ.
Yeah, see, I
But,
can't
sir,
Japanese that fluently.
how much yen do you still have?
I
I have
love
nothing. You got everything to your mother?
I love hearing when
Huh?
he gets all assertive and shit. You know what I mean? He just it might be like nice. how
Muốn
he
đổi
says
tiền
it,
là chỗ này đổi đây, bên đó không chứ không đổi được đâu.
but you can always hear the
Okay.
dad.
Don't hit on the taken girls. Bloody
can-
hell. He's only with someone.
You can always hear the dad voice. You know what I mean? It's like freaking Tan's getting down to business and shit, and he's like, it doesn't matter what language it is, you know
Yeah,
the dad voice.
The tone of
Sounds
voice.
cool, right?
Suddenly
Yeah.
now
There's
I'm
a
telling
Donald's.
you, I'm
Jack
not
Donald's.
just asking, I'm not playing anymore.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Can you guys hear the background music?
No, not yet.
Oh
On
man.
and off.
They
Yeah,
have like
on-
Universal theme music playing all over. Universal Studio theme music. What are we doing?
I see a
What are you doing?
Wow.
Which
Hi,
thing are
guys.
you gonna?
Hey.
Which thing are you gonna do first? What are we getting first? Have you
We need
planned
to get
out-
to the entrance. We're not at the park
Can you
yet,
show us?
guys. Where are we going?
I don't know what's there. You're there. You should know what's there. What are
Oh,
you
man.
going to see?
We haven't made it to the entrance yet, and they're trying to get drinks and food and stuff. By the time we get there,
Like, I
they'll be
honestly,
closed.
dude, what stuff do they have there?
Well, if you get to the actual Universal Studios, I think they have free drinks in
I
station.
don't mean
I
that.
don't think so.
I mean, like, what things can
I
you
don't
go
think
look at? Which movies can you be an extra in? All the things like that. I'm wondering what's actually going on right now. Because it'll be different every
What's going
time
on
you
in
see it.
Universal Studio? Let me tell you. I have the app. Let me tell you. They have.
Go be in a superhero movie.
Hang on. Let me share my screen.
See if you can be an
This works.
extra in a superhero movie. That'd be cool. Then we can all say, yeah, there's Tan. We were talking to him when he did this.
Sharing my screen. Do you see? Do
Yeah.
you see my app? Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
A very Snoopy festival.
What we have? We're here
Are we going to have a
at
problem
this
here?
arrow. So they
Yeah,
have
what
Hollywood
events-
Studio.
What events and what movies
Yeah.
are going on
Oh,
right
wow.
now?
Yeah. They have Universal Wonderland, Wizard of the World, Harry Potter World, Amity Village,
Oh
Go see the
wow.
Harry Potter world. Go be Andy
Jurassic Park,
Go be anti-Semitic. Go see Harry Potter World.
They also have Minion Park. Some of these parks you need to get. They're very popular. You need to get a separate admission ticket to get in.
Oh, real? Ah.
Yeah.
This is better than the normal stuff. You have to pay more.
Yeah, that's right.
Ah.
That is
what else we got here?
Well, hurry up and get in there before they close, man.
Yeah, I know, eh?
Hey.
You know.
Well, I'm not worried about the parks closing, but we need to get back before like 11. We need to get out before 11 because the trains stop at midnight.
What's the time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you get stranded there, it's like freaking. Don't worry about it. Just chill out, and
just ransack the whole place. You sleep in the theater.
Just go find one of the just go find one of the furious characters and use it as a blanket.
And just remember,
that's right.
Just remember cabs too. You know, you can get a cab.
If we have to, we can take a taxi. Costs a lot more than 50 cents, though.
As you said, 11 o'clock, 45 minutes ride. So you've got till basically 10 o'clock, and that still gives you 15 minutes leeway.
I mean, because this is for you too. You know, you haven't been there for 30 years, man. You enjoy yourself and have fun, dude.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah.
So what do you want to see first? Don't worry about what we want.
I don't really want.
What do you want to do?
Going to Universal Studio is for the kids. I don't see anything here that interests me.
No movies or anything. You're like, hey, I'll see if I can walk onto the set and be in a movie.
Well, heck,
someone in the background, you know, it's like, there's Dan. Yeah, he's in a movie.
That is so cool, man. What's with the orangutan hanging from the wall there?
It's King Kong, I think.
King Kong.
That's cool.
They did another King Kong movie not that long ago. What was it, a year or so ago?
Can you imagine?
King Kong versus Godzilla or some shit. But that might be from the original one. Who knows?
I heard Japan's opinion about King Kong has changed. Like now they root King Kong on more than they do Godzilla.
Yeah, well, because Godzilla was bad in the movies. Look at how much propaganda there is in Hollywood.
How far from the entrance?
Changes perception.
It's really strange though, because like they turned him into a hero during the 70s. You know what I mean? And that's like.
Oh, I'm right in front of the Oriental Hotel.
Oh yeah.
Universal Studio.
Well, they turned King Kong into a victim in the original movie. Because he was imprisoned and he was basically just used. And then they made him look like the violent criminal by the end.
Yeah.
And then in the next one, he's fighting against Godzilla, who has, in the recent Godzilla movies anyway, been running around and just destroying people and buildings and shit. So King Kong stopped Godzilla, according to the recent movies, which is actually nothing like the original movies.
I actually enjoyed playing this one game called Wet that had the Oriental Hotel in it. And
I remember that game.
Yeah.
You're the chick who's an assassin or something, eh?
Yep. And it was
Did you guys notice this? They have a Wolfgang Puck restaurant.
Wolfgang Puck.
Just like Universal Studio Orlando.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. All right, Dan, pick something that you want to go and look at and just show us it. We have no idea you're there. You pick something and just show us it. We're all sitting here in different countries going, okay, this is cool. What do they got?
This is cool.
So you got to pick. This is your holiday, man. You do it. You
Yeah,
pick
okay.
where you want
I
to go
am.
in and show us that.
I am. I am taking you along with me. So I'm just waiting for the kids to get their drinks
I'm
Ah,
amazed.
from this Gong Cha place right now.
okay. So the kids actually decide, not you. I get it. My
I'm
bad.
a,
That's right. That's right.
I'm amazed with it. We've got like
Don't worry, I'd be the same. It's like when I went to Comic Con over here and shit. I was like, yeah, I let my kid decide what things he wanted to look at. Occasionally, I was like,
Zip it
no,
up.
I wanted to look at the swords and knives.
This shop right above me says strawberry fetish.
yes,
That sounds really dodgy.
yeah,
it's
strawberry fetish.
It's
Dude,
a
I
candy.
don't know why they use
Yeah.
sexual terms so often.
It's
Well,
a candy
strawberry.
factory.
Yeah, strawberry. You know what I mean? It's just kind of
No,
strawberry and
the word's
fetish.
fetish. That's just like trying to sexualize everything.
Well,
All right, we're on the move again.
women and strawberries with romance is like hand in hand. That's like a hand in glove kind of thing. Like you want to get women to buy your stuff, just talk about strawberries
And chocolate.
yeah.
I bought some earlier yesterday. Funny enough.
Oh, right ahead is Nintendo World, guys.
Nintendo
What was
World.
that, Mark? Sorry, man. I
See
didn't hear
that?
you.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying I think I bought a load of a punnet of strawberries this yesterday.
Come on, kids, keep walking.
There we go.
The kids aren't keeping up.
Man.
That happens every time you go to places like this. They
Oh,
want to go
look
to
at
every
that. See,
single thing.
these.
Which one do you want to go to
Here we are.
first? Let's go there.
Here we are,
Move your
guys.
ass.
There it is. He's made it.
Oh, this is Universal Studio Japan.
That is. Look at the size of them roller coasters.
Damn it, I've never been on a roller
Yeah.
coaster.
You haven't?
No.
Jeez.
I've bungee jumped, but I haven't been on a roller coaster. I've done
bet.
lots of crazy
I went on my
shit. I've
first
been
roller
on
coaster
heaps
when
of
I was
air
14.
rides, But I'm
I-
never on. There's no roller coasters in the South Island in New Zealand.
Be honest.
Oh,
I've
tell
been
me.
out to the North Island twice, and we never made it to the one place that has roller coasters. And apparently, it's been shut down anyway.
Entrance is this way, guys. Sam, this way.
Dude, I'm an adrenaline junkie. I love that crap, and I've never been on a roller coaster.
Oh, look, guys, they have Hard Rock Cafe
Oh yeah, that's definite. That's
and Red Lobster.
No.
That's without.
That's a
saying.
Universal Studio thing, isn't it?
Red Lobster, have some lukewarm seafood that's been sitting there all day.
Like Hard Rock. Hard Rock Cafe and Universal Studios is like the same thing, pretty much.
Are they partners? Are they partners?
Screw you for
Yeah.
being
Okay.
dumb.
The people are leaving,
Arnold Schwarzenegger
and we're
is a
coming in.
partner. He might just be a partner in the LA one or the Hollywood one or something.
Well, New York really is because that's where.
Look at these. Are these like? Are these fake coconut trees?
They're all 5G towers, bro.
Yeah.
That's fiberglass.
Oh my
There's
goodness!
fiberglass around it. They're
Look
all
at that
5G
coconut!
towers.
Look at that coconut!
I mean, look at how well your reception is working now.
Where's the coconut?
It's that big old lump up underneath the leaves.
The leaves are the antenna.
I bet you my cow would like that. I'll cut that sucker in half and let them eat it.
They're not eating metal.
The middle piece is what cows usually love, dude. Like you take those palm trees, especially.
Dude, they're 5G towers. They're not trees. That's all metal inside a fiberglass surround.
So, did Mr. Robot Bell? It looks like he did.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to eat in a minute as well.
Fair enough.
Time.
You haven't actually been talking very much tonight, Mark. Jeez, it's not like you would
I've only really appeared in the last 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah. So
All
what
right,
do you?
guys, I'm gonna have to get on camera for a few minutes to scan the entrance pass.
Okay. So what
Stay there.
what I will do is we'll go ahead and end the stream and everything. Okay.
Okay then. Wait, but I haven't shown you stuff that's inside.
No, you can't end the stream yet because he hasn't shown anything inside anything yet.
Okay.
That's right.
Do you
just
scan?
have to, you're just gonna have to edit shit later. Maybe
I'm
start
gonna do
putting
my
down
thing. I'm gonna get off camera so I could go through the entrance and then I'll turn it back. Yeah.
I'm just thinking maybe start making notes of how much you skip out.
No, I'm
see
fine.
this whole section. Yeah, see this whole section.
What happened?
I'm fine.
I
have to finish the drinks before we can get in.
Go through like the scanner thing.
They won't let us bring drinks inside. Let me help you. Let me help.
You just bought your kids drinks, and now you're not allowed drinks. I hate that dumb shit, eh?
Yeah.
As soon as you buy them, you walk up to something. You're not allowed that. What? Kids,
Man, I gotta turn the camera back on to show you this.
in the open.
Look at the security going into the park. It's just like going through an airport. See that, guys? They have security screening.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
You gotta put your luggage on the scanner to go through.
Now be careful. There's they do encourage anal probing. So.
Yeah, but I wanted to remind you about bringing swim trunk. Forgot about it. We can buy some trunk inside.
You think the aliens
or
are bad?
Or an arm and a leg.
You think the aliens are bad? You just wait. When they start doing anal probes from a little Chinese dude, you know, or Japanese dude, you're in trouble because they got little fingers.
Honestly, that sucks. I started walking down the stairs to go grab another beer, and as soon as I walk out of my room, I'm hearing, "Oh, look at that pretty girl!" Like, damn it! He actually finally put the camera on a pretty girl.
Did Robot drop off?
Yeah, he disappeared. I think he had to go to a party or something.
No, we'll put a whole backpack in. They will scan. Oh, okay. Huh? Go ahead, man.
I will be right back.
I'm going to disappear anyway. So I'll see you later.
Just tell them they're on video.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with me, you're on video.
I just saw a couple of cute kimono girls going into the park.
Oh, you have to
hang on. Where are they going?
Telling me about it doesn't help.
No, I gotta put the camera. I'll keep the mic on, but I gotta
check
ready.
it in or whatever. I get what you mean. Put it through like some metal detector.
Yep, checking in. Yeah.
It'll probably cut out when it goes through the radiation.
Where's our stuff?
Start again. I don't know.
Okay.
It's actually really weird.
Phone with the wallet? Oh, thing here.
I know we took your wallet.
Is this okay? Or there too? Oh, jeez. Okay?
No, we took everything.
Okay. I gotta put my drink. Alright. Yeah, that's water. Me. Yeah. Hey.
It really is like going through airport security, eh? Like you're not allowed.
One more check. Okay. Hold this. Open. Yeah, okay, yeah.
And what,
So,
then
so
just throw it over the sensor afterwards? Hold this for now. Once I get through, just throw it over.
they are inspecting our bags. This is fast. They're inspecting our bags right now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you.
Dude,
Okay, we are cleared. We are cleared.
because of how I look and dress and shit, I got searched.
Okay,
Leaving
we're good.
Bangkok and had
We
police
just went
dogs,
through.
security dogs
We
sitting.
just went through security, which is not even the entrance yet.
Yeah.
Back on.
All right. If you were carrying a machete, it would be okay. There's only certain
We carry a
things
fan.
we're allowed to take in.
We carry a fan. We carry a fan inside the bag. Maybe they thought it was a gun. They had to open it to inspect.
No, they just wanted to see if it was a vibrator and laugh at you.
Right. It
Well,
does
they
vibrate.
didn't laugh each day as well. Which idiot brought a vibrator here?
See the cute kimono girls at the front there walking in?
No, it's all pixely. So
Yes,
not
hurry up.
fair.
Keep up.
See, you're not near the fake palm trees.
Well, we got past the fake palm trees. There are more.
Yeah, the 5G palm trees. See, that's when your reception gets better.
Coconut trees. Coconut trees. What? What are we doing here? We need to scan our pass. Okay. Hang on a second. Oh no. Did I send you the pass? It's all in family chat room. Go to family chat room. Let me send it to you again now then. Da-da-da-da-da. Let me send it to you. Oh, sure.
Damn, well, digital ID, everything.
Everything is digital.
Yep.
Sure.
That's, crazy. It's the sort of thing I'd do for the kids, but I would never want to be doing it.
Sangre. Link copy. Okay. Open up your family chat room, kids. Okay, sent the link. Check it. Sorry. Hang on, guys.
I'm trying to remember
stop
any
for a sec.
Japanese that I know. There's only a few words. I don't actually know much Japanese, There's 6 months of Japanese when I was in third form, which is first year of high school. I did French for half a year and Japanese for half a year. Can't speak either fluently, but recognize shitloads of words. It has made reading a lot of books a lot easier when you understand how words are supposed to be pronounced because it's actually from a different language.
We got in, guys. We got in. Yeah. Hang on.
Poor guy's going through chicken shit.
Nice. I don't have the umbrella.
So I don't know if these are your kids. I don't know if you're
Where's
allowed
the
to
umbrella, Toy?
use them. Wait, what?
I don't have
Fuck.
it. No, I don't have it. When did you never gave it to me. Did you leave it inside the drone chat?
Do you have to buy a locker or something?
All right, we're inside, guys. Let's see some sceneries.
Yay! He's through chicken. They let him in.
Yep. We're at the Universal Studio House of Felines in the world. Awesome.
Oh, so are we going to cats first? Come on, what are we doing? What do your kids want
Going
to
to
do
cats?
first?
We're just walking along. We'll see.
No, ask your kids what they want to do and just get into some place first. They don't want to
Well,
feel
I think for now they're just exploring the outside.
I might as well be looking at a video from America. They're just like, normies instead of Asians. It's like shit. That's just a shop.
This is a shop. Yeah, this is a shop.
Yeah, no, that's just a shop, man.
They want to go into a shop. So.
Dude, you're about to spend money. Tell them they're not allowed to buy. No, they're not allowed to buy
Spend
anything
that money.
at the first shop. They have to look at all the shops before they decide what they actually want.
Yeah.
No,
well,
because
look at this.
otherwise
Look
they're
at
going to
these.
want something at every shop. And you're
Look
going
at
to
these
be
guys.
buying something at every damn shop.
They're headless Super Mario Brother characters.
What you want. It can't be what you want from every shop, or you're going broke.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
I'm a dad as well. I know how this one works.
This is only look only shop.
Well, that's what I said. It's like we go look at everything, and then you decide what you want, and I'll get you one thing. If you behave, you get one thing at the end of the day. We go look everywhere, we go do everything that you guys want to do. And if you actually behave and you aren't dickheads all day, then I'll buy you the one thing that you want. Within reason, of course. They can't pick like a $300 something. Yeah, what do you want? The brand new PlayStation. It's like, hang on. Nope. That car. You're muted, Dan. You're talking to them.
All right. Yeah. I'm just asking them why they're in here. They want to get in character for the remainder of the tour.
Nope. You're going to be spending at every shop if you say yes at the first shop.
That's true.
Serious, if you say yes at the first shop, you are screwed for the whole trip. I know, because they'll find something they like better at the next shop, and then they'll have a tantrum that they don't get that, because you gave them the first thing they wanted.
I think these kids are a little older, a little beyond giving tantrums.
All kids are the same. All the way up to teenagers, all the way up to 20.
Different kinds of tantrum, right?
Yeah, different kind, but same thing. They'll make a scene and make you look like a dick.
Where did Roger run off to?
I don't know. He's probably making a coffee and getting a coffee and having a cigarette. He does that fairly often.
He does it every few minutes or so. Yeah.
It's about every. I think I've worked out it's about every 45 minutes to an hour. See, I can just do it where I'm sitting. Like I can smoke where I am. Whereas I think he has to go outside for cigarettes.
Do you smoke as much as Roger does too?
45 minutes to an hour.
Do you smoke as much as Roger does too? Like every 45
Pretty
minutes?
close to. Yeah, probably.
Oh,
I don't know. I haven't actually counted and kept track of that to see if it's 1-to-1, because I only know when he's on a show, and he's obviously waiting and only goes out every so often. So he might actually smoke more in real life. I don't know. Then again, I seem to smoke and drink more when I'm on shows and panels, which is really weird. I know.
Can you hear some background music?
It's like I'm having fun with a group of people, and I seem to smoke and drink more when I'm on things, which is stupid. Because then by the end of it, I end up being a dickhead.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to step
Where'd
away.
you go? For smoke? Did you go for a smoke, Roger?
No, I had to step away. It was a quick emergency. So.
I see.
I was just commenting about how you've probably gone away for a cigarette and
Still smoke, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and I was saying,
I did that earlier.
yeah, but and Tan was asking, it's like, like, do you smoke as much as Roger? Like, do you smoke as often? So, well, I can smoke in my room, so I don't have to leave.
Yeah.
So there's the difference. I have to just go downstairs and grab a beer from the fridge.
Yeah.
I don't have to go and make a coffee, so it's like a bit quicker. The toilet is also downstairs, though, so I generally try and combine those two activities. Go for a piss, grab a beer, sweet as, one trip downstairs.
Don't you worry about the smell of the smoke in the house?
My room's on the top story, and it's the only room on the top story. And the location, I believe that when this place sells, like when my landlord finally sells it, they're just going to knock it down and build apartments. They've built a stadium like 10 minutes, 15 minutes walk from here.
Yeah.
Town's about 20 minutes walk from here. Polytechnic is about half an hour's walk from here. So where this place is prime location because of where everything's been expanding. And I've said this to everyone that I know who has any money for a long time. Buy property in this area. If anything goes up for sale, buy it. You'll be able to sell it straight off to a land developer for a profit. Just grab anything you can right now.
We're on the move again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here's a cinema
New
4D.
Zealand, Christchurch, the earthquake.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man.
Universal Studio Cinema 4D, where they have the moving floors and they can.
Is that when they spray
spit,
water and shit?
Yeah, they can spit on you when it rains. Yeah.
Well, do that. Take your kids to that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem interested.
Do they even know
Really?
about it?
Yeah. They were there before.
Like, it has fans that blow so you get the wind and everything and shit. You're supposed to feel like, it's supposed to show that you're a part of the movie.
It's
so far feels like Universal Studio Orlando. I'm not feeling any difference. Maybe except for the house. The houses that have the Asian-looking roofs.
Now,
I was going to say it's probably almost an exact replica of it with a few alterations.
Are they that big in in California though? I mean, it's like everything
Universal
is huge.
Studios.
Everything in there is huge.
Remember who owns everything?
Look at those buildings. I mean, they're freaking huge.
Yeah, and what are those? Oh, those are roller coasters.
Oh yeah.
Dude, actually do that. Go on a roller coaster and record that shit.
Oh shit, no.
Oh hell yeah! I haven't been on a roller coaster. You have to do it for me.
Yeah,
I pissed my pants and dropped the camera.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say, man.
Go
Shit.
for a piss first, then. But go on the roller coaster because I haven't been on one.
I'm too old for that crap.
Don't give me that shit. I
What's
said
all the
go for a
puke?
piss first, then jump on the roller coaster.
As he
Come on,
pukes,
brother,
we
you
can
can do
watch.
this
We
for
can
me.
watch it
See that?
stick to his
Dude,
face.
you can do this for me. Come on.
Oh
Serious,
wow!
I've never been on one. I've been bungee jumping. I've never been on a roller coaster. You can do this for me.
Oh,
You just came across a roller
no,
coaster after I
it's
told you
not.
this.
He's trying to bait
It's
you
not
into
the
doing
same.
something.
It's not the same. You need to do it yourself.
You just came across a roller coaster after I mentioned that I'd never been on one. You're like,
Yeah.
here's a roller coaster. I'm like, I'll get on it.
Don't fall
No,
for it.
no.
He's baiting you.
There are lots of
Yeah.
roller coasters here.
Yeah.
Not
No,
just
get
one.
on it. Come on.
He's baiting you.
No.
He's just
Don't
baiting you to
spike
do
out
it.
on me. Come on.
I'm not getting on those
Dude,
craps. They're,
ask your kids if they want to go on the roller coaster.
Oh, don't.
some of them might. Some of them might. Yeah.
Right, there we go. So you're going.
No, but I'm not.
Yeah,
They can go.
even if you pussy out, give one of your kids your phone then. Which way around does that work?
No, because
Do
then
you
then
get on
then
it,
we'll
or
be
do you
looking at
give your
the
kid
we'll
your
be looking
phone?
at the
You'll be looking
sky.
at the floor, the ground. No, you'll be looking at the ground.
Do
just
you
like,
get on it, or do you give
for
your
the
kid
rest
your
of the
phone?
show.
Yeah.
No, do you give your
Poor
kid your
old
phone,
Tan.
or do you get on? Come on.
Poor old Tan would be looking for his phone, and we'll be staring up.
For the rest,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
I
right.
know. So it means he has to get on, doesn't it?
Mhm.
See?
Now those
Know
are
what I mean?
actually
I painted him
that
into
building.
a corner.
What's that building way back there in the back area? Right?
This one?
No, go over to the
Or
left.
at the back?
Yeah, right in between those two buildings.
Up.
No, the other
I
way.
think it's another shop.
No, up. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll tell you when to stop real quick.
Hollywood Dream?
No,
Keep
keep
going.
Keep going.
This one?
Right there. That building back there.
That's just a
Up,
roof.
yeah,
That's just a roof of a roller coaster. It's part of the roller coaster. Probably where you get on.
Oh,
Hey.
wow.
No, you'll get on at the ground. You'll get taken up to there. Get on the roller coaster, pussy boy.
Come.
Come on.
Let's go.
I haven't been on a roller coaster. Get on, bro.
Yeah?
Hey,
Do you want to get it now? Yeah.
He's trying to find excuses now, isn't he?
No. It's just that's the way they do it. Like my dad was terrified to go swimming.
What is this? Like a Hollywood Walk of Fame, or what's going on here? We got
Yeah.
Lucille Ball,
That's it.
an empty star.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of these are real, or if they just replicated what's done in America.
Probably.
Yeah.
Did they come? Because there's no handprints in these
Caesar.
ones. Yeah, but see, there's no handprints
Yeah.
in these ones. Is
George
there?
Burns.
So these are just
No handprints. No
replicating
handprints.
what
Yeah.
was done.
They're probably just replicas.
And
Yeah.
George Burns, yeah, he's
'Cause
been
the real one has like a stone with like their handprints and their signature, and the cement usually, doesn't it?
George Burns. When did he pass away? It was like back in the early 2000s, wasn't it? Or actually in the 90s.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Smoked cigars for like 100 years and finally died. Shit,
Yeah.
smoking must be bad.
No. He actually didn't smoke the cigars towards the last part of his life. Like
That's probably what killed him.
he
Trying to give up cigarettes then. Shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's George Burns also is a smoker, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not during the last part of his life. He just did it
So
because
you're
that was his,
saying, I don't know.
that was his.
And
that
as
was-
I said, if he stopped smoking, I believe that's probably what killed him.
yeah, most likely.
I've been smoking my whole life. If I gave up smoking, I would definitely be going through some withdrawals and having detrimental effects as well. If you do that when you're like 90, if you do that when you're like 90 or some shit,
Well, I heard
So
that
holy fuck,
Mental
it's
effects,
in
you
a
say?
life fucking
I heard it.
scenario.
I heard that it causes your balls to shrink
What does?
when you quit
You did
smoking.
nothing. You did nothing while we
Then
were
I better
playing.
not quit.
You were playing games in your computer.
Having enough trouble finding them as it is.
Yeah. Whenever, whenever.
That was supposed to be funny, you dickheads. Someone should have laughed. Fuck.
Well,
I
we're
just
the only
figured
ones.
it was real.
We're the only ones left now, and I don't even think.
Well, no, this is still on my D Live as well.
I
You're
don't
right.
I don't even know if Sonya's still here. It's like
I don't either. But as I said, it's still on my D Live as well.
Mhm.
So it is still getting to like more people and shit.
This
Okay.
is actually freaking cool as hell. I mean, I'm glad to be here just to be able to see it on my own.
Cool.
Yeah. I just
Look,
want
you
to
see
go
there?
into more places, and I want to see some stuff that I've never seen, which is why
Yeah.
I want them to go on a roller coaster. I want stuff that I haven't seen, I haven't done.
Mhm.
But walking
Wow,
down
look
the
at
street
these
with people,
classic
like,
car, guys.
walking down the street with people,
What is this?
I think I've done that.
Oh wow! Yeah,
Look at these nice classic cars.
yeah.
Yeah, done that.
Tìm chỗ nào mát mát đứng xíu để tôi nghiên cứu mua
Oh, I
ticket cho nó
like
được
the
không?
one across the road.
Now that red one,
Yeah, I like that.
that is
Okay.
sweet.
Oh, it's Christine. Holy
Oh.
shit, the red one's Christine.
Yeah,
Which one's 15?
The red
red
one,
one.
you dumbass.
This one is 1956 Ford Thunderbird.
You're a dick. Have you seen the movie Christine? Stephen King?
I don't know.
The
Which one
red
is in
car
15? This one is 1951 Mercury Coupe.
Yeah,
Mhm.
back up a little.
I can't.
Mm-mm.
That's the Mercury
The
Coupe.
grill's got the teeth.
And this one here is
Dude,
black,
the
but
red
is
one,
this-
the grill's got the teeth. It is Christine.
That's a 1955 Chevrolet 150.
I like
That's
that.
nice.
The black car I really like.
That one is nice.
That I really
Okay.
like. Yeah, but the red one is Christine. It's out of a fucking movie, man. Someone's made
red
a
one, you mean?
from a
Yeah.
movie. Yeah. Look at
Which,
the grill.
which one?
The grill
Which one is in
the
Driving
teeth.
Miss Daisy? Is it this one?
That one probably
Wait.
right there.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
Miss Daisy had a 2-seat. It had a back seat.
Wasn't it a Lincoln or some shit that Miss
Yeah.
This
Daisy
one
had?
is a 2-seat. This one's a
Lincoln or a
2-seat.
Cadillac
It
or
does
some
have a
shit.
back seat.
No, it doesn't.
Uh-uh.
And I'm
It's a
pretty sure there
two-seater.
was back
Crank
doors as well with Miss Daisy. So yeah.
Yeah, she had a back seat in it,
Okay.
and
Oh no, it does have back doors. My bad. I didn't think it.
All right, kid. I gotta turn off camera. Let me do some investigation here. I'm trying to get some
Yeah,
extra
no,
tickets for
that
them.
red one. I'm pretty sure that red one is Christine from the movie, which is from the book by Stephen King called Christine. It even has like the teeth-looking grill from the movie. That black one though.
that one
Yeah.
that was sleek.
Yeah, that I really liked. That was awesome.
That one, I've got to admit, man, freaking you got to admit they paid a pretty good penny for that freaking car, dude.
Oh yeah.
There ain't no way they got that cheap.
I've been told that I can spend money on my car and get maybe 15 grand, and it's just some Japanese piece of crap. I've spend like I don't know,
Mhm.
5 to 7 grand to get back 15. It's worth it, but it's worth it, but I don't have it.
Well, I find it odd that like the cars that we grew up on are actually worth good money now, and it's like
Yeah, I know.
it's I mean it's mind blowing because I'm thinking like cars like Tan just showed right there. Those are classics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to me,
Oh, there's one car that I went to buy for I believe it was 6.5 grand when I was about 18, 19.
Mm-hmm.
First car I picked up from a car sales yard. And I was looking around to buy a car. Dude, there was an XY Ford Falcon. I only had $5,000. I couldn't get it.
Mm-hmm. I'm amazed, man, that nobody on team.
Those things are worth like 40, 50 grand now.
Something else.
Yeah. If I bought it then and just put it away and bought another car, I'd be fine. You know?
Yeah.
I'd have another 40, 50 grand. Actually, I wouldn't. I'd still have the car. It was fucking cool. I ended up buying a Honda Prelude, but that thing did save my life twice. I don't think I would have survived 2 incidents if I was in any other car. Yeah, twice. Yes, once alone and once with other people in the car.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna have to sign off. We gotta focus on the rest of the trip.
Yeah, you better keep an eye on those kids, man, because
Yep.
now, before you leave, man, tell everybody freaking your name and everything. Give your socials on Minds, because I've got this for the Minds Roundtable. So, come on.
I'm one of the regular. My mind handle is TH2Tran, 10 High Tran. You can check out my channels. I post a lot of useless stuff that nobody watch or read, but it's stuff that I read. So I post for me.
And I just let you know, I shared this on Censorship Sucks Team's channel, so freaking let them know that you got this video out and everything, and check it out. And I also did it on Teams as well as Discord for Jaffe and all them, so we got that all going on, and plus everywhere else, plus on Minds, so it's all good.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming along with us in our journey. Good night.
All right.
Cheers, man. Much love, no fear, man. Have a good time.
Bye. Bye. Thank you.
You have fun, man.
Bye, Roger. Thank you.
Bye-bye. It's like I don't know. He was yelling, "They're coming to get me." I'm guessing, and freaking and then the woman was responding by saying, "Bend over, bitch." So
Okay.
So it got a little out of hand and rowdy up in there. So the whole thing, the reason why I say that that's suspicious is because that happened, okay? And then the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, came in and did a criminal investigation. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And they couldn't find anything out. But it freaking hit national news, you know? So that right there is really suspicious to me. I think it is, you know. I really believe that was just a scam. It was a freaking form of propaganda to freaking have it to where the FCC could freaking put stronger regulations on the airways and freaking internet and all that stuff.
I don't know the history of the FCC, but it's not as old as the Office of Communication, Ofcom. I mean, Ofcom's been around since I think the 1950s.
Yeah, I don't know about that, to be honest with you, Ofcom.
Yeah, I think they've been around since the 1950s, possibly earlier. No, actually, it'd be post-war because with the Office of Information or something during World War II. So yeah, it'd be in the 1950s. Ofcom's been around. So how long has the FCC been?
Hold up, let me find the date first. I've got it pulled up on the freaking search engine, so I can probably find the date when it was started for Ofcom. Now, no, it doesn't. Managing it's most definitely older than the FCC because it was like we said last night. I mean, the British are freaking anal retentive about regulating shit. You know what I mean?
Some British.
Well, I mean, not really. I had to do it.
Okay.
Now, Ofcom was formed. When was Ofcom established? Is what I should do. Ofcom was established on December 29, 2003. So it's not. So FCC would have been older than Ofcom
in this modern form. No, that's in this modern form. What was Ofcom has been known as Office of Communication for a lot longer. That's a modern telephone. The FCC was founded the Communications Act of 1934.
Yeah.
To regulate telephone, telegraph, and radio communications. When was UK Office of Communication formed?
No, it was Ofcom was formally established on December the 29th, 2003. It was created under the Communications Act of 2003.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. The Independent Television Commission, as it was called before.
Right. So it officially as Ofcom in 2003, but it inherited the duties of 5 previous regulators. So I mean, yeah. 5.
Okay. No. But yeah, some of them are older than others. I mean, just saw the Independent Television Commission, that was 1991, but that was a new body that was brought in by the Broadcasting Act of 1990. But yeah, there are unlike the US, at one point we had multiple organizations dealing with television, radio, and telegraph, phone.
Now, see, after that, then you come to the 414s. Okay, now these were a group of teenagers from Milwaukee, and this one is even suspicious too, because especially people who get into conspiracy theories, they would really catch on to this real quick. Okay, they were actually they actually hit national news after they supposedly were after they did break into like a dozen of high profile systems. And one of these systems actually was Los Alamos National Labs here in the United States. Freaking Los Alamos is pretty freaking controversial, especially when it comes to the conspiracy theorist community. They talk about Los Alamos quite a bit. And I find it odd that freaking these kids were supposed to have supposedly done this, and a couple of them were arrested, but most of them only got probation from it. Okay. So they broke into freaking the Los Alamos National Lab systems and ended up getting away with it with only probation.
Yeah.
I don't see that as happening. Now maybe they might have gotten like restrictions away from the computer for the rest of their lives or some shit, or 20 years or whatever.
But I would need to know each individual case.
Right. I wouldn't take it off of a blanket statement because I
Mm.
really, because even when you look at it like that, did they really get banned from the computer until they were like 35? I mean, that's shit that you see in Hollywood on television.
But at the time, there was no law stating that as a punishment, you were getting banned from a computer.
Right. Cause yeah,
That's a recent phenomenon.
and that yes, exactly. Now, between 1984 and 86, sporadic arrests of individuals and hacking collectives like Legion of Doom and Master of Deception. They were two of them that were big. Now, I've mentioned this before. I'm gonna mention it again. I actually freaking really love these two because freaking they actually were named two heavy metal bands that I really liked when I was growing up was named after them. So I did know about them. If you're a heavy metal, hardcore heavy metal fan like I am, yeah, I am into punk rock too, but I love heavy metal too, like real heavy metal, you know. And these were the two bands that you knew about. You didn't just know about it, you knew about the history of the name, everything. So I was aware of them. Now with them though, it was just like sporadic arrests and stuff like that. It was just a group, you know what I mean, that did these things. There was nothing big about them. At the time, I was probably naive. Now I look back at it and I'm like, man, this stuff is probably just stuff that was being used as propaganda so they could bring out the frickin' CFAA, which is the computer.
CFA.
Yeah, that in 1986 they came out with the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Okay.
And that's where I'm getting at it with is they wanted to come out with freaking a law that comes down on people for freaking not following certain rules, breaking the law and being hoodlums.
Well, you got to protect society at large.
Well, I mean, the whole history behind it is really a lot more suspicious than what I thought it was. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I mean, it really is. It just like the whole thing about hacking is just really, really suspicious. Okay, so we got through we made it to the Computer Fraud Act of 1986 here in the United States.
87.
Was it 87?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with all the stuff that I mentioned about these early hackers, what do you think about that? I mean, what's your take on all of that? And also,
what's my take on all of that?
And if you want to like mention like stuff, your thoughts about ARPA and DARPA.
I think I've already told you my thoughts about ARPA and DARPA, what stupid names they are.
Hold up, so still.
What's my thoughts about white collar crime? People go to prison.
Yeah, but I mean, I personally don't believe a lot of that happened. To be honest, though, like
there will be incidences of again, without looking at any single court document. Yeah. You're asking me such a broad question again.
Because I mean, I know you were like maybe about 4 years younger than I am, but at the same time, you were still around. I mean, and I don't know if you remember it as well as I do, but it was really, really. I mean, this whole hacking thing was really publicized. There were,
remember maybe in the US, but I'm in the UK.
well, you guys are even worse than we are. I'm pretty sure if you looked hard enough, you'll find a lot of.
Like I probably would find something might jog my memory, but yeah, it was in I don't know 86, 87. 86 I'd be 10 years old. 87 I'd be 11. Yeah, so yeah.
You'd have been watching the cool stuff too. That would have been highlighting the whole kids freaking hacking the system kind of shit. You know what I mean? It would have been aimed at your generation specifically, because I remember it was all aimed towards my generation. You know what I mean? It was, oh, look at these kids out there stealing money from ATMs and stuff, and it was.
I've never stolen money from an ATM.
I've never met a person who's done it ever.
Okay.
See it on TV plenty of times growing up.
Probably a lot more common, especially in the UK at the moment. I do come across reports every couple of months.
Yeah, but are they true? That's the big question. You know what I mean? Or is it
mainstream media?
Is it just like spin? And well, I mean, it's like freaking. You'll hear a lot of people who believe in UFOs talking about freaking disclosure. Okay, they want to know about freaking aliens. We need to know about aliens. Are they real? Are they real? But this is the kind of stuff that needs to be added into it too. You know what I mean? Was any of this real, or was it just freaking a spin, a form of propaganda, so that they could get regulations put into place?
I believe there has been some good cases that caused regulations to come in.
I've found absolutely nothing to back that up.
Again, I would have to look at every single case to make a conclusion.
As a matter of fact, they said that there was a handful of arrests, and there's no official or reliable statistics from law enforcement.
Yeah, because the data wasn't being collected at the time.
Yeah. Now, it's safe to estimate, though, that only a handful of people were arrested.
Sé que dominas todo alrededor.
siento, nada se detiene, todo vibra tan constantemente. Todo lo que tengo, todo lo que siento, nada se detiene, todo vibra tan constantemente.
Okay, that was pretty cool. That was from Within the Vacuum. He had a pretty cool song that he said he wrote concerning some of the stuff that we've been talking about here when it comes to the Aztecs and the indigenous cultures here in America, particularly in South America. So he told me about it. I asked him if I could download it and play it on this episode at the beginning, and he agreed. So we had that set up. Now, where I wanted to... Oh, excuse me. I just had coffee and burp. Now, before we get started, actually, I should probably mention I do have a call opened up in Skype as well as on Discord, so if anybody wants to join, they are more than welcome to join. Everyone is welcome. The links are in the description for the stream, I believe, on YouTube, and on the other ones I don't think I have them on there, but if you leave a comment in the comment section, then I can get you onto the show. If you want to come in, just let me know. I have all of the streams showing with the chat, so I do know what's going on. Now, with all of that being said, I guess I can get on with the show, and where we left off, we were in the last episode, we were talking about Tiamat and how Tiamat continued, or had the deity gods, and they continued to reproduce and produce other gods as well in the ancient world of Sumeria. And then we started talking about the Babylonian epic of Enuma Elish, and we got into all of that, and then started talking about female deities and male deities within that time region, and that brought us into this subject of Namu. She was a Mesopotamian god who predated Enki. She was actually supposed to be Enki's mother. And then this is where we started talking about the myth of Vitana, which is the connection between the reptile and the freaking eagle, which you'll see this representation even to this day everywhere, all over the place. I believe it's even on the American dollar bill to this day, or one of the bills, I know that much. But we started talking about that, and then we started talking about Dilmun, or Dilmun, however you pronounce it. I usually just call it Dilmun. And this was the predecessor to the Garden of Eden. The whole concept of the Garden of Eden in the Christian Bible was basically drawn off of this place. Now, and the Indus Valley was also known as civilization was also known as the Indus civilization, and this was during the Bronze Age, and it was up in the northwestern region of South Asia. Now, it lasted between 3300 BC to 1300 BC, and in its mature form from 2600 BC until 1900 BC. So this is a long time ago, okay? Now, together with the
ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. It was one of the three early civilizations of the Near East and South Asia, and of the three, the most widespread. Its sites spanned an area from much of the modern-day Pakistan to parts of northwestern India and northeast Afghanistan. Now, it flourished both in the alluvial plain of the Indus Valley, which flows through the length of Pakistan and along a system of perennial monsoon-fed rivers that once coursed in the vicinity of what is called Gagar Hakra. Now, a seasonal river in the north. It's a seasonal river in the northwest India and eastern Pakistan. Now, the term Harappan is sometimes applied to this civilization, and that's because it was discovered. The site was discovered called Harappa, and they named this civilization after that site that was found. It was the first excavation in the early 20th century, and during that time, it was a part of the Punjab province, and this was during the British India thing, and now it's just Punjab, and it's in Pakistan. Now, discovery of Harappa was the first one, but then soon after they had Mohenjo-Daro, and that's the one that's more popular, the one that more people talk about. And it is a pretty interesting site, but that's not what the civilization was named after, because Harappa was first before Mohenjo-Daro. I have a hard time pronouncing that. Now that was the culmination of work that had begun after the founding of the Archaeological Survey of India in the British Raj, and that was in 1861. Now there were earlier and later cultures called early Harappan and late Harappan in the same area. I do want to point that out. Now, the early Harappan cultures were populated with Neolithic cultures, and the earliest and best known of which is named after Magar in Balochistan, Pakistan. Now, Harappan civilization is sometimes called that Harappan civilization is sometimes called the mature Harappan. It's to distinguish it from the earlier cultures. So sometimes you'll hear it being called mature Harappan, and there's a lot. They have it distinguished between different eras, basically. Now, the cities of the ancient Indus were noted for their urban planning. They built brick houses. They had elaborate draining systems, water supply systems, clusters of large non-residential buildings, and techniques of handcraft and metallurgy. Now, they have some pretty cool videos that you can watch too, about documentaries on this region, and they'll kind of show you what they're talking about when it comes to this elaborate draining system and water supply systems. They loved water, and they even distinguished the water from the sky from the water that's on Earth, and I can't remember which one was the more holiest. I believe it was the rainwater.
which was the most valuable of them. Which I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but that could be it. But then right there, we go back to the last episode what I was saying. We were talking about with the water, where Tiamat and Apsu. Tiamat was the sea, and Apsu was the it was the fresh water. It was the water that was supposed to be under the ground, So there's that going on, plus the mixing of the salt water with the fresh water. So that's something that I did want to point out. And now, let me see. Mohenjo-daro and Harappa very likely grew to contain between 30,000 and 60,000 people, and the civilization may have contained between 1 and 5 million individuals during its fluorescence, during its high or golden time, golden age, whatever you want to call it. Now, they say that gradual drying of the region during the 3rd millennium BC may have been the initial stimulus for its urbanization. Eventually, it also reduced the water supply enough to cause the civilization's demise, and causing them to disperse to the east, supposedly. But what I've been finding out when it comes to this civilization is they really don't know. I don't know if you know much about that, but with animalism, they believe animals have a soul.
Yeah, no, definitely. But is that really a thing called animalism? I thought that was just knowledge.
Not just animals, even like trees.
Trees and everything they do
Everything.
though. Like, have you ever talked to a tree? Most people say no, so it wouldn't be strange if not. But if you listen, everything. Like my cat talks to me. I can hear her. Yesterday, I ended up giving her a shower. She hates water, and like she talks, it's like a telepathic type thing. The same with the trees. You can hear. They give you messages. They can tell you which direction to go, why not to go a certain way. Like, I think that's crazy. Pocahontas is something that kind of like elaborates on this a little, but Pocahontas kind of got swept under the rug as a classic. It was there and then it wasn't type of thing. But it's crazy because there's a lot of truth in that, just from experience more than it is from actual anything else.
So
after that, I think we also need to go over Philo of Byblos.
He's next on our thing.
Yeah.
No, actually, Tawitis is next on the thing.
No, he's actually still a part of the Neoplatonism situation. So once I read him, we'll be finished with Neoplatonism. And now Tawitis, we can do Tawitis, but do you want to get into the good stuff? Do you want to get into Nicole and Dionysus? Or do you want we
I mean, whatever you feel like will be more interesting towards the play.
Like you want it, it's up to you. I mean, I'm good with it. We can cover Philo.
Tawitis is just next.
Yeah.
We've been talking about him a lot. The reason why I said that is because Porphyri, Malchus of Tyree, right after we read his paragraph, is Tawitis of Byblos or Tote. And that's why I was saying we could, but if we have
give us
something, I see what you're saying, Diodorus.
Yeah. So
I see now what you were saying.
It's up to you. I mean,
it's up to you. You keep telling me it's up to me. I'm telling you it's up to you. I mean, like,
it's not really that big of a
maybe
description.
If you want to surprise us,
it's not really a big description of it. So,
so then let's do both if we have time. Let's start with
exactly
Diodorus. Yeah, let's do that. And if we have time, we'll go. Yeah.
No, let me go ahead. I'll put up the link for that one. Philo of Byblos. Like I said, it's pretty short. So, Philo of Byblos.
Philo of Byblos, you mean right here?
Yeah.
And our Phoenician and okay.
Also known as Herennius Philon, was an antiquarian writer of grammatically, lexical, and historical works in Greek. He is chiefly known for his Phoenician history, assembling from the writings of Sanchuniathon. His life. Philo was born in the 1st century in Byblos, in what is now Lebanon. He lived into the reign of Hadrian, of which he wrote a history now lost. His name, Herennius, suggests that he was a client to the consul Suffectus Herennius Severus, through whom Philo may have achieved the status of a Roman citizen. His works. Philo wrote a dictionary of synonyms, a collection of scientific writers and their works organized by category, a catalog of cities with their famous citizens, and a vita of the Emperor Hadrian. Some of his work is known to us by titles only. Others have survived in fragmentary quotes in Christian authors. Among his works are On the Acquisition of the Choice of Books, On Cities and Their Famous Men, epitomized by the grammarian Julius Soranus, and one of the chief authorities used by Hesychius and Stephanus of Byzantium, on synonyms, of which there is extant an epitome by Ammonius Grammaticus. But he is chiefly known for his translation of the Phoenician history of Sanchuniathon, who was said to have lived before the Trojan War.
No, guys, we read this last week.
Yeah, so I'm gonna stop it right there. Now, do you want to go over to Tawitis?
Today, or you mean next week? We can, if you want to. I'll read it. Yeah.
Go for it. Is it long?
Okay. No, it's just a little paragraph. It's really
All right.
simple. Tawatis of Biblius or Toth came from Biblius Phoenicia, 2000 BC. According to the Egyptians, language is attributed to Tawatis, who was the father of tautology or imitation. He invented the first written character 2,000 years because, excuse me, in 2000 or earlier, he played his flute. Oh, that's neat. He played his flute to the chief deities of Biblius, the moon goddess, Balat Nickel. Tawatis was called Toth by the Greeks and Jihatai by the Egyptians. Jehetu. The mythology of Tawatis is echoed in the god of Dionysus, or Injorth.
Yeah.
Injorth, the snake priest, who was the consort to the moon goddess. The snake priest was also represented by the symbol of a pillar, a wand, or a caduceus. The Greek equated Thoth with the widely traveled Hermes. According to the Egyptian tradition, Osiris traveled the world with Thoth. Asclepios, aka as Eshmun, is responsible for carrying on the teaching of Tawitis on snake priesthood under the protective umbrella of Hindu culture. Snake charmers playing their nasal punji echoed the same tradition. In the early ages of Christianity, some monks, such as Pachomius, was a seraphic priest before he became a Christian. Similarly, Ormus is said to have been a seraphic priest before being converted by Saint Mark. Some believe that he fused those mysteries with Christianity and established a school of Solomonic wisdom. And then it just cites the abstracts here.
Now, I do have a small piece on Nicole, and I can read that to give you a break. But on Dionysus, their wiki is huge. Okay, so I can share that wiki on here, and then on our live chat 24 or our live chat chat. You know what I mean? And we can go through that maybe at another time. But this is huge. Like they have epithets and origins and stuff like that. So that right there by itself would take forever. But Nicole is one that I think we should really work on, because this is the Canaanite goddess that they mention in the writing that you just read. Baalat Nicole, which is the moon goddess.
I'm about to look at it now.
So, I've got the link down there in the Jitsi if you want to read that. That's a hard one to find, but it's the second to the bottom.
Oh, the second to the bottom, not Dino.
Yeah, Dionysus is the equivalent of her.
Ready? Okay, Nicole. Nicole is the
Do you want to read it?
Okay. Nicole is the Canaanite goddess of fruits and fertility, who is a goddess of orchards. Her husband is the moon god Yarick, who causes the dew to fall each night and water her trees so that they may thrive. Her name comes from the West Semitic Ea Inibi, or goddess of fruit, and she is also called Nicol Waib, meaning great lady and fruitful. She is the daughter of the summer god Kirkihibi, who did not at first want her to marry Yared, and instead suggested he marry either, it should be she, marry, maybe it was him. He married either Padraria or Yaberdame, both daughters of Baal. After a generous bride price was offered, made up of 1,000 pieces of silver, 10,000 pieces of gold, and including necklaces made of lapis lazuli. I remember, and that's a beautiful blue. I remember. appropriate coming from a god of the night sky. Kirkihibi relented and the two were wed. Later, the no, that's not it. Kothiriet, the skillful goddess of marriage and childbirth, came to oversee the birth of the son of Nickel and Yarika. No, Yarik. Alternately, Nickel is sometimes called the daughter of Dagon or Dajon of Tutul, who, like Nikal Wa'ib, is a deity of fertility and agriculture, specifically a wheat god credited with inventing the plow. The goddess Ningal of Sumeria, with whom Nikal had been identified, is often depicted before a date tree and other important fruit trees of the area that would have been in Nichols' orchard are the olive, fig, and apple, along with the nut trees such as the pistachio, walnut, and almond. Her connection with Yarrick has sometimes caused her to be labeled a goddess of the moon herself. Given that the moon is almost always considered male in the Semitic culture, I find this unlikely. Her Sumerian equivalent is Ningal, the Great Lady, wife of Nana, the moon god. Their twin children are Inanna, goddess of the planet Venus, and Utu, the son of God. Wait, yeah, the son of God. Utu, the son of God.
The sun
In the
god.
later but closely related Babylon tradition, she is still called Ningal, but her husband, the moon god, is named Sin. Their children are Ishtar, wow, and Shamash, wow, okay, the sun god, who is a male version of the Canaanite sun god Shapash. We read about all these people.
Yeah.
She is sometimes simply called Ib, the fruitful one. Nikal Wa'ib has also been interpreted as Great Lady and Bright, Great Goddess of Fruit or Fruit of the Earth, the meaning of the name of her, and it kind of goes off like I don't see anything.
The meaning of
there
her
you go.
Sumerian Babylonian counterpart, Ningal, is the lady of the temple. Now, when they say Inanna, they're talking about Ishtar too. So, because Ishtar or Inanna eventually became Ishtar. So, just to let you know. And Ningal. Now they're saying that Ningal and Inanna were officially their parents. So that says it here. I'll have to find out if that's actually true, because I'd like to know that. That's one thing that got me curious about it, because who was actually Inanna and Shamash's parents, because it gets kind of confusing in the tablets, you know what I mean? So
right.
I don't know for sure if that's actual fact, but I was under the impression before now that Nana was her father, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like I heard you say that, and because father, Nana means father or dad,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I remember you telling me that when I first met you.
And they had twins, and
Ishtar and Utu, or what wasn't it?
Ishtar and freaking
Utu, UTU.
No, Shamash.
Oh no, no.
And Abtu is Abtu Shamash.
See, it says equivalent with Great Lady. Their twin children are Inanna and Utu. It doesn't say anything about
Utu is Shamash.
Oh, Ishtar and Shamash. I see what you're saying. So they're just saying in different cultures. I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. So Utu and Inanna, yeah.
Ishtar is Inanna, and Shamash is
Utu.
Utu.
I got it.
So, and I'm glad somebody actually did that on their their page, because that's a good issue. And I also want to point out too, before we go through this, a lot of people get the Sumerians mixed up with the Babylonians, all right, and they're two completely different cultures. I know there's civilizations, don't get me wrong, but there's cultures within the civilizations, you know what I mean? But they're two completely different ones. So when you're reading through a lot of the Sumerians, you'll hear people incorporate Babylonian text into it, and it's not there at that time, you know what I mean? So that's really important to understand.
I've heard Babylonian and Canaanite cost a lot. Well, at least they not by the culture itself, but just as descriptions. But I'm just learning how a lot of these do, because even with Phoenician and Egyptian, there's a lot of culture that's like, but the Phoenician, this where the empire is, the territory is, it's so close, it only makes sense for it to cross over into, you know what I mean? Like, that's me. That's where the relation, when you think about the trade and stuff like that, they traded right along like that area. So I don't know, it just makes sense that they would share some similarities within culture, but for it to be completely different and it to be so paralleled or so mixed up, I would say it's just interesting in itself. I wonder what side is right, the side that's connecting it and correlating it, or the side that's separating and saying, oh, it's not. Like, are they more similar than we really know, or, you know what I mean? It's really hard to tell.
Yeah. Well, I know that as time went by, a lot of these beliefs got kind of intermingled together. And tonight, like, it really amazed me, because like I've known about the Amorites, but I thought it was the other way around, you know what I mean? I thought that Sumerians, and I guess everybody does that, since the Sumerians were the older ones, I thought maybe that it freaking their beliefs migrated outward. But like tonight, they're saying that the Amorites actually influenced well, they didn't technically say Sumerians, though. Back in the 1600s, they would skin us alive and burn us at the stake because we were talking.
Let's go before then, though. Let's go before then.
Before then, they were freaking killing us because we didn't speak the right language. If me and you walked up into freaking a Roman town speaking the language we did, we would have been foreigners and they would have killed us because we were most likely spies.
Like being in gangs.
Okay. If you were freaking speaking English in France during the 1300s, they'd have thought that you were an English spy and killed you on the spot. Alright? if you didn't follow the church's mandates from the time of the Holy Roman Empire, freaking, they would have killed you. They freaking massacred the freaking Gnostics. Okay, they pushed them into a freaking castle, and the Gnostics actually came out and walked themselves to the freaking flames because they knew they were going to die. You know, I mean, this stuff has been going on, and there never was a time in history that we've had more freedom than what we've had now. And the only reason why we've had it was because freaking people like me and you and everybody else who actually spoke up said, hey, look, there's something not right here. Okay, and that's even normal people, normies.
Now, so can you imagine how much freedom we could actually have if we got rid of this silly control system, you know?
That's what it comes down. It's a control system. You know,
But people are so afraid because they've been so greatly controlled. I mean, strategically and honestly, wow, they did an amazing job. They're not even going to rebel against it. They're comfortable. They're lazy. They're too lazy to do something about it.
They want
conform to
somebody
the
else
system.
to take care of their problems.
Yes. They have no type of concept of self. They have no. They conform, like I said, to this system, and then they feel like, hey, I'll just parallel the system, but I'll make my own system over here. Even though I'm going to use everything from this system to do it. I'm going to use their money. I'm going to use their thought processes. I'm going to use how do you do that? How do you beat something when you're the exact same thing? You're beating yourself. You're setting yourself up to be beat because you're doing the exact same thing. You're just saying, hey, it's better because it's me doing it. Like, people have no idea what freedom is and how to release themselves from the thought process of having to be under someone else's strong arm, to having to be subject. Like, they'll go to the job.
Do I need to?
I'm okay. I'm calming down.
Do I need to explain to you my whole theory on civilization again?
You need to, must, yes, of course.
You know why civilization was created, right? It's because man discovered beer. Okay.
What?
Yeah. Man.
You mean fermented oranges? Oranges that sit too long make beer.
Man discovered beer. How he got that information, I don't know, but he discovered beer. And when these guys figured out that they could make beer, they freaking started drinking it, and they were looking around while they were drunk, and they were like, whoa, dude, we can't be out here in the open like this because freaking
drinking beer.
If we're drunk like this, these freaking animals are gonna kill us. So that's when they started freaking building shelter. Okay, and then more people came along, and more people started getting drunk, and then all of a sudden they got that fool sitting over to the side making an ass out of himself, and they say, hold on, dude, we can't be giving him no booze. And then
he don't know how to act when he gets drunk.
Yeah.
He starts tripping when he drinks, right?
Then another guy says, hold on, we don't have to get rid of him. What we do is we keep telling him that we'll give him more beer as long as he goes out and gets stuff for us. So now all of a sudden they got a workforce.
They got a runner. Yep.
You see?
That's like having a crackhead work on your car, or getting somebody to work on your car because you know he's gonna do it. He know how to do it, but he's just addicted to what he's addicted to. So he gonna do it for the 100 when you might be paying $500, $600, $700. Yeah, they call them the runners. Yeah. They made people that are willing to do anything for money. Yep.
Anything freaking to get.
But money or beer. Money or beer.
you tell somebody who freaking likes to freaking go out for the weekend and hang out in the bar and fucking get drunk that shit, and they fucking automatically get mad and want to argue with you. Automatically. All right, but if you look at what controls the mass public, it's usually alcohol and drugs.
Or drugs.
Sex.
And money. Yep.
Supposedly things that are freaking illegal. You know what I mean? But
or man-made. They don't even control themselves. They don't have more control over themselves. Their money has more control over them. Their beer has more control over them. Their drugs have more control over them. They themselves, nothing but pawns. They're nothing. I don't mean to say it like that.
I'm a slave to my cigarettes. I'm a slave to my freaking coffee.
At least you admit it. But no, you're not out here killing people for coffee. You might, if you might get a little testy.
Somebody's
if you
getting
don't have
my
your coffee.
money.
People killing people for money though. People killing people for
Somebody's
their
getting my
drugs.
money for that coffee I'm buying. You know what I mean?
But you're not killing anyone for it. People are killing people for money. People are killing people for drugs. People are killing people to have alcohol, and usually when they are using alcohol.
People
there's a
are killing
difference.
people for Coca-Cola, man. They had a
For
you wanna
cutting people off in traffic.
No, you want to hear about a freaking conspiracy theory? There's one for Coca-Cola. Huh?
What?
What'd you say, robot?
What did you say?
I just said you don't have to be killing people to be a slave.
Yeah.
You know, it takes any addiction really to be like, as long as you're going back for more.
Yeah.
I think it's a worthy practice to get that self-control to be able to say no to yourself sometimes.
Because you can be a slave to a lot of things. I mean, you can. And I know what I'm a slave to, but I still need freaking get rid of it. You know what I mean? Just because I'm aware of it and I can admit it, that's not action. You know?
That's the first step to solving the problem, though. And then shout out to you, because look at how much stuff cigarettes have compensated for. Look at how far you've come. You understand what I mean? I'm not going to sit here and condone smoking cigarettes because ill, but at the same time, truth be told, you came from so much more than cigarettes. So much more. You know what I mean? So much more.
I came from sex.
Well,
sex,
I
came from
drugs,
sex.
alcohol. You came from all the bullshit. Freaking cigarettes.
Yeah, another addiction. Did you hear that?
Freaking cigarettes are the only thing that you have now. Cigarettes and coffee. You're telling me you stopped doing meth or whatever. You know what I mean? Or acid or you know what I mean?
All
Whatever it is that you used to do. I don't know what type of drugs you used to do, but you said that you used to be on that shit heavy and you stopped. You stopped. You stopped. You understand? Yeah, you supplemented, but you stopped.
When it comes to freaking being a slave, though, is what we're talking about. Like, you're a slave to everything if you freaking allow yourself to be. Like, it comes down to the fact that you have to stop. You know what I mean? You have to
attention.
stop.
People can be slaves to attention. They're out here. I mean, they sell their kids. They be 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds with booty shorts on and freaking halter tops and twerking on TikTok, and not even supposed to have social media before you're 13. Why is your 9-year-old in booty shorts on TikTok? Because she's so cute. Like, yeah, that's kind of gross. I don't want to see your kid.
I think awareness plays a big role in undoing the slave system. You know, if you're aware of the fact that you're a slave, then you can do something about it. Right. And I think, you know, using drugs as an example to learn how to control yourself or learn how to undo these traps we get into is a worthy practice right now, because bringing it back to our main topic, HARP and stuff like that, they're going to be using these nanotechnologies in combination with, you know, microwave technology to try and control people's minds. And you need a large amount of that awareness, self-awareness, self-control to be able to withstand that.
Well, you know, you're bringing up a good topic right there. Like, we've been talking about the illegal drugs too, but what about the legal drugs? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep, pharmaceuticals.
Pharmaceuticals. I mean, my parents.
Everyone is these days for any kind of excuse, you know.
Yeah, my parents are terrified because they think they're going to lose Medicare. You know.
And that's a state of fear. When you're in a state of fear, you'll be in a state of desperation. And when you're desperate, you'll basically do almost anything. And that's what they're hoping. There's that control again. And they'll make you feel desperate. People like to do that with me all the time. Oh, you need this money for this. What you going to do for it? It's like, shit, watching you laugh in your face. Laugh in your fucking face while you try to make it. My mind is strong. My mind is too strong. Like, people got to really go ham to really get at me. And then even when they do, they end up feeling it harder than I do.
But, yeah.
That's why I like my candles. They're so beautiful. You should see my altar.
I think I have, haven't I?
No. You maybe.
Yeah.
You might have. I'm about to
It was the first time you got on camera. I think yours. Is it at your couch?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Not this one. This one is at the bar. I made a new one because I have so many candles, like 20 of them. So yeah, no. This one's a little different. I'm gonna take a picture. I'll probably post it. I'll light them all up for once just because it'll look really pretty at nighttime with them all lit. But it's strategic colors for strategic energy in order for me to channel exactly what I have to get rid of any issues I may be inquiring.
You got to get rid of all that stress you're getting from me and Mr. Robot. We're just
No, you're like my de-stressor. Like I cannot wait till 6 o'clock. It's like, oh, gotta go to work. Leave me alone. Everyone, where's Roger? Where's Roger?
What
You're my
about Mr.
de-stressor.
Robot? Yeah, I mean.
Well, he doesn't show up that often. He's too inconsistent for me to rely on anything with him. But I mean, like, definitely presence and knowledge appreciated at all times. But yeah, no, definitely you're consistent. I know I can count on you. I know you're going to be there. No, Roger.
Yeah, smart choice.
Yeah, I'm just being real. Hey, yeah, Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot is hit or miss. We see him once a week. Like now, he done did this show. We might not see him for a month now. So we gotta be careful. He's here today. He's going tomorrow. Type thing.
And since
I just show up at the right time,
And since he's on here, it reminds me too. I should be saying this more in the streams. Mr. Robot did start a conspiracy chat group, by the way, Conspiracy Corner, and he's also got one that I started going into called Ancient History. He's actually got a lot more. He's got Middle Ages and Modern Ages, so if anybody's listening to this, then you know where to go.
Come in, dive deep into the research, and you can learn a lot and share a lot in there. Right.
Okay.
I want to join history. I saw you were on the history one. I didn't join the history one, but because of what we be doing in these streams, I'm interested in the history one now. When I first started, I didn't really look for history, but I think I'm in all the conspiracy ones. If it said conspiracy, I joined. I didn't really care who was leading it. It was just like, conspiracy, yes, that's my MO. Like, what do you mean? I love it. So.
Now, that guy that you guys were talking about, is there a way we can get him into an interview too? Because like we could even do a pre-recording and then stream it, because I think that would be better.
Do Better says that he is in Korea, and he did send him the link to join our chat, to join the 24 hours with Roger. Last night they did the show, and Do Better is just that guy, so shout out to him for doing that. He went ahead and because remember I asked him if he would tell him, and he did it for us. So we'll see, because their show is like huge. Like I'm not saying we're not.
I could probably get frickin' John to do it for his show first.
Yes, that'll even better. John has that traction. I wish John would have came today, but the guy is cool. He seems cool anyway. You know what I mean? But they don't like any cursing. You curse, you have to put some money in the bloom. The blooms is what they call it. You got to pay. You got to pay to play type thing. No cursing, but that's cool. The show is just so lit because they got so much information. Just how I like your shows. They bring so much. I love people that can teach me stuff and that are willing to do it, because everyone else is so scared to talk about what's real. It's like, oh, I don't want to get hurt. And it's just like, are you kidding me? Nothing can make you feel inferior.
I'm surprised.
I'm gonna look in my jar and see if I have any. I might. I went mining at the Crayola experience, and when you mine there, they give you like, I have some obsidian that I got from there.
I doubt they got lapis lazuli to mine. Trust me, that's like Middle East jewelry and stuff. Like you.
It's pre-packaged bags, so if they do, you know what I mean? Yeah, they might type of thing, but I don't. I've seen this somewhere, but I haven't seen it.
You're gonna have to explain to me now. Okay, exactly what are we talking about when you made the term or said the word mine? What are you doing there?
Oh, at Crayola experience, it's like this little thing. For the kids, you do like coloring and stuff. Crayola experience, like Crayola, the coloring, the crowns and stuff. Well, there they have an area where you can actually mine, and you pay like $20 or whatever. They give you a bag of dirt, and they have a bunch of crystals. Like I got some obsidian from there, I got some emerald from there, I got some moon rock. I got a bunch of my crystals from there. I ordered my labradorite online though, but I wanted to see because I have a jar full of crystals too that I just kind of threw in. Lapis I have some of it, but it's little. It's little teeny ones,
Mm-hmm.
and I just want to refer to my card because you can't tell, like you cannot tell what they are because they're so small, but I would like a big piece like this one I'm looking at right here, lapis burratato cristalio arto. Like I would like something like, it's so beautiful. Like this one's pretty too, but this one right here is just really attractive. Look, Zafiro. Oh, that's a different version. That's something. Oh, they put that's blue sapphire. Oh, that's something different. Look how pretty it is. Yeah, I gotta get me some of this.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it looks real good. I want to touch it. Just hold it in my hand and feel it because I know it's powerful. You know what I mean? Like my fingers are just the rubbing. My fingers are going crazy. Like, give me the lapis, give it to me now.
We're gonna have to get you to read St. Mary's Church now.
It's like, bring it down a notch.
It's just you're getting excited over lapis lazuli.
It looks so pretty. Wait, you gonna send me the link?
I'll send the link. Yeah, here it is. Now it's your turn. I gotta get you distracted.
Right, it's like going to a lapis lazuli trance.
Yeah. Watch him like do something else and get me to say something stupid.
Okay. The St. Mary's Church, Wamba. The Church of St. Mary at Wamba, province of Valladolid, Spain, is a medieval building dating back to the Reconquista. I know how to say it. Reconquista. Yeah, Reconquista. The eastern part of the building, around the Reconquista was a war, some type of age. I don't remember, but I know I heard that word before. The eastern part of the building is 10th century date, whereas the western part is 12th century. The church is of architectural interest and is being considered the World Heritage Site status along with 9 other Mozarabic sites. It is currently on a tentative list. Part of the nominating process. Okay. History. During the reign of King Recesswin, Wamba had a royal residence and the existence of Visigothic church. There is also known remains of its decoration are the people that wrote this are just remains of its decoration are preserved in Museum of Valladolid. After the Umayyad conquest of Hispania, the area was reconquered by Christians under Alfonso III of Austria, who reigned 866 to 910. It seemed that with the subsequent repopulation, Wamba's then existing church was rebuilt. The oldest part of the current church is dated to the 10th century. There are documentary records of a monastery in Wamba at this time of which the church is assumed to have been part. It was perhaps the first Mozarabic church in the area. Architecture. It has been suggested that Wamba was repopulated by people coming from the north, and that for this reason the architecture is closer to the Visigothic and Austrian influences than other buildings in the region, such as the Church of San Ciprian da Mazot, a village which was repopulated by Christians who came from Al-Andalus. Burials. Queen Urraca. Queen Urraca of Portugal became a nun after the amulet of her marriage and was buried in the church. Annulment. Queen Urraca of Portugal became a nun after the annulment of her marriage and was buried in the church. There is an ossuary, and then it goes on to the gallery. Oh, this one at the top looks nice.
Yeah, I looked at the gallery, and
these don't look like bones though.
I showed the pictures of the. They don't have very many pictures for this one.
It's only two, and then the one at the top, it does not even look like bones. And how do we know that this second one has anything to do? This could have just been a picture from someone else's.
We're gonna have to get Robot to go down there. He's gonna have to go to Portugal for us.
Yeah, so we could get pictures.
Tell him we got him a freaking assignment, and he's got to pay us back for not showing up for that conspiracy.
The
video.
COVID, right? For the COVID one,
he's gonna have to pay us back. And then when he says, "Sure, why not? What do you want me to do?" We want to say, "You need to go to Portugal."
This one's in Spain. No, Spain.
Oh, is it?
It's in Spain. Yeah, Valladolid, Spain. We're gonna have to go to Spain.
Then we're
go ahead and get us some real pictures.
You're gonna have to go to Spain and go to the freaking St. Mary's in Wamba. And he'll be like, "Yes, sir."
He'll do it. He'll do it. Just he'll like, I'll just have my man. I could only imagine tripping, going there, because he'll be doing his trips and stuff. Imagine going there tripping and like a whole bunch of skulls just surrounding you. That'd be wild.
I forgot to screen share all that. I should probably do that now before we do it. And you need to keep talking to occupy me while I go through there and like tell me cool stuff like about the lapis lazuli and stuff like that. So
after well, for this one, there's no more stuff. We already done it. Mozarabic buildings in the Iberian Peninsula, and Alorza.
I'll go ahead and share the pictures, but I mean, for me, honestly, I don't see nothing interesting.
There's nothing really to share at all. No, the interior kind of looks nice, but then when you zoom in, it's just like, oh wow, there's no bones here or anything. This is just a regular church. Like, oh nice.
When we started this, though, remember I had to point out that this one was the freaking the one that was registered as the Dark Ages Osira or something like that, the Middle Ages.
Yeah, you called it something different. I said something. Where are my notes at? And I got comfortable laying down on the couch, and I had my notes
on that list. But then, they didn't even mention the Mozo. Now
Bozo? Like the clown? No? Are you talking about the medieval ossuary? That's this one? Yeah, the medieval ossuary. But see, this picture that I have is a little different. And Wamba, Spain displays their bones in largely organized piles. See, it says, unlike some of the other bone churches, the medieval ossuary in Wamba, Spain display their bones in large organized piles. The main reason why the church simply stacked the bones was because of the lack of space remaining in the cemetery. The medical ossuary in Wamba is in the church of Santa Maria and contains the bones from the villagers who inhabited the village between the 12th and 18th centuries. There is a message over the entrance to the ossuary that reads, "As you see yourself, I saw myself too. As you see me, you will see yourself. Everything ends in this. Think about it and you won't fall into sin."
That's cool. So we got freaking 2 poems that we put on here. We're cool as hell, dude. You know?
Yeah, I love our streams. Yeah.
I mean, we're even sharing art and freaking, everything, dude. How can you outdo freaking this stuff? And this is on a video about strange stuff, man. It's pretty cool.
It is deep.
So we have come to the last of our stuff. So how much time? Oh, it took 2 hours and 21 minutes. We got this done. I didn't think it took 21 minutes though. That really surprised me.
I like it. I just looked at the time too and was like, wow, it's 8:30 already. Like, it doesn't feel like it. Like, we've been here. Yeah, I don't know if it's interesting. It makes time go by fast.
It's pretty cool. So Do you have anything to say about the stuff that we just did and we went through? Any closing
nothing.
statement?
I mean, besides it being pretty cool to learn about and interesting to be able to see, like, I'm sure it'd be better to see it up close and personal. But I just, like I said, the fact that stuff like this even exists fascinates me because I would never look at a person and be like, when you die, you'll make a good chandelier. So it's like, I don't know.
So,
it's just interesting.
I'll tell you what, one thing that we did bring up in this that I'll do at some point is we'll go through the burial rituals from history, and we can cover that because there's a lot of fascinating things that you'll find out about the Welsh and the people in England and Ireland and all that, and their pagan roots, and how they used to bury their dead in mounds, stuff like that. And then the Welsh in Europe, period, they had the mounds all over Europe, being honest, all the way to Russia. So, I think they even have them in Mongolia. Don't quote me on that, but they might have them. So, your fingers on the.
Oh, I said, couldn't that be history? That's like history.
Yeah, that's history. So, if there's nothing else, I guess we can end this and tell everybody goodbye and thank you for your time if you actually took time to watch it.
Yeah, thank you so much for listening and tuning in if you tuned in. And yeah, see us tomorrow for storytelling.
Thanks for being here too, Karma. I'm glad that we were able to do it. And I will end the stream now. All right?
Yep, see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Be safe.
You too.